good morning and a very warm welcome to Bucs Regatta 2021 at day 3. Day 3, we're very used to being on a Monday usually, but it's a Saturday, a weekend day here, and we're about to kick off with the first of our side-by-side races, which is the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls semi-finals.
Yeah, you can just see our first side-by-side race of the day just getting attached to the stake boats. They'll get attached, get aligned, and then as soon as that's good, we'll be off and running. So we've already had our time trials for all of our events today. We're now going into the semi-finals and the repechages. After that, we'll move on to our A and B finals, and we'll finish off the day with the minor finals.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us for the first time here on the live stream, you're tuning in to watch friends, family competing here at Nottingham. Like Will said, we've had a time trial this morning for each of these events, and in order to get into the side-by-side, in most cases you have to have got into the top 12, with the exception of some of our championship events, which we'll come on to a little bit later on today, and we'll talk you through the progressions there. But for this race, these scullers would have had to have gotten into the top 12 to contest this A-B semi-final.
Yep, so in this one, you can see on the top left of your screen, we've got the start order. We've got Lara Britton of Reading in lane 1, Kirsty Naismith of Reading in lane 2, Lauren Madison of Reading in lane 3, Leonie Kennedy of Surrey in 4, Rachel Granger of Exeter in 5, and Eloise Singham of Surrey in lane 6. So we're seeing the sort of fastest crews from the time trial. You're going to see them in the middle of the course. They're in lanes 3 and 4. So Lauren Madison in lane 3, she had the quickest time from this morning's time trial in a time of 6:02, but it was all very tight, only a couple of seconds separating the top 3.
Yeah, and if you look, we're in the start tower now. This camera here is panning all the way down to the finish of the course that you can see there on the horizon. That's where we're sat, in the finish tower. If you squint, you might just be able to see us. But as we look at the scullers here lining up and attaching to the stake boats, we go from lane 1, which is on your left-hand side as we look at this image, all the way through to lane 6, which is on your furthest right-hand side. That will change. Our camera angle will come and whiz around so that we'll be alongside the scullers for the 2,000 metres of this race, and at that point we'll be able to see lane 1 closest to us and lane 6 furthest away.
Yeah, you can just see the athletes, so they're just making sure they're keeping their boats straight at the moment. Conditions pretty nice here at Nottingham at the moment. I'd say there's any wind there is a sort of gentle tailwind blowing down the course, so it's very flat up at the start, and then you find sort of the more water that's exposed just gets a tiny bit bumpier. So at the finish it's a little bit bumpier than it is at the start, but I think the rowers would definitely prefer it that way, with a tailwind that's going to push them down the course, make those times a little bit quicker. We saw some very quick times in the events yesterday. But yeah, there's athletes just sitting on the start while we're waiting for everyone to get ready, and as soon as they're all straight and ready to go and aligned, the starter will set them off.
Yeah, it was rumoured we potentially had the fastest ever time recorded at Nottingham yesterday by the Oxford Brookes Championship 8, which we've not had that completely confirmed, but it was certainly the Bucs' fastest time and the Bucs record. But even some of the experienced hands at rowing around here were whispering that it might have been the fastest ever time on this course, which would have been quite the feat considering it's not particularly warm, not very warm water, but certainly it's a big old tail gust that we still have got carried over here to the final day of racing.
See the athletes getting ready, they're coming forwards, they've got their blades square in the water, and off they go. A little bit of a uncomfortable start there for our quickest in the time trial, Lauren Madison, just sort of wobbling around a little bit off that first stroke, but I think is up to speed now. So you can see all of our 6 scullers there going from left through to right, lane 1 through to lane 6. That umpire's boat pulling in behind them, that's our umpire. They're going to follow the races down, make sure everything is kept fair. They'll just make sure the athletes are staying in their lanes, making sure there aren't any issues that would sort of affect the fairness of the racing.
Yeah, and we've seen the umpire there pull in behind the fastest sculler is what they usually do off the start. So they've whizzed over to lane number 4, I believe, which was Leonie Kennedy of Surrey, but actually having a look, it's Lauren Madison of Reading that's recovered now, and we've got a beautiful example of a chevron shape here in this first 250 metres, where our fastest sculler is in the middle and it sort of waterfalls out towards the side lanes. Lovely stuff here as they start to establish their rhythm.
Yeah, and we're seeing the rowing at the moment in the first 250 very closely matching the time trials. We got Lauren Madison in lane 3, she was quickest. Leonie Kennedy in lane 4, she was the 4th fastest in the time trial, and then Kirsty Naismith in lane 2, she's currently sitting in 3rd position, she was the 5th fastest. So basically the 3 quickest from that time trial that are in this semi, they are currently in the top 3 positions. So in these semi-finals, where it's a semi-final, generally we'll have the top 3 crews will go through into the A final. So it's not necessarily all about winning. It's the most important thing is getting in those top 3 spots. We're just coming up towards the 500 metre marker. You can see those blue boards on the far side. That signifies 500 metres gone. And we should hopefully get timings for all of those crews as we go through the 500 metre marker. So Lauren Madison goes through that first 500 just ahead of Leonie Kennedy and Kirsty Naismith.
Yeah, Kirsty Naismith making a really good drive here. She'd been hanging on to second place, but Surrey's Leonie Kennedy on the far side to her, just wanting to try and stick with this pace for second. Lauren Madison just wanting to keep that couple of lengths of clear water through this middle section. She can't let anyone start to eat away at that, because the second there's any overlap in the single sculls, it just opens the door for a challenge in the sprinting stages. But you can see that lovely shot there behind our scullers. You can see the leader in lane number 3, that's Lauren Madison, that we've got in the centre of the picture just now coming into view. Next to her you can see Surrey, Leonie Kennedy, and then in the left 2 lanes Exeter and Surrey C, just petering out there in the minor positions.
What a great shot there with our 4 scullers from lanes 3 through 6 coming up towards that 1,000 metre marker. You can see that flag at the top of your shot, so it is blowing a little bit, and you can see that the flag is blowing down in the direction the rowers are racing. So they're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker now, and you can see the lead that Lauren Madison has extended. Wasn't that much of a gap in the time trial, but really pushing it out now. Leonie Kennedy of Surrey and Kirsty Naismith of Reading, they're sitting in those 2nd and 3rd spots.
Yeah, we've got 3 scullers to go through to the A final from this event, so as long as this is fairly set and they can establish some clear water, these top 3 scullers through the halfway marker, I don't suspect that these positions will change too much. There goes Lauren Madison, our leader for the first half of this race. She's still out there in front cruising and can look back at the rest of the field. It's then going to be Surrey's Kennedy that goes through the 1,000 metres in 2nd position. She's now got about half a length on Naismith of Reading. She's opened out that little bit. There was a really good tussle side by side through the second 500, but it's now just Kennedy establishing 2nd place that little bit more firmly.
Yeah, so you can see those times on the top left now. Exeter sitting in 4th, Reading C, they're in 5th, and then the other Surrey sculler, they're in 6th. So Rachel Granger of Exeter, she's currently in that tricky 4th position, was going to be the one that will miss out, will be closest to the A final, but is going to miss out as it currently stands. See the margin there, it's quite a long way for the Exeter sculler. That's going to be quite hard to push up into that gap in the second half of this race. Lauren Kennedy and Kirsty Naismith, interesting to see if there's about only half length between them at the moment. Are they going to really push it all the way down? The only advantage you get from finishing 2nd as opposed to 3rd will be a different lane draw going into the finals. So in the finals, as it currently stands, we should see the sort of the winners of the semi-finals will be in those 2 middle lanes. The 2nd places will be in lanes 2 and 5, and the 3rd places will be on the outside of the course in lane 1 and 6. We did see yesterday that because of the weather conditions, they decided to sort of favour the opposite side. So we saw basically the fastest crews in lane 1 coming towards lane 6.
Well, this is quite a surmountable lead that the Reading sculler has built up. Lauren Madison has been really enjoying her sculling out there, and when you've got into that rhythm and you're just starting to scull away, it just builds confidence, and I don't think she's going to let that lead slip away from her now with 500 metres to go. That's a really big gap that she's got back, but this is great stuff here from the second Reading sculler. Actually, Kirsty Naismith's coming back again at Leonie Kennedy. She's really going for that second place, Will.
Yeah, they're definitely still fighting all the way down the course, and we can still see Exeter's Rachel Granger in lane number 5, still sitting in that 4th position. Great shot now of all 6 of us, as you can see. Surrey's Eloise Singham all the way on the sort of top left of the photo, and Reading's Lara Britton in lane 1 all the way on the right. They're currently in the sort of 5th and 6th positions as we're coming into the last 500 metres. Zoom in, what fantastic sculling from Lauren Madison there in the bottom right of your shot. She's just been able to control this race really, really easily. Only a second separating Surrey's Leonie Kennedy and Reading's Kirsty Naismith, with 500 metres to go though.
So into the final 200 metres now for the sculler that has led from start to finish. Lauren Madison of Reading University has been so dominant in this semi-final. No one to challenge her at all, and she doesn't need to raise the rating one bit into these red boys. That big fight for second. It's the shake-off from Leonie Kennedy of Surrey. She was in that second spot for most of the timing marker. She takes a quick look across, and Reading not giving up on that second place. But I think these 3 will definitely be our qualifiers through to the A final, ready for the medal race this afternoon.
Yeah, into the last couple of strokes then for Lauren Madison, but coming up to the finish line, going to be really tight between lanes 4 and lanes 2.
Yeah, and then it's a finish for the sculler from Exeter, Rachel Granger, who will miss out in that really hard place to be in, 4th place. The shot there of our race winner, that's Lauren Madison of Reading University, and what a fine scull from her as well.
So we're going straight into the 1,000 metre marker of the next race, which will be the second semi-final of the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls. So 6 more crews racing here, fighting for 3 places in the A final. Got Zara Stewart of Hartbury, Catherine King of Cambridge, Hazel Waite of Oxford, Sasha Kennedy of Surrey, Natalie Morgan of King's College London, and Sophie Everett of Worcester in lane number 6 contesting this one.
Gosh, the Kings have been busy this weekend, haven't they? It's they're also in the 8 that's contesting in Championship as well, and so yeah, very, very busy day for Catherine King as she sits in 3rd, just enough to be in a qualifying position for this race. But our race leader, Hazel Wake of Oxford University, again in the centre of the course. You can see still overlap back to Surrey. They've had a lot of scullers in this category actually, Will, Surrey University.
Yeah, they really have. 3 scullers who've made it into the top 12. So these 2 in the middle, Hazel Wake and Sasha Kennedy, they were 2nd and 3rd in this morning's time trial, and that class is showing. But the real battle, that's going to be between lanes 2 and lanes 5, between Cambridge and King's College London for that final place in the A final. Cambridge were in 3rd, but I think they're just drifting back now. The King's College London sculler Natalie Morgan really pushing on in the second half of this race, and it's going to be a great battle all the way to the finish.
Yeah, great battle, and I'm starting to wonder now if Sophie Everett of Worcester has just been focusing on this intermediate lightweight single sculls event. Is it perhaps going to be too much that Catherine King's already done 2 time trials this morning? Lots in the legs for King and lots of racing already, but she's got 2 gold medals under her belt, so certainly not to be reckoned with this weekend. But it looks like that endurance just being tested now into the final 250 metres for that 3rd and final spot through to the A final.
Yeah, as our leading scullers just come through the 500 metre to go marker, and it's Oxford's Hazel Wake who's pushed out over Sasha Kennedy of Surrey. Catherine King of Cambridge has responded to that move by King's College London's Natalie Morgan, and now leads by just over a second. See that advantage probably about to half a length now over the Tideway based sculler. You can see all of our athletes there with Hazel Wake of Oxford right in the middle.
So the battle's still on for the 3rd and final place. I don't think anyone to challenge Hazel Wake and Sasha Kennedy in 1 and 2. Let's see if they want to fight it out between themselves for first spot. It looks like they're fairly content, but behind them the scrap is on for the last place into the A final. It was King that went early from Cambridge University, but Morgan of King's College still challenging. I was mistaken earlier, I thought it was Worcester in lane 6, but in fact it is King's College Natalie Morgan who's going for one last opportunity to get into the A final. I think she might be pushing back again for the last little bit, but King striding away now and looking to secure her place. So into the final few stages here, and another beautiful scull for Hazel Wake. Yet another sculler to lead from start to finish, and we'll see how she'll fare against the Reading sculler in the previous round, Lauren Madison. But Hazel Wake, a lovely scull. She takes a quick look across just to keep Surrey in check. Sasha Kennedy will be in 2nd place as she comes towards the line. These 2 scullers unchallenged throughout this semi-final. The race for 3rd, well, that wrestle through the middle was won by Catherine King, who just puts one final sprint in to ensure her place in that A final. Unfortunate there for King's College London's Natalie Morgan. She tried as she might, but just fell short in 4th position. It's then going to be Hartbury, Zara Stewart over in 5th, and then Worcester, Sophie Everett over in 6th position.
So we can see our next race is getting onto the start line now. We have a sort of one race gap, no race 427, because the championship, women's championship lightweight singles we had a sort of 6 or fewer crews that actually raced time trials, so they're just going to go straight into their A final. So our next race, number 428, getting onto the start line, the women's beginner 2 coxed 4s. So we've got a semi-final with 5 crews contesting that. The women's beginner 2 events, new events for Bucs Regatta this year due to sort of the impact of COVID, meaning that Bucs was cancelled last year. Beginner events are for those athletes who start rowing at university. For those who started rowing in the 2019 to 2020 academic year, they then unfortunately lost the opportunity to race at Bucs Regatta. So we've created this beginner 2 event for those who've been rowing now for probably about a year and a half, almost 2 years. Maybe haven't been training too much with the senior squads because of the continuing lockdowns and restrictions about how much rowing training could take place. So a great opportunity for these beginner 2 athletes to compete against athletes of the same level as them and have the opportunity to take home some precious Bucs silverware. We've had some really impressive crews in these beginner 2 events. A fantastic beginner 2 quad from Queen's University Belfast that we're going to see coming up in just a few races time. But we're focusing now on the Cox 4s, which is going to be the first race that we've got going on. So 5 crews: Cardiff, Southampton, Manchester, Nottingham and Leicester, and the top 3 of those will go through. You can see they're just having to back themselves onto the state boat now, which can be a little bit of a tricky procedure when you're sort of getting used to rowing and racing at some of your first regattas. See, it's the crew in Nottingham, from Nottingham in Southampton in lane number 2, who are just backing themselves onto the state boat now.
We've got a lovely lakeside shot here from the start. You can see them all lining up in this race, and you can just see coming into view there that crew that Will mentioned from Southampton, having to negotiate the tricky job of going the wrong way. I was about to say backwards, but I suppose in rowing that's all we do. But negotiating, getting themselves straight and onto the stake boat, as their stern pair just follow the instructions of their cocks. And you can see them just changing their direction by using that stern pair. So you can just see that they've missed the stake boat. It can be very, very challenging to do, especially as the cox is actually sat right at the back of the boat. You can see the cox there furthest away from us, and he's having to turn around, or he or she is having to turn around to look at where they're aiming for, and they've just missed it again. They will be just trying to, oh my word, and look, you can see what they're trying to battle with here. Actually, that is the wind up towards the start of the course, and my word, I can tell you now, getting onto those stake boats in a wind like that can be a challenge even for the most experienced of crews, let alone our beginner crews who are doing so well to be up there in these tense moments.
Yeah, definitely. The wind is mostly going down the course. It makes it even harder when the wind is going completely across the course, because what it ends up wanting to do is it just drifts you sideways. So you're trying to line yourself up with the stake boat, and you sort of got to try and account for how much the wind is going to drift you across. But it looks like Southampton have now got themselves attached. So there will then be the job of the aligner. So there's liner who is level with the. Looks like Southampton still trying to get themselves hooked up to the stake boat. We've got some fantastic university volunteers. So many athletes who have been competing at this year's regatta. They are also volunteering to help. So you can see the people who are lying on their stomachs, holding the boats. They're all fantastic university volunteers, and a huge thanks to them.
Yeah, another little shot there of how windy it is at the course today. It's not enough to affect the water, thankfully. I've seen it much, much worse here at the National Water Sports Centre in my time. I've been coming to this course for the last, 15 years or so, I'd say, and I've seen it much worse than it is here today. So thankfully, nice flat water. It's just a little bit breezy for the blades and for lining up, but a nice straight tail breeze like Will's already mentioned.
Yeah, it was good. We could just see there some of the athletes in the marquees at the finish. They'll be cheering on some of their teammates while they're waiting for their race, but we're at attention, ready to go. You can see they're forward with the blades in the water. Great shot here from our camera down on the start. So I think we're hopefully almost ready to go in this semi-final of the women's beginner 2 coxed fours, just a couple of minutes behind schedule.
Yeah, if you've tuned in and you're expecting to watch the next race, we're just a little bit further behind. This is the race that was due to kick off at 11:18. Just a reminder of our runners and riders who are now underway. We've got Cardiff in 1, Southampton in 2, Manchester in 3, Nottingham in 4, and Leicester in 5 on the furthest right-hand side of your screen.
So really clean start there by all 5 of our crews. Everyone away nice and smoothly. Don't think anyone had any particular struggles, and wow, great shot there of our start. 4 fours really close together from lane 1 through to lane 4. Cardiff, Southampton, Manchester and Nottingham. Leicester maybe over in lane 5, just dropping off ever so slightly as we move into sort of probably around 250 metres in. It's those 2 crews in the middle, Manchester and Nottingham, that are starting to push their bows out in front.
Yeah, I think Nottingham at the moment ever so slightly in front, but with every stroke you can see the pickup from the Manchester crew. They sit 1 further in, so you can see those 2 leading crews. Manchester's the one to the near side, Nottingham the one on the far side, and I think Manchester just starting to move through now into this next part of the race, and I would not be surprised actually, Will, to see Manchester just push through Nottingham over the next 15 strokes or so.
Yeah, so I think Manchester would have had the fastest time in that time trial, sitting as they are in lane 3 in the first semi-final. But really tight battle there between those 2 crews. Southampton holding off Cardiff at the moment in the battle for the 3rd position. Say to those 3 positions, moving through some of the wildlife here at the National Water Sports Centre. Hope the birds are able to get themselves out of the way without causing too many problems here. It's something you've got to deal with here at the course. Our umpires tend to do a very good job of trying to keep as many of the wildlife safe and out of the way as possible. Going through 500 metres now, and it's still neck and neck between those 2 leading crews.
Yeah, I think I maybe spoke too soon when I thought that Manchester's boat speed was going to push them through, because a great response by the crew from Nottingham to keep them just ahead. It really is close. Manchester have pulled up right alongside. They were about a canvas down in those first few strokes, but they've pulled back up alongside. But Nottingham doing all they can through this second quarter of the race. It's going to be tough for them though to not throw down all of their cards too early, because it's a long old way still to the finish line.
Yep, you've got to really pace it all the way down through the 2,000 metres. We've seen some of the best crews have still got just about enough energy at the end, but Manchester look like they're making their move now. They're starting to come back up level with the crew from Nottingham. What a great race this is between our 2 leading crews, but that battle for third still really tight. Southampton in lane number 2, Cardiff in lane number 1. It was less than a second separating them at 500 metres, and I don't think it's much more than that now as they're coming towards 1,000.
Yeah, we've got to remember this isn't the final. We're trying to find our crews for the final, and the top 3 will go through to the A final, which is where the medals are to be had for these beginners. And so 3rd place really important, and you can just see the fight here on the near side of the lake for that 3rd place. It's still Cardiff and Southampton going at it, all guns blazing. I think at the moment 3rd place still sits with Southampton. We saw them trying to negotiate their way onto the stake boat, but they've got about half a length now ahead of the crew from Cardiff. Nottingham have pushed back, they will, back into the lead after Manchester had given them that bit of a scare through 750 metres gone.
Yeah, it's a really good tussle between these 2 leading crews, Manchester and Nottingham, fighting it out for the lead in this first semi-final of the women's beginner 2 Cox Fours. Just coming up towards 1,000 metres now as those crews pull alongside us here and up with our camera based at the 1,000 metre marker, and I think they have pushed out ever so slightly, so it is Nottingham who've now maybe gone out to about half a length lead over Manchester. Cardiff and Southampton still very tight. Only 1.3 seconds in it in favour of Southampton.
Yeah, a lovely race plan here being executed by the University of Nottingham. Anna Baker, Lottie Toogood, Michelle Daniels, Tegan Lessie and Cox Jack Wells giving the calls in the bows, and he's managed to really keep them on track and pushing away from this Manchester crew despite their attempts to try and take the lead. And Manchester will now only have 750 metres or so to try and challenge once again for the lead. They'll get the opportunity to race each other once again this afternoon. I think there's no doubt that these 2 crews will make the A final, but here come Manchester again. This is great stuff to see in the semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely no let off from either of these crews. They're just motoring away from the rest of the field, but neither of them wants to give an inch to the other. coming up towards 500 metres to go now. They just hit that 750 metres to go marker. We've got those blue boards every 250 metres. Great reference for the Coxes in all of our races.
I think potentially we just had a slight mishap in the Manchester crew. Such a shame they've slipped back. You can see there their bow ball's just gone back ever so slightly, but they're keeping with Nottingham. They're going to have to re-establish their rhythm, reconsolidate, and that's exactly what they're doing now. It's now a quarter of a length. The bow ball of the crew from Manchester sits on the Nottingham bow seat, and what a fantastic race this has been so far.
Yeah, we've seen them absolutely neck and neck all the way down the course, but Nottingham just starting to stretch out that advantage. The bow ball of the Manchester boat sitting directly halfway down the Nottingham crew, so Nottingham stretched that advantage out to half a length as we hit the 500 metre to go marker.
Yeah, Nottingham going once again. They seem to have all the energy in the world. They've been challenged time and time again by the University of Manchester, but it's really not let them be put down. They're stretching out half a length they've got now. It's got down to as close as a bow ball at halfway, but they're back out to half a length in the lead over Manchester. But this race for third, well, Southampton's shaking off Cardiff to try and put themselves into the A final this afternoon.
Yes, I think the Southampton crew in lane number 2, it was really, really tight. It was only a second at 1,000 metres, but they've stretched that out to almost 4 seconds now as we go through 500 metres to go. Southampton lead over Cardiff, with Leicester over on the far side at the back of your shot at the moment. Great shot here from the top of the tower as our leading crews come towards the last 250 metres of their race.
They've still left some for the sprint. Nottingham University, they're not done yet. They're now out to 3/4 of a length over the University of Manchester. Manchester have done extremely well not to let that elastic band snap. They're sticking with them. The overlap's still there as they come into 250 metres to go. That's such a mature race plan from these beginner crews. You love to see these beginner 2 crews with the opportunity to race side by side now, and just look at what it's producing here. A fantastic race from start to finish for these 2 leading crews, and third place just slotting into place here for Southampton, who lead by 1.25 lengths over the University of Cardiff.
Yes, we saw a silver medal for the Manchester men's beginners yesterday in the beginner 4s. Hopefully that energy has gone all the way through the camp into the last 100 metres now. Manchester still trying to close on Nottingham, but I think they're going to run out of water.
Yeah, Nottingham just look nice and calm as they come towards the line. A quick look there by the Cox of the Nottingham crew. Jack Wells just ensuring that they've got enough of a comfort blanket as they go over the line. It will be half a length to Nottingham ahead of Manchester University. The race for third, well and truly won here by Southampton, who will see themselves into the A final for this beginner 2 event ahead of Cardiff in that very tough spot in 4th, but they will go on to contest the B final of this event later on today. Rounding up the field, we've got the University of Leicester.
See a fantastic performance there from the Nottingham University crew, just rowing into the state boats after a successful race there in the first semi-final, the women's beginner 2 Cox 4s. So we are underway with the second semi-final of the women's beginner 2 Coxed 4s. Just 4 crews represented in this one. We've got Queen's University Belfast in lane 2, University College London in lane 3, Exeter in 4 and Birmingham in lane number 5. Again, 3 crews are going to go through to the A final, so just 1 crew is going to miss out and join Cardiff and Leicester in that B final. We're already through 500 metres and it's UCL in lane number 3 who have a lead of around about 3/4 of a length now over Exeter in lane number 4. Queen's University Belfast in lane number 2, they're in that all-important 3rd position over Birmingham as it currently stands. So coming up towards 1,000 metres, and it's University College London who have extended that lead over Exeter. It was about 3/4 of a length at 500. They've gone out to clear water now over the Southwestern University crew. University College London looking really long and relaxed now. Once you're out to over a length's advantage, you can really control the race. You can see any time the crew behind is pushing up on you, you can make a bit of a response. So UCL, great shot there as they move away from the 1,000 metre marker in this second semi-final of the women's beginner 2/4s.
So this is the race not to be last, and we're still trying to decipher who is going to go out in this. Well, I say out. They will still contest the B final, but who won't be contesting the A final in this women's beginner 2 Cox Falls event? It's very clear to me that UCL have come here with a mission to win this AB semi-final with as much clear water as they possibly can, but that behind them, it's all going on for that final space through. We're just going to have to keep an eye. We can't see that race for third on this camera shot at the moment. We can only see the top 2 crews, which are UCL and Exeter, but between Birmingham and Queen's Belfast, barely anything separating them, and they will know how much is on the line for this, Will.
They really will. Birmingham closing that margin right down to less than a second as they went through the 1,000 metre marker. As we're coming up towards 500 to go, will Birmingham be able to poke their bow ball out in front of the Queen's Belfast crew? So the Queen's Belfast quad that we're going to see in the women's beginner 2 quads very shortly, they were really quick. So this Queen's Belfast crew might be the sort of the second crew from that intake from the 2019-2020 year. UCL continuing to stretch out their advantage. I think we're just about to come into 500 metres to go. Right now they're going to hit that timing marker. You can see how much they've stretched their advantage over the crew from Exeter, and then we'll also find out Queen's and Birmingham who is going to take that third spot.
I think it seems to me like Queen's have made a really concerted effort. If I take a look up the course from where we are, we've got a great course view from our commentary position, even though we've got the pictures on the live stream. We can see this view right here that you've got in front of you, and between Queen's and Birmingham it's going to be too close. And actually, in fact, my eyes have deceived me. Birmingham went through that 500 metres to go marker in third, but it's so close still.
Yeah, Birmingham had a fantastic third 500. They rode back and they rode through Queen, so they now lead by almost 2 seconds. They've overturned that deficit that they had from the beginning of the race, and the Midlands-based crew are starting to extend their lead over the crew from Northern Ireland. We've got Birmingham at the back of your shot there, just behind our crews from UCL and Exeter. So University College London, the crew with the purple and light blue blades, just starting to relax it down now. They're not going to want to expend too much energy in this semi-final. Now they know they're going through to the A final. They'll want to save all their energy for that great race that's going to come up against Manchester and Nottingham in the final. Exeter, they're currently sitting in second. They're still racing really hard going into the last 100 metres.
This is a beautifully well-drilled UCL crew. You would not be able to tell that these guys have probably not really raced before, given the fact that their season was written off as beginners just last year, like we say, but they are really lovely, taking lovely long strokes over the line, and a fantastic display there by that Cox 4 to put in a great challenge to those that we saw in the previous semi-final. UCL will win that AB semi-final. The Cox giving a little clap there, that was lovely. Exeter will go over the line in second. That fight for third, one out, will be won out by Birmingham, who come through ahead of Queen's Belfast by just over a length. They really had to muster the energy to be able to pull out that amount of speed to get themselves into the A final.
Yeah, really well paced there by the crew from Birmingham, moving through Queen's Belfast in the second half of that race. So we can see a quick clip from the start of our next race. We're moving on to the beginner 1 Cox Fours. Women's beginner 1 Cox Fours. A little bit of a wonky start there from the Edinburgh crew in lane number 1, but we are away cleanly now. All 6 crews moving smoothly. So we've got coxed boats now. So we've got a cox who's going to be sitting in the bow of the boat, steering those crews.
So that was off the start. We were just catching up with the images, and now this is live footage. So despite that very wonky start that we had from Edinburgh University, where we saw them sort of snake through the first few strokes, they are now absolutely dominating this women's beginner 1 event, and we saw just this women's beginner program from Edinburgh. They've just got so much depth that they can, I think, probably clean sweep all of these beginner women's events, I suspect.
Yeah, I think it's I can't remember the last time we've seen a beginner program with this much domination. If you were watching yesterday, you'd have seen the Edinburgh women's beginner 8. They won that race by about 40 seconds in the final, which for an 8 is ridiculous. Then they're in the beginner singles event. They had 6 athletes. They closed out the whole final. All 6 of them were Edinburgh single scullers, and they were just miles ahead of everyone else. This 4 here is the second boat in that Edinburgh beginner program. We've got the Edinburgh beginner quad that we're going to see in a couple of races. This is actually the second boat, made up of athletes number 5 through 8.
Yeah, it just goes to show you how ridiculously competitive it is up in the Edinburgh Beginners programme. But the fight for second, well, that's actually quite good going on behind Edinburgh. Yeah, they rode off into the distance. We probably won't catch up with them for a little while now, but I can see Exeter there on the left-hand side of your picture. They're going toe-to-toe with Loughborough for the second place in this AB semi-final. But yeah, nobody can match the power and strength of Edinburgh University's beginner squad. This is total destruction, leaving second and third place to these 2 crews here. Loughborough just in the distance there, but this is a fantastic race, just a quarter of a length separating Loughborough, who sit in second, ahead of Exeter, and they've just made a little push there. You can see they're extending that out now to about half a length, 3/4 of a length, as Exeter just start moving backwards that little bit.
Yeah, really, really impressive performance by Edinburgh. But as you say, Camilla, this race further down the field still very, very tight here in the beginner 1 Cox Fours. So beginner 1, it's the that's the for those that started rowing in this academic year. We're used to having these beginner events at Bucs, always very, very competitive. The crew in lane number 4 from Warwick just starting to push up now, trying to come through Exeter to take that last place into the A final.
Yeah, you can just see the moves that have been made by Loughborough in this last 250 metres or so. They've gone from being only a quarter of a length up to now almost being a full boat length up. That is the crew from Loughborough there on the left-hand side of your picture, Exeter on the right-hand side, but you can see the charge coming from Warwick, who sit just behind Exeter. I'm not sure what's happened in the Exeter crew. They seem to be going backwards, and actually I think that Warwick now moving very furiously up alongside them. It could be an upset here for that third and final spot through to the A final. We can't forget about Edinburgh. They are up in front, I promise you, but we just can't see them on this picture because they do have a lead of about 150 metres, I think.
Yeah, we do have to remember that it's a 2,000 metre race, and that crew from Warwick will have got had a much faster time in the time trial than Exeter. So I think Exeter maybe just went out a little bit too hard in that first 500 metres. And we can now see that that Warwick crew is starting to push through.
So this is the shot we've been waiting for. Look at that distance that the University of Edinburgh have got over the rest of the field. This deserves a round of applause, certainly from everyone on the banks here at Nottingham. But if you're tuning in at home and watching this performance here, this is absolutely not normal to see. I must reiterate that this is not a normal margin to see in rowing, except from exceptional crews. And this women's beginner programme from Edinburgh have just absolutely dominated all weekend, and today no exception.
Yeah, really impressive from the Baby Blue Army, led by the novice coach Mike Hughes. Great shot of them coming into the finish. Now, I'm just going to remind you, this is the second boat of that beginner squad, and they look like they would be completely at home in the intermediate fours event.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see the times from this women's beginner 2-4 in comparison to some of the intermediate times, because it's going to be very, very quick. You can just see an ocean of clear water surrounds them. There's no one at all to challenge. A little high five there from each of these athletes. They know that they have absolutely crushed it, and they're going to have to wait quite a while to find out who they're going to be in the A final with. Look at this gap that we've got back to Loughborough, who are going to take second, but it's head-to-head between Warwick and Exeter coming into the line. Exeter have managed to find some speed to push back. They can see Warwick challenging them to their left, and as they come into the line right now, it's going to be massively tight here between Warwick and Exeter. Have Exeter done enough to stay in front? There's Loughborough over the line. It's going to be too tight for me to call. I think perhaps Warwick, but on the surge, on my eye, I really could not tell well.
Yeah, Warwick looked like they were coming back, but just really, really hard to tell with that one. Warwick looked like they were maybe just starting to just fall apart technically a little bit towards the end, but I think they had the power to push through Exeter. We'll have to wait for the official confirmation with that one. Huge performance there from all of those crews. That was a very exciting race, both to see that Edinburgh domination and also behind for that race for third. You can check out the results on the Bucs website of all of the events here today, and we're now off the start with the next of those semi-finals, and not the cleanest start there from the University of Leeds. A little bit of splashing around going on, Will. Yeah, so seeing with these beginner fours, getting a really good race start is something that even experienced rowers who've been going for years and years still sometimes goes a little bit wrong. So we're seeing with these beginner athletes, say just struggling with not a huge amount of time in the crew, but we are coming up towards the 1,000-metre marker in this second semi-final of the women's beginner 1 Cox Fours. So that full lineup for you: Lincoln in 1, UCL B in 2, Leeds in 3, Southampton A in 4, York in 5, and Sheffield A in lane number 6.
Yeah, it looks like it's been a very, very tight start here between Southampton and Leeds. They sit in the centre 2 lanes of the course, so who would expect to be leading this time trial? And they're running true to form at the moment. You can just about see there that I think it's the crew from Southampton still with the lead, but only by about half a canvas over the crew from Leeds University. But Leeds will, like we've seen in that previous round, it's not who's leading at this point, Will, it's who's got the stamina and the race plan and that race maturity to make it through the full length of the course.
Absolutely, you got to hold it all the way down. A little bit easy in these tailwind conditions. If you're in a headwind, it can get really, really easy to get tired early on. So it'll be helping with the pacing. Coming up towards 1,000 metres now, and still really, really tight here between Leeds, who are sort of on the right of your shot, and Southampton, who are on the left. They're coming up towards the 1,000-metre marker now. And I think it's still Southampton who are out in front by just around a canvas. So yeah, 0.6 of a second in favour of Southampton. UCLB, they're going to come through in 3rd position. They look like they should be in a good position to qualify for the A final.
Top 3 crews fairly well set at the moment, but we are going to have to just keep an eye over on the far side. I can see Sheffield University just poking their noses out in 4th position. There's still a fair amount back. They've got about 7 seconds to make up if they want to get themselves into UCL's position, which would be a position into the A final. But between these crews now, nothing to separate the front of the field. It's another push there from Southampton. They've gone from being a canvasser up to now being about a quarter of half a length up on the crew from Leeds University. We're now trying to see who is going to go to face those crews in the previous heat, in that previous semi-final. 3 crews to pick, and we're following here with the leading 2 crews. They've got 750 metres to go now, and this is the moment that Southampton have chosen to push out. They're actually now out at 3/4 of a length ahead of the crew from Leeds University. It's been a great matchup all the way down the course, but Leeds waning ever so slightly in energy as they come towards these final stages. We'll have to see if their cocks can pick themselves up and get them into contention once again. Just having a quick look at the crew lineups in the Cox's seat for the University of Southampton. Charlotte Boothby is trying to keep them ahead of Leeds. The crew of Leeds made up of Ava Murray, Eleanor Steventon, Hannah Bird, Louise Holmstrom and Anna Daggett here just chasing firmly, but they're chasing just, as I say, not quite as fast a boat speed as the Southampton crew have managed to maintain.
Yep, Southampton looking really strong. So these crews have been 2nd and 3rd in the time trial. I think Leeds actually had a quicker time than Southampton. So Southampton doing a good job here in the side-by-side racing conditions to come out at the moment with 500 metres to go ahead of the crew from Leeds. They go through that timing marker, 3 seconds in favour of the Southampton crew, just under 1 length. Great shot here from our camera near the finish line. You can see 5 of our crews. We've got on the right hand side of your shot the crew from UCL, who are currently sitting in that 3rd spot. As it stands, UCL will go through to the A final. They're sitting about 6 seconds back on the leaders, but they've got about a 9-second advantage over York in 4th.
Yeah, we've had a lot of support for UCL on our live stream comments this morning, which has been great to see. Great to see you all tuning in. We've got 345 of you with us at the moment this morning. Good morning to you all, and thank you for tuning in to Bucs Regatta here. This is the 2nd of the AB semi-finals in the women's beginner 1 Cox Fours, and the 3 crews that are looking to go through still Southampton, Leeds and UCL. Do drop us a comment, drop us a note if you're tuning in, and yeah, we'd love to hear from you. But the final 250 metres now for these women's beginner 1 Cox Fours.
Yeah, a little look over from the Southampton athletes there, just looking over their right shoulder. I think they were worried about the speed of the Leeds crew. I think Southampton maybe is just starting to waver a little bit in the last 200 metres. Did they give themselves enough of an advantage early on? Can Leeds sprint through to take the win in this semi-final? Just starting to get a little bit scrappy now as we go into the last 100 metres. It's so important that even as you get tired, even as you get to the end of the race, you've got to hold that form, you've got to hold that technique, and I think that's actually now starting to cost the Leeds crew. They're just dropping back a little bit on our leaders from Southampton.
Yeah, the ability to step up the gears again is something that we see trained into our athletes, and as beginners you'll learn this as you come towards the end of the race. You need to have that extra gear to go when you're in the red, and that's exactly what Southampton have done. They will cross the line in 1st position into the A final, and the arms go up into the air ahead of Leeds University, who will take 2nd. That battle for 3rd, UCL have maintained down the entire course. They'll cross with about 3/4 of a length ahead of the crew from York, who will miss out into the B final. But UCL look delighted with that. Again, more high fives. Fantastic to see how much racing means to these beginners, and how much it means to be contesting for a medal later on today. It'll then be Sheffield that complete the lineup in this event alongside the crew from the University of Lincoln, who are just entering the final 100 metres.
So we jump down to the start now, as we're done with the beginner 4s, and we're moving on to the women's beginner quads, which is going to be our next race down the course.
Yeah, this race now, this is race 433. The apologies, race 4-3-2, women's beginner quads. In this race, Nottingham Trent leads Edinburgh. Nottingham Trent, which is contesting the women's beginner 2 quads that have also been included into this event, along with Lincoln in that beginner 2 event, and then Harriet Watt in lane number 6.
Yeah, so in this event, because we've got so many, so we have quite as many beginner quads in entered, we've sort of combined the beginner 1 and beginner 2 events. So we're going to have both beginner 1 and beginner 2 contesting in this one, and then we'll give out medals to both.
Yeah, so our apologies. We think from the pictures this is actually race 4-3-3, because that does look like Queen's University Belfast out in front. If our colour detection proves as well, we have been commentating here at Bucs for about 6 years, so we've gotten fairly good at identifying the club colours, and we think that is Queen's University Belfast out in the lead of this race, which would be race 4-3-3. Fairly dominant. This is women's beginner 2 quad, and remember, these are scullers that have actually been racing for not just this academic season, but they started rowing the previous academic season, so no surprise to see them out in front. They've had an extra year under their belts in comparison to some of the beginner ones. They're followed up, you can see Newcastle there, the blue stars on their blades, the blue lycras that move into second position behind this pretty monumental lead that Queens have managed to accumulate by this point in the race.
I think these beginner quads are going to give us a great event, because there was really close times in the time trial between the beginner 2 quad from Queens and the beginner 1 quad from Edinburgh, who are going to be in the other semi-final, and I think those two are going to have a really good tussle. Queens have gone through that 1,000 metre mark, and Newcastle just following them through now, about 10 seconds back. And then we've got our third crew coming through now, which is going to be from Durham University, just ahead of De Montfort.
So great shot there of the Durham University beginner quad. Again, this is another beginner 2 women's quad for Durham. This crew made up of a lineup that we'll bring to you in just a second. So out in front, the Queen's crew that we've got on the screen there: Aoife Collery, Niamh Gill-Ryan, Rachel Caniford and Sam McCormick of Queen's, with no one surrounding them, barely another crew in shot. You can just about see the bow balls of Newcastle University there to the right hand side of your picture, but what a race here from the crew from Northern Ireland.
I think Rachel Caniford has picked up a couple of medals already at this regatta. I think she got a medal in the women's B in the 2 single sculls yesterday for Queen's Belfast, and in another event on Thursday. So you've got some real pedigree in this Queen's crew and some really impressive athletes that I'm sure we'll be seeing at Bucs Regatta in the future years. Newcastle University in lane number 4. They're also at beginner 2 crew. So we got Ansha Mybra, Katrina Gell, Emily Stone and Phoebe Cave in that Newcastle crew, and they're currently sitting in that second position, trying to close down on Queen's Belfast. But Queen's Belfast really dominating this second semi-final of the women's beginner singles, beginner quads.
So on the screen there, that was Newcastle University. We have to remember they're in second position. They're quite far back on our leading crew, Queen's Belfast, but from this shot up here, you can see the stretch that we've got across the field. Queen's Belfast will go through 500 metres to go with a 10-second margin ahead of Newcastle University. Those are the 2 crews in the centre of your picture right now. Yellow boat, Queen's Belfast; white boat, Newcastle University. It's a Durham still in third place as they come through 500 metres to go.
I can see in the comments some competing allegiances, one saying come on Durham, one saying come on DMU. That's De Montfort University. There's only one place that is going to be available for them going into the A final. I think as it stands, Durham are going to be taking that as they've got a 9-second advantage over De Montfort, but not all lost for that De Montfort crew, because they are probably our leading beginner 1 crew. Even if they're in the B final, they do have a chance of picking up some medals, because we'll still award medals to the top 3 crews in the beginner 1 quads as well as the beginner 2 quads. So great shot there of Queen's and Newcastle, our 2 leading crews. Queen's just about to hit the red buoys, which signifies they've got 100 metres to go in their effort. They're able to sit in front now of Newcastle and the remaining crews.
Queen's just enjoying this now. They've had nothing to worry about throughout their race. They are clear in first place, coming in towards the line, in front of the boat tent, in front of their supporters out on the banks, and we'll see them coming in towards the line to take this win in the AB semi-final race 433 of the women's beginner quadruple sculls. They're a beginner 2 quads along with Newcastle, who will also make their way into the final in beginner 2. It's then going to be the crew from Durham University coming in for that 3rd and final spot through to the A final. We can just see them piercing through the water now and over the line for Durham. They go, and that will be your 1, 2, 3 into the A final of the women's beginner quads. De Montfort University there just coming over the line. They'll take 4th spot, which will take them into the B final ahead of Nottingham Trent University in lane number 1, who will finish in 5th. 6th place, still yet to finish, will be the University of Westminster. They've got about 15 strokes left to row. You can see them there at the top of your picture, and yeah, they will also contest the B final later on today.
Yep, so hopefully we'll be able to bring you that that first semi-final in that event. Not entirely sure why those races have come down out of order. We don't, unfortunately, have pretty hard to keep track of a radio with everything that's going on, as well as trying to bring you commentary on this race. So hopefully we'll be able to bring you that soon. It looks as though that beginner quads race is on the start now. So this is race number 432, the first semi-final of the women's beginner quads. So we've got Nottingham Trent in 1, Leeds A in 2, Edinburgh in 3, Nottingham Trent in 4, Lincoln in 5 and Heriot Watt in 6. Nottingham Trent and Lincoln, they're both in the beginner 2 quads. Everyone else is competing for beginner 1.
Yeah, this race should have been the previous race. We're not quite sure why they've swapped round, but we're glad to see that everyone is on the start line and everyone is there, so hopefully there's no problems in that case. But we are cleanly off and away, and like we were saying in the previous race, we'd expect the University of Edinburgh to be out in front in this particular event, given their strength and depth that they've had across the programme and how dominant they have been. A big shout out too we've got on the live stream for Heriot Watt. They will be contesting in lane number 6, I believe, and yeah, they're just there. You can see at the top of your picture Heriot Watt, but the runners and riders, it is lane number 3, Edinburgh University, that have already got a vast amount of clear water even in this early stage of the race. We're barely a minute in, Will.
Yeah, really impressive from Edinburgh here. We saw how fast their 4 was, and then this is the top 4 scullers from yesterday. So these are the 4 athletes that came 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in beginner singles, and they've chucked them into a quad and they are going like the clappers. And I think the race we're going to see between Queen's Belfast and Edinburgh, the beginner 2 quad versus the beginner 1 quad, later today is going to be an absolute humdinger.
Yeah, it really will be, and actually really interesting that the coach of the Queen's University Belfast beginners actually used to be the coach of the Edinburgh University beginners, so that's going to be a really interesting head-to-head. I would not like to be in either of those coaches' positions, but we're just seeing Edinburgh disappear off the left-hand side of the screen. They are gone. They will win this race just as long as there are no disasters in that crew. But they are, we'll say goodbye to them, and we'll bring you second place at the moment being fought out. It's Leeds University at the moment that sits about 3/4 of a length up on Nottingham Trent University A in the beginner 2 event, but we've also got Nottingham Trent University A and beginner 1 on the nearest side of the screen.
Yeah, really good representation from Nottingham Trent. I'm just thinking for Leeds though, if they can get into the A final, that could be really, really important for them. The 3 crews that went through from the other semi-final were all beginner 2, so if Leeds get themselves into the A final alongside Edinburgh, they can basically guarantee themselves at least a silver medal in that event, which will be a really, really strong performance for that Leeds crew, represented by Celeste Godden, Keira Knight, Emily Pollock and Sophie Bonner. So we can see our sort of second, the crew in second going down through the rest of the field as we're coming up towards 1,000 metres, but Edinburgh out in front. They just look so, so classy for a beginner quad. People who only started rowing this year. I know that the current Edinburgh coach Mike Hughes takes a huge amount of focus on proficiency in single sculls, and his athletes sort of up to speed in singles and then puts them into the bigger boats later on.
And you know what, actually, I've had a lot of good coaches, even at elite level, actually, proficiency in small boats and not being afraid of getting out there at the catch is one of those things that actually can allow you to get the levers, allow you to move the boat as far as you can every stroke, because you're not afraid of getting out there. If you can get out there in the small boats and take the longest strokes you can, when you get into a big old stable boat, it really pays off. And that's exactly what's happened with the Edinburgh crew out in front. They've got 15 seconds ahead of the rest of the field at halfway. Leeds University doing exactly what you said they should be doing, Will. They're in second place at the moment. They've managed to get almost a length now over third place, Nottingham Trent University. Let's just see if they can keep this up and guarantee themselves a medal into the A final.
Yes, and it's the Nottingham Trent Beginner 2 crew in lane 4 who are leading the Nottingham Trent Beginner 1 crew in lane 1. We saw yesterday, I can't remember unfortunately which university it was, but one of the men's events, the Beginner 1 crew was actually beating the Beginner 2 crew from the same university, and I'm sure that would have been a bit of a turnout for that Beginner 1 crew to beat their more experienced teammates. Let's see if the Nottingham Trent crew in lane 1 can do that in the second half of this race. See Leeds there in lane number 2. They're still continuing to stretch out their advantage over the Nottingham Trent Beginner 2 crew. We've got about 750 metres to go for those crews. They're starting to come towards us in the tower, and I can just see a sort of baby blue speck in the distance, and then sort of 5 other boats fanned out behind them. They're coming up towards 500 metres to go, and we've got just in awe of this performance from the Edinburgh University Women's Beginner Quad.
Well, this is a great move here coming from Nottingham Trent University. They're pulling up alongside Leeds. Both of these crews would still go through to the A final, as it's the top 3. We've got to remember Edinburgh are still out in front in the distance, but Leeds clinging on to second with all their might. They should be able to sense that Nottingham Trent are there to their left-hand side, and you can see from that picture there just how much of a lead Edinburgh have. But behind them, the race for second is on, and it's going to be very close. 0.3 of a second separating Leeds and Nottingham Trent, but both would be safe for the A final if we continue to head down the course. They've got they've got a buffer of 8 seconds ahead of 4th place, which I think should be enough in these final 500 metres, Will, to get them into the A final.
Yeah, probably will be enough. And as we said, Leeds and Edinburgh would then be fighting out for the gold and silver. So there's actually going to be a bronze medal probably on the line in the B final of this event for one of those Beginner 1 quads. So we've got to keep an eye out on that later. But Edinburgh University out in front, Annalise Goddard, Lily Freischem, Joanna Green and Mia Freischem, the 2 Freischem twins there in the Edinburgh boat, really putting in a strong performance. And look how accomplished they look into the last 200 metres of their race now. They've got the remainder of the field fanned out behind them, and they're just able to sit and control this race. And we're going to see them, they'll be able to conserve their energy ready for a great battle against that Queen's University Belfast squad, who look just as dominant in the first semi-final, coming up later today.
Yeah, you can tell that actually they're just conserving their energy, which for a crew of this level at beginner one, they only started rowing this year. Can you believe that, from the technique that these guys have got? They started rowing this academic year. They're going to cross the line just totally and utterly unfazed by everything. And they didn't raise the rating at all. They've probably been coached and told to conserve their energy, and then they wait now to see who will be joining them with great interest. And it's been a fantastic race between these two crews down the whole course. And actually, Nottingham Trent are going to have that final sprint in them, I think, to take second place ahead of Leeds. Leeds will have to try and rectify that in the final, but it will be Nottingham Trent 3/4 of a length ahead of Leeds, the next two boats that claim those A final places in the women's beginner quadruple sculls event. It's then going to be Lincoln University that take 4th place, and we're already up and back onto the course with our next event, which is the women's intermediate single sculls semi-finals.
Yep, so straight up onto the course with this one, and it's the first semi-final of those women's intermediate singles, and it is St George's Grace McDonald. You may have heard her on the commentary yesterday, and she is out in front of this one. Racing for St George's, trains a lot with Molesey and the University of Surrey, but here representing St George's, 5 seconds up on Queen's Belfast, and that is Tara Chana-Su from Queen's Belfast.
Yeah, we'll try and be as unbiased as possible, but lovely to see one of our fellow commentators out on the water and leading this race. She's got a comfortable margin as we head through the next timing marker, and behind her it's going to be very close for those top 3 spots into the A final. Single sculls with overlap, still very, very easy to change speed, and we're already at 500 metres to go, and what a race we've got lining up for second and third here, Will.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic battle here for those remaining places. Closest to the camera, Rachel Burrows of Bath, Catherine Watson of Nottingham, and Tara Chana-Su of Queen's Belfast. There's probably about half a length separating those 3 scullers, but only 2 places are going to be available. So they're through 1,000 metres, they're coming up towards 500 metres to go. Grace McDonald out in front, just able to sit on the rating a little bit, not having to respond too much to the battles that are going on for the second and third place behind. But it's Rachel Burrows of Bath, closest to the camera in lane number 1, who I think has a slender advantage over Nottingham and Queen's Belfast as we go through the last 500 metre timing marker.
Well, we're still looking to determine that last spot through to the A final, and it's going to be a tight one still. And let's not write off Catherine Watson of Nottingham just yet. She's in 4th, but with half a length to make up. No, she's still fighting it out with Queen's Belfast. This is going to be so interesting to watch. She's dropped back off the pace into 4th. She's let Queen's Belfast row through her in these last few strokes, and lane 1 as well. Rachel Burrows is going to have to watch out from Bath University. These 3 scullers going for 2 places behind Grace McDonald of St George's.
Yeah, going to be a really good battle into the last few strokes of this one. Grace McDonald sitting out in front, but those 3 scullers, Bath, Nottingham and Queen's Belfast, fighting for just 2 places in the A final. I think Rachel Burrows of Bath in lane number 1 still looking really, really strong. Nottingham versus Queen's Belfast, that's where the real action is going to be for that 3rd and 4th position. Grace McDonald coming into the red boys now. She's got 100 metres to go. She's looked really chilled the whole second 1,000 metres while everyone else is scrapping behind.
Yeah, she's just going to do enough to get herself into the A final with a comfortable margin. She won't do any more than she needs to. McDonald now into the red boys, but this race for the slot into the final is an absolute disaster for Bath University. An absolutely boat-stopping crab there with 100 metres to go. What a shame for Rachel Burrows. The blade went right back behind her head when we might be able to see a replay of that at some point. But over the line, it's St George's followed by Queen's Belfast, who wins that race for second ahead of Nottingham. It's then going to be, I think, Harbury ahead of Bath, because Bath just head in hands. That was such a shame there for Burrows of Bath. We watched it unfold in front of us. There's our race winner on the screen. That's Grace McDonald of St George's, who just sculls in towards the pontoon, getting herself rested and recovered. But here is the replay. I'm not sure whether we caught it on camera. I don't think we did. Just off the right hand side of your screen was the Bath sculler that caught that crab just before the line. What a shame we've not got that on camera. Oh, here we go. You potentially can see it now. Here, look, as she comes in towards the line, she catches the boy, and you'll watch this blade go right back behind her head as we come in towards the line. No, we did just miss it. No worries there, but you believe us that it happened. We watched it unfold in front of us. Next up, we're on to the second of the semi-finals of the women's intermediate single sculls. Newcastle in 1, Derby in 2, Edinburgh in 3, Bath in 4, Newcastle in 5, and Edinburgh in 6.
So through 1,000 metres, these races are really coming thick and fast now as we try and keep up with our schedule. But it was the University of Bath, Phoebe Hayden, who had a lead over the University of Edinburgh's Lily Young. Lily Young, who was in that quad that yesterday won gold in the championship quads for the University of Edinburgh, alongside Jane Hardy and Perry McCluskey, who we should be seeing in the championship single. But it's Bath's Phoebe Hayden trying to rectify the mistake of her teammate in that previous semi-final.
Well, we're trying to catch up on the schedule here. This race should have been set off at 12 o'clock, so we're about 10 minutes or so behind schedule, I'd say, hence why we're going thick and fast. We're trying to set off these crews to catch back up on the racing programme. But heading in towards the finish, it is Bath University in lane number 4, Phoebe Hayden that leads the way for that third place. Again, we're seeing yet another fight. Lily Young is going up against the sculler next to her, Derby, and Charlotte Brown of Newcastle also trying to pull herself through. She's got overlap, I think. Maybe actually she's just back off this pace with clear water. I think Edinburgh and the sculler from Derby just making the most of it.
Yeah, it looks like Derby's Kate Dolman pushing up towards Lily Young of Edinburgh now. Newcastle in lane number 4. I think they've got a bit of work to do if they want to get into the A final. But it is Phoebe Hayden of Bath who looks just as relaxed as Grace McDonald did in the last semi-final. Phoebe Hayden, I think, would have had the third fastest time from that from the time trial. But Charlotte Brown of Newcastle, you can see on the right of your shot, she's not giving up. She's trying to sprint through Kate Dolman of Derby in lane number 2.
Wow, what a sensational race here. 100 metres to go. The Blue Star cheers are on the side of the course and they're carrying Charlotte Brown through. She's pulling up to try and get overlap here with Derby, who's held that third ticket through to the A final. Is Charlotte Brown going to do it, or is she going to run out of water? She's at the top of your picture. No doubts as to Bath University crossing the line. But here comes Charlotte Brown to move Edinburgh over the line in second. Who's going to make it there first? I think it was Derby that's going to push through. And it is indeed Derby that just holds out ahead of Newcastle. That was so exciting. Kate Dolman there just taking that third and final spot through to the A final. She'll be delighted with that.
And so we go straight on to our next race, which should be going through the 1,000-metre marker of the repechage of the women's championship single. So I think we've got our first championship repechage to bring you here. So these athletes would have time trialled earlier today. The 2 fastest athletes went straight through to the A final, and then the remaining athletes, so 30 places 3 through 14 going into these 2 repechages. Only 2 spaces available in each race in the A final. So Queen's University Belfast, Fiona Bell, and Royal Holloway's Fuare Obukowu in lane number 3. They've currently got those spots, and it's Jane Hardy of Edinburgh who's just currently in the 3rd position and going to be the one missing out as it currently stands.
Yeah, I think Jane Hardy's going to have a lot more in the tank, though. She's got 2 medals under her belt already, and Fiona Bell raced against her in the double sculls on the first day of racing, and it was actually Hardy's crew from Edinburgh that won out. But over on the far side, Oxford University, Julia Lindsay making this move now with 500 metres to go. Actually, a big shout out I've had in a comment via Twitter to those taking part from Oxford. The Brit Challenge is going on at the moment, a great charitable event in aid of mental health. But a huge race here between Oxford and Edinburgh, trying to push up over these top two spots. But actually, in fact, Royal Holloway now taking the lead off Queen's Belfast.
Yep, Owakowu pushing out into the front now. Really strong time trial from her to get into one of those middle lanes, and now pushing out in front of this repechage. Fiona Bell is going to try clinging on. I was speaking to one of the Scottish coaches earlier, and he's saying that Jane Hardy, she struggles a little bit in the rougher water, but that is not showing here. She's pushing up level with Fiona Bell in this third 500 metres, that moving 500. We can see huge distances change in the single, but we've got three boats with absolutely nothing between them as we go through 500 metres to go. Just half a second between second, third and fourth.
Huge step on here for Jane Hardy of Edinburgh University, as I think she moved through Fiona Bell with that 500 metre to go marker. We've got four scullers here contending for two places. It was Owakowu of Royal Holloway that decided to go before that 500 metre timing marker. Is it going to pay off, or was it too early, as the rest of the scullers now decide when to mount their sprint? As I look up the course, I think it's Hardy of Edinburgh still charging onto the Royal Holloway sculler and into second place ahead of Fiona Bell of Queen's Belfast University, the international sculler Fiona Bell. Such pedigree in this event.
Yeah, just as we pan out now, we can start to see the Edinburgh University sculler and Queen's Belfast. I think Fiona Bell has dropped right off the pace, but it's Jane Hardy in lane number one who's trying to push up next of Warwick Owakowu of Royal Holloway. Julia Lindsay of Oxford, I think, is currently sitting in third position. This is going to be absolutely nail-biting going into the last 200 metres to see who gets the two spots into the A final here.
Yeah, I think Julia Lindsay is just leaving herself quite a lot to do, and knowing the power of Jane Hardy on the right-hand side of your screen for the University of Edinburgh, it's going to be these two crews that I think will take it. Warwick Owakowu of the Royal Holloway, University of London, now looking very relaxed as she comes through the Red Boys. She's watching all of these scullers sprinting around her, and it's going to be Jane Hardy of the University of Edinburgh that moves into second place ahead of Julia Lindsay of Oxford, but it's still very close. Hardy looks across to her left. Warwick Owakowu of Royal Holloway will cross the line in that first spot ahead of Jane Hardy's Edinburgh University. A well-timed move from her ahead of Julia Lindsay of Oxford University. Fiona Bell left to contend the B final in this championship single sculls event.
So we've already got the second repechage for the Women's Championship single on the course now. Another six scullers. We've got Amy Hicken of Nottingham Trent, Rachel Heap of Reading, Abigail Parker of Cambridge, Olivia Morgan of Reading, Rosa Thompson of Manchester and Jade Lindo of Nottingham. Those two scullers in the middle got a huge amount of experience, and I think we're going to see another fantastic race in this second repechage.
Yeah, Liv Morgan of Reading University, the former Shiplake Viking, the junior. She's got a GB junior vest underneath her belt from Tokyo 2019, and she's gone through the 1,000 metres marker in a time of 3:53, but so close next to her teammate Rachel Heap of Reading as well. These two will be used to training with one another, and such a great race going on at the front of the field. A couple of seconds separating them, and this could be a Reading 1-2 here, Will.
Yeah, and at the moment the athlete in third who's going to be missing out in lane 3 from Cambridge, Abigail Parker, the former president of the Cambridge University Women, blue boat winner for Cambridge over Oxford. Maybe slightly more used to the sweet boats than sculling, but is here in the single, in the championship single. Would have had one of the faster times in the time trial, sitting in that third lane. but is going to have to try and close down an advantage of about 3 seconds that Rachel Heap of Reading currently holds as we go into the second half of this race.
Yeah, we'd expect to see Abigail Parker up there, but at the moment the time trial result being flipped over in the favour of Rachel Heap of Reading University, who sits pretty in that second and final slot through to the A final. We've just seen how competitive that previous semi-final was and how much can change in a matter of metres, and if Parker has timed herself right, if she's kept something for this final sprint, she could still be in contention for the A final. And as I look up the course, these three scullers at the front of the field with quite the gap back to the remaining scullers, and all three still in contention.
Really tight at the front. I'm just having a look at the time trial results where it was all so tight. Those top two spots are the two that these athletes are going to meet in the A final. Belle Stevens of Oxford Brookes University and Perry McCluskey of the University of Edinburgh. Jane Hardy's compatriot in the double from Thursday's racing, but Abigail Parker in the middle. I think she's trying to push through to get up level with Rachel Heap of the University of Reading. Hopefully we'll get the lanes allocated to those times on the left hand side, but three athletes separated by just 2.4 seconds, but only two of them can go through into the A final, and Parker has gone through Reading.
Yeah, and I think Parker actually challenging for the lead now from what I can see from my own eyes. She's really going with Morgan. You can see her opening her back out now into this tailwind, using those lovely long strokes to just glide through the water into the final 200 metres. But I don't suspect Heap of Reading will roll over just yet. She knows she needs to finish in this top two if she wants to be in for a chance of the A final. But Parker doing extremely well. We did say she timed it right, she can get there. What has Heap got left to throw at her? Liv Morgan, I think, looking comfortable. I'd expect an athlete of her experience and calibre to hold the race that's going on to her right, but Parker now challenging for the lead as she looks over her left hand shoulder to see Liv Morgan right there up alongside her.
Yeah, fantastic move from Parker to make sure she pushes into that second, challenging for that lead now. It's Reading versus Cambridge. The second Reading sculler, Rachel Heap, in lane number 2, is the one that is going to miss out as it currently stands, but really can't pick anything between these two leading scullers.
Wow, it's just going to be on the surge here, and Parker could go from third to first. I think she's going to do it. I think she might take the win in this repechage ahead of Morgan. What a well-timed race from her, leaving Heap out of the final. That was so strong and well-timed there for the Cambridge University boat race winner. Parker will finish ahead of Morgan, who we've got on the screen there. That's Liv Morgan, who led for the majority of that race, but she will take that second spot through to the A final, and will now move swiftly on to the men's intermediate doubles, which will be our next race on the course.
So on we go into our next event, and it is the semi-finals for the men's intermediate double sculls, race number 438. These races are coming so thick and fast. Thank you for staying with us. They're already coming up towards 500 metres to go. I think we're almost back on schedule, so hopefully things should calm down in a minute or two. So I'm just going to quickly go through the runners and riders here. We've got Queen's Belfast, St Andrews, Reading, another Reading crew, Edinburgh and Edinburgh. Going through the 1,000 metre marker, it was the two Reading crews. It was Reading in lane 3, and then St Andrews and Queen's University Belfast.
Yeah, so we've gone from repechages back to semi-finals, so 3 spots through now to the A final, and you can just see that race for third there still being carried out. This is great stuff at the moment between Queen's Belfast in lane number 1 and over on the far side Reading, who were also challenging for that third and final spot through. This is going to be a fantastic race to the line here. Top two crews, Reading A, Josh Lyon's crew in lane number 3. They will lead out and very comfortably lead out these last few metres ahead of St Andrews. Great to see them up there challenging for a spot in the A final of this men's intermediate double sculls, but third place still well and truly up for grabs between Reading C and Queen's University Belfast.
What a race here. Reading University, they look like they've been the class of the field. Probably a bit disappointed earlier in the week. They only picked up a silver medal in the championship quads. Surprised to be beaten by Newcastle University on that occasion, but they're going to try and dominate these doubles events, and it is Josh Lyon and Louis Powell of Reading University in lane number 3 who are dominating this first semi-final of the men's intermediate double sculls. St Andrews in lane number 2, they're going to come through in second place. Still really tight between Queen's Belfast and Reading, but I think it is going to be Reading that are going to take the third spot over Queen's University Belfast, and then it's the 2 Edinburgh doubles over on the far side that are going to finish out this semi-final of the men's double sculls.
Yeah, great to see 2 crews from Reading making it into the A final of this very competitive event. The men's intermediate double sculls, a very well entered event. And we're now right back up on the start, and as we say, trying to keep to time here on the final day of the British University Championships. The races will come thick and fast, and we'll be already on to this second semi-final, which will be race number 439 if you're just joining us. The runners and riders going off the start in this race: in lane 1 Loughborough, in lane 2 Hartpury, in lane 3 Bath A, in lane 4 Durham, in lane 5 St Andrews B, and in lane 6 Newcastle.
So great shot there of the doubles going off the start, and we'll pick them up a little bit further down the course. So here's our camera at the 1,000 metre marker, keeping our camera going alongside the lake. Very, very busy today with these races coming so quickly. This race was scheduled to start at 12:24. It's 12:29 now, and they're a couple of minutes in, so we're pretty much back on the schedule just after those short delays earlier. They're just gone through the 500 metre marker, just picking up the split times now, and it is Durham in lane number 4, Levin Graff and Andrew Metrick, who are out in front of Bath's Ben Smeaton and Joe Stobbs. Then Hartpury in third position, that's Charlie Aspett and Fergus Woolnough. St Andrews in lane 5, there in fourth, Benjamin Crothers and Alexander Chisholm, with Loughborough and Newcastle rounding it out. That's Jake Young and Toby Reid of Loughborough, and Jack McDade and Stanley Caddens of Newcastle.
A lot of familiar names actually in this intermediate double sculls event. The single sculls all took place earlier in the regatta. A lot of these doubles would have split down into single sculls, and they're back again going through the motions for these 2 kilometre races, which is no easy feat. As we look now to see our leaders, it is still Durham University out in the lead. They're then being still chased by Hartpury, that have half a length respectively over Bath A. Those are your leading 3 crews. You can see them just trying to break clear water now on St Andrews B. We just saw the St Andrews A crew make the final, so St Andrews B won't know that as they lined up on the start that their compatriots made it into the A final, but they will still challenge hard to try and get themselves in the fight for the medals. But there's Durham University on the left hand side of your screen, the crew of Andrew Metrick and Levin Graff, now just wanting to push away from the likes of Hartpury and Bath.
So going through that 1,000 metre marker, and a really dominant second 500 from the Durham University double, and Hartpury have pushed up as well. You can see those red lycras on the left hand side of the screen. Great there, Fergus Woolnough in the stroke seat. Really big unit there, and he is powering them along as we go into the second half of this second semi-final of the men's intermediate double sculls. Bath University in lane 3, Joe Stobbs and Ben Smeaton there, currently sitting in third spot, about 3/4 of a length down on the Hartpury double.
all of these crews have managed to hold these distances in this third 500. There's not really been much moving and shaking in this third quarter of the course. Hartpury just looking to hold on to their position, keep touch with Durham out at the front of the field, and keep Bath at bay. You can see they're all now starting to shuffle out, ready for that sprint at the end, and I think Hartpury actually gearing up quite well. They're now managing to push away somewhat that little bit from Bath. The Bath University crew just wanting to keep themselves in touch. Ben Smeet and Joe Stobbs there in that crew now, 3/4 of a length down, perhaps actually just only half a length down on Hartpury, but Hartpury now gaining on Durham, I feel, Will.
Yeah, it was a big second 500 from Durham. They tried to sort of snap the elastic in this race and get out in front of everyone, but Hartpury are not laying down without a fight. This third 500 has been really strong from the Hartpury double, and Bath are pushing back as well. They are sort of trying to drop the crew in fourth from University of St Andrews and try and secure their position in the A final, and in doing so they're moving up on Durham. They're going through 500 metres to go now.
This is actually quite interesting to see that the crew from St Andrews is just being shaken off the pace a little bit, allowing Durham to move further afield along with the likes of Hartpury and Bath. But as Will said, I think the gold medal for the best third 500 has to go to Hartpury. They've made really good progress through that third quarter of the race, and then pushing still up onto Durham. Just 2 seconds separating those two crews at the front of the field. Bath clinging on to the coattails to get themselves into the A final of this men's intermediate double sculls.
Yeah, really fascinating as we go into the last couple of 100 metres of this race. I'm not sure who's going to be able to take it. Have Durham going to be too fast if they get rode through, as long as they still get a place in the A final? I think they're going to want to practice their sprint and make sure they get a lane in the middle of the course. Hartpury and Bath still trying to charge them down. We're coming up towards the last 150 or so metres now.
I think Durham have still got the tenacity to keep their bow balls in front at the moment. They seem to still have a lot of conviction with every single stroke, but Hartpury aren't bothered about that. They're going to race their own race. They're still winding it up through the gears to try and take the lead. Durham responding now for the final few strokes, and they are going to get themselves across the line in first, I believe. They're just coming into picture now. That's the Durham University crew who will go over the line in first position ahead of Hartpury in second. Your top three through to the A final will also include Bath, leaving St Andrews B to move over the line in fourth position. There are your race winners in this semi-final of the men's intermediate double sculls, Durham University.
So we can see our next race just getting ready on the start now, and it is the repechage of the championship double sculls. So we just got one repechage with 5 crews going through. Actually, I'm just having a look at the start sheet. You can only see actually 5 crews on the actual start list. So it may be possible that we're going straight through to race 441. We may have scratched race 440, which is why we've got a little bit of a gap now. Just trying to see if I can identify any of the blade colours. Yes, I'm just hearing through the magic in my ears that this is race 441. So no repechage in the men's championship double sculls. We're going straight to the lightweight double sculls. 5 crews represented in this one: Nottingham B, Oxford A, Reading, Edinburgh and Sheffield in this one. So it'll be 2 to go through to the final. Camilla Hadland has just stepped out of the commentary box after her first stint, and now being joined by Alex Darby. I'll soon be jumping out of the commentary box as well. Been a very frenetic first hour or so of racing today. Being kept on our toes with all these races only going off about 3 or so minutes apart. So well done to our production crew for keeping us on top of things, and also to the umpires for getting these races off so quickly.
So we have racing back on the course. So we are in the part of the regatta where these crews are looking to get into the A finals. So we've had time trials first. We're now in the point where it's either repêchages or semi-finals, where you need to be placing in the top few positions in order to secure a place in an A final. And then following this, the medal races do begin occurring before the minor finals at the end of the day. So you can see here, men's champ, lightweight doubles, first repêchage is underway. This crew features Nottingham, Oxford, Reading, Edinburgh and Sheffield. It should be 2 through to the final. This morning in the time trial, we're just going to have a quick look. And so in the time trial this morning, Queens and Nottingham A proceeded straight through. And so we have two repêchages of 5, and it's going to be the top 2 from each that will join Queens and Nottingham in the A final. So we're just approaching that 500 metre mark now. We should hopefully get some splits. You can see these crews quite close in the top 3, 137, 139, 140. As I say, only 2 to proceed though, so these 3 are in the mix for those 2 top spots. Oxford are the early leaders at the 500 metre mark. They have a 2-second gap over Reading, who are just fractions of a second ahead of Edinburgh. But you can see on the camera there from our side-on shot from the bike we've just cut across, you can see how close it was between 2nd and 3rd. So those 2 crews really battling for just what is 1 place. So we've got these wonderful side-on shots from our rider credit, because of the races coming so quick, just making that quick turnaround and coming down to just give us these views. So you can see the crew on that far side. It's Edinburgh. Edinburgh trying to move out on Reading. Reading obviously sort of nicknamed unofficially the Sculling University. They're going to be looking to be in that A final, and there's only 2 of these 3 will be going through. So Oxford, they're looking quite strong out in front there, with enough of a lead at the halfway point to be content with their first half of their race. But Reading and Edinburgh locked in certainly an overlapping battle, because neither of those 2 have taken the initiative.
Yeah, if there's anything you can count on with these lightweight athletes, it's that they will not give up, even if they're a bit down on their opposition. These lightweight athletes, they are ferocious competitors, often the bane of their heavyweight teammates. They're always pushing hard, so you can guarantee that this crew here from Reading, they're a little bit down on Edinburgh here, maybe about a length there. They will not be giving up. They will still be gunning for that qualification to the A final.
Yeah, so Oxford have a 2-second lead. The Scullers holding the position they've had pretty much the whole way through. That's Matthew Hudson and Nicholas Ryan. They're holding that lead. Edinburgh now have a couple of seconds on Reading, so the Edinburgh double of Hugo Oglina and Lucas Nielsen have just moved out on Alistair Holborough and Charles Powell of Reading. So it's 2 seconds. We're looking at these splits, so the main difference was a 3-second difference in that last 500. So Edinburgh went through that last 500 in 1:41.5. Reading were at 1:44.1. In fact, Edinburgh's 500 split was 2 seconds quicker than Oxford, so these crews are bringing it back. And as you can see, Edinburgh are they have closed that gap on Oxford. They now have overlap. Reading trying hard to go with it. I mean, it could be that both Reading and Edinburgh can do this in the last 500 metres or so. We're just beyond the 500. We're waiting for those splits. We're about 4 minutes 40 into the race, so not that long to go. We can see, looking down the course, these crews are about to hit that 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, it looks like Oxford, they had the best start, but Edinburgh, they've got the best middle section of this race, and we're now about to see who's got the best finish to their race. So we've got these three distinct sections of the race, and which crew here is going to be able to string together the best combination, the best start, the best middle and finish. We've got these three have pulled a long way out ahead of their competitors in this race, but unfortunately it's not a semi-final, it's a repechage. Only two will go through, and at this point it's Oxford and Edinburgh at the front of the field. It looks like those will be the two, but will we see a late charge here coming into the last 250 metres now from Reading?
Yeah, so Edinburgh still trying to move through Oxford. Oxford, to be fair, they had a much bigger lead than this, and these other two crews have come back on them, but they've managed to check the move, and they're still sitting about half a length out at that point. But you can see the gap at the top between those top two crews has dropped down to just 0.3 of a second. It is really close between them, but it's going to take an almighty Reading charge. But we can see they're starting to move now. Reading are starting to move. It looks to me, just by eye, it looks like Edinburgh have coming through, but can Reading go with them? That is the question that we're looking for here.
Yeah, just looking out of our commentary position here, it looks now like it's very much a three-horse race. It's about 150 metres left, and it's Edinburgh who've taken the lead, and it's Oxford now trying to hang on. All three of these crews are sprinting towards the line. Edinburgh in front, Oxford and Reading contesting that second place, that final qualification into the A final. Reading coming through, they're maintaining their stroke length. Nice and long, powerful strokes, I think, just bringing them through Oxford here.
Yeah, so it looks to me like Edinburgh have just done enough. They did enough with about 500 to go. They're out in front, but this is really, really close. It's going to come down to the surge. Reading still pushing. Oh, it's down to the surge. Oxford was certainly ahead just before the finish line, but they were sort of coming off a stroke whilst Reading were driving through a stroke. So we'll have to see what the official verdict is on that. We have Edinburgh in that top place. They secure one of those places in the A final, but we await to see which one of Reading or Oxford managed to secure that second place.
So we're moving on now to the second repechage in the men's championship lightweight doubles. We've got the correct graphic up there now. So in this race we have Oxford University B in lane 2, Newcastle in lane 3, Strathclyde in lane 4 and Durham in lane 5. Just coming through the 500 metre there, and it is Strathclyde in front. Oh, the 1000 metre mark, my apologies.
Yeah, so these crews now hitting the 1K. Just to give you this is quick, 321, 323, 324. There is a tailwind today, again today. We had a lot of records being set yesterday, just with this tough, strong tailing breeze. Not enough to chop it up, that's the key though. You can have that tailwind, but it really messes up the lake, but it's staying flat, which is great for these athletes. Strathclyde, they were leading through 500 and they continue to lead. They have a 2-second gap on Newcastle, just like in the last race. There's only 2 to go through and we have 3, so this is pretty much a mirror of what we just saw. 2 from 3.
Yep, these three doubles now look like they've got a very convincing margin over their opposition in 4th and 5th, just behind there. Newcastle and Durham just languishing at the back there, a few seconds behind. But there's about a length separating each of these 3 crews. We're just coming towards the 1500 metre marker there, so we should get some more splits shortly. But now we're just coming through this middle section of the race, and it is Strathclyde who have had the best middle section. They've opened out that lead, they have a bit of clear water now, but will we see a charge for the line from Oxford and Newcastle?
Yes, out in front, Strathclyde, Andrew Laird and Ben Parsonage. They have got a little bit of clear water now. Newcastle, they're in the middle of this sandwich at the moment, but are in second. So that's Daniel Dubitsky and Duncan Steele just trying to hold off the moves coming here from the crew from Oxford, Ed Campbell and Harrison Kiefer. So we're going to see as we hit this last 500 metre now, it's getting really close.
So this Strathclyde crew, both of these scullers were medalists from yesterday's race. Andrew Laird, second I think in the men's intermediate lightweight singles, and Ben Parsonage, gold in the men's championship lightweight singles. So both of these athletes have tasted victory already at this regatta, and they're looking for more here in this lightweight doubles. They're clinging on to their lead there over Newcastle. A few seconds there at 1500, and we can just see them now approaching the 250 metre mark. It is still Strathclyde as they just start to go up through the gears, and Newcastle, they're putting on a big sprint here. They're looking like they're consolidating their second place ahead of Oxford. These two, it looks like at this point, set to take the spots through to the final later today. But will Oxford have anything to say about that as we come into the last 150 or so?
So Strathclyde looking good for a place in that final right now. But it is going to be the question of whether Oxford can overhaul Newcastle. Can Campbell and Kiefer overhaul Dubitsky and Steele? So all crews charging to the line now. Strathclyde went up as well. They didn't want to get caught in a sprint for second. So rate of striking has gone up in the Newcastle boat. They hold about 2/3 of a length lead. Oxford still pushing hard, pushing hard. As we come to the line now though, you can see on your screens, Strathclyde do finish first. Newcastle see off the charge from Oxford to finish second and take that second place in the A final. And Oxford will just slightly be rowed out of it in third place. To round out that final, we also have Newcastle just crossing the line now, to be followed over by Durham. We go back up to the start here. You can see just getting attached now, the first semi-final of the men's beginner eights. So this will feature a mix between men's beginner 2 and men's beginner 1. The two middle lanes, lanes 3 and 4, will be our men's beginner 2 crews. They are IC and Strathclyde. They're the two crews that you can see in the middle of your image right now. You can also see just on the far right, just getting spun now, that's lane 6, that's Lancaster. The ones attached just to their left, on the furthest right that is attached on your screen, you'll see that's Southampton. Sheffield just running up their lane at the moment, are going to spin and get attached. And there's also an IC beginner 1 crew, that's the furthest left crew that you can see in the yellow boat. So these crews just getting attached at the moment. So we do have a bit of, just like yesterday, a bit of a mix between categories, but it'll still be the standard. 3 will go to the first final A, and then the other 3 will go to final B. Fastest crew in this was Imperial College, the crew that you see in lane 3. They won the time trial by 7 seconds. And then the Surrey crew that will be in the other time trial, they were, as I say, 7 seconds behind IC, but they were 10 seconds ahead of the crew in front of them, who is UEA. They'll also be in the second time trial. Southampton were the 4th fastest crew, just a couple of seconds behind East Anglia. But the time trial difference between the two crews in the middle, who are both competing in beginner 2, was about 20 seconds, just 19 seconds. So we're expecting this IC crew in the middle to be relatively far out in front. But then there are some closer, smaller gaps from the time trial between these other crews. So we expect some close racing. And of course, those beginner 1 crews, assuming that the beginner 2 crews show the speed they've shown in the time trial, those beginner 1 crews are just looking for one available position in that A final. So if the 2 men's beginner 2 crews do take the top 2 places, there'll only be 1 place available in the A final for beginner 1 crews from this semi-final. And then in the other semi-final, there are 3 men's beginner 2 crews and 3 men's beginner 1 crews. And so that leads to the fact that possibly there could only be 1 men's beginner 1 crew in the A final later on. So in this men's beginner 8's first semi-final, it now looks like all crews are attached. We have some crews sitting forward and squared, a little bit of tapping going on, so we feel like this race is about to begin. So the race is underway. Men's beginner 8s. So this is a mix of beginner 1 and beginner 2. The suspected leaders of this we would expect to be IC and Southampton, but IC certainly, the 3rd crew from your left, they have come out of the blocks really quick, really quick. Absolutely rapid start from these crews. So that's the IC crew in lane 3, 3rd from your left. So as we cut to another shot, we expect to see IC out in front. But we're just waiting for that change of camera angle. Right, so as I said, this is the men's beginner 1/8. We have 6 crews competing. Men's beginner 2 category, there's 2 of them. It's IC, it's Southampton, and then men's beginner 1, there's 4 of them. It's Sheffield, IC, Southampton, and Lancaster. So 2 IC crews in here, 2 Southampton crews, a Lancaster crew, and a Sheffield crew. So we will not have the bike alongside for this race, I'm afraid. We'll be going off the fixed cameras, but we will give you the updates from what we see and from the splits that come through. So, IC, yes, I mean that's quick. 1:33.5 for a beginner 8. Really quick out of the blocks. We expected that IC crew to be the quickest, but the second IC crew, they have done really well to be out in front of Southampton's beginner 2 crew. So those top 2 crews you can see are IC's beginner 2 and beginner 1 respectively. And then for Southampton, it's their beginner 2 and then beginner 1 respectively. So we do actually have the bike shot. That's fantastic. We can get alongside. We can see how that IC crew has already pushed out in front of this race from lane 3. We're just picking up here. You can see IC in 3. On that further side there, we've got Southampton still going strong. So all these crews now will be out of the start point. They're out of their first 500. They will all have settled. So this is where we start to see boats walking out or not walking out. So that'll be the test of where crews are. The quickest crews will have that quickest speed in the middle. It's not just about the start and the finish. Sometimes those can be quite matched up, but that cruising speed in the middle is key. And IC had a lightning start, and it looks like they also have some of the best cruising speed. So these crews now are just sort of approaching that halfway point. So as we just wait for these timing updates through the 1,000, but IC looking really good at this point. So we are through that 1K. You can see IC with a really, really dominant lead. 12 seconds up on their second boat. They're not in the same category. You've got IC in a beginner 2 crew and then IC in a beginner 1. But it is close between IC's second boat, which is actually a beginner 1 crew, and Southampton's beginner 2 crew. 3 of these crews will go through to the final. But we do have a bit of a split here. So what we're watching at the moment is the race for second place between IC in lane 2 and Southampton in lane 4. That's what we're seeing at the moment. The race has kind of split into 3 different portions. We have this race for second and third. They'll both qualify through to the A final. Out in front of these we also have Imperial, who, as I said, had a 12-second lead. Really big lead. So we're really moving fast through that that third 500. Really, they've really moved out and through the middle 500. Just to hit you with some splits, the IC beginner men's 2A, the ones that you can't actually see on the screen, they went out in 133 and they backed that out with a 138 second 500. These crews you can see on the screen at the moment though, so the Southampton crew that you're seeing just come through IC now. They were 141 through their first 500 and then 142 through their second 500. The IC beginner 1 crew went out at 140 and then dropped to a 143. So you can see that that Southampton beginner 2 crew was able to sustain its speed a little bit better than the IC beginner 1 crew. But now we cut to this side, look, wider angle. You can see the shape of the race. You can see that IC's top boat, their beginner 2A, is way out in front. It looks like Southampton are still out in front of IC's second boat. Those are the crews you can see immediately in the middle of the screen and to the right hand side of the screen. Those are the 3 crews that look like they're going to proceed through to the A final, because the Southampton second boat, which is their beginner 1 boat, is 12 seconds behind that, staying ahead of Sheffield, who are then staying ahead of Lancaster. So you can see these crews now approaching the line. The IC top boat has not really wound down too much. They're not up at the top gear. They're just kind of middling it along, sending the puddle, sending the finishes. They're just going to happily go through. I think they would have conserved some energy through the second part of this race. The real race is for second place and lanes. Southampton on that far side, that beginner 2 crew, using it as a practice sprint. So they're going to put themselves in the A final. They're certainly going to be one of at least 2 beginner 2 crews in that A final. And then we have IC. Now they are guaranteeing as a beginner 1 crew a position in the A final, and it'll be interesting to see how many of those do join them through in that A final. So crossing first was IC in lane 3. Crossing second was Southampton in lane 4. Then IC in lane 2. And then following these out, we have Southampton's second boat in 5. So they're the crew in lane 5 over there. And then to round out this final, just with a bit of a steering correction, we have Sheffield coming up to the line now. Sheffield, who've raced hard from lane 1, they're crossing next. And it will be Lancaster over in lane 6 to finish off this. So you see Sheffield on your screens now, just coming through now. And it'll be Lancaster in lane 6 just to finish off this first semi-final. So we have 2 beginner 2 crews through. We have 1 beginner 1 crew through to the A final. This second semi-final features 3 men's beginner 2 8s and 3 men's beginner 1/8s. If none of those men's beginner 1/8s make it through to that final, the A final, IC have guaranteed themselves a gold. So it's going to be down to Swansea, Cambridge and York to see if they can get into that A final alongside IC. And equally there are 2 men's beginner 2/8s already in. If none of Surrey, UEA or Manchester can find their way into the A final, they'll be competing in the B final for that remaining bronze medal, and IC and Southampton will be competing for the gold. So that race is now underway. All crews seem to be off quite cleanly. No dramas, no steering issues, all crews pretty straight. Cox has done an excellent job. There is a tailwind, not too much of a cross. It's pretty much a straight tail at the moment. We're still seeding the middle lanes as the quicker lanes, so you can say that this tailwind is playing fair at the moment. we are expecting the quickest crews in this to be Surrey and East Anglia. They are men's beginner 2 crews. They occupy the middle lanes, but Surrey were 10 seconds quicker than East Anglia in the time trial. So we would expect Surrey to have a lead, but we'll see what happens at that first 500 split. But if I just give you the roll call: lane 1, Swansea; lane 2, Cambridge; lane 3, Surrey; lane 4, UEA; lane 5, Manchester; and lane 6, York. So it is Cambridge, but it's also Keys. So Cambridge out in force this 3-day regatta. I've seen a lot more Cambridge crews than I've often seen in the past. Same with Oxford. So well done to those 2 institutions for sending so many crews. I don't know if the timing of the year has been the key, but it's great to see that many crews joining the regatta in 2021. So we've got the crews coming up towards the 500 metre mark. Doesn't look like they've got the clocks on it, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to give you some splits, but as these crews do start to come across, we'll give you the update on positions. So we cut to the side view. Surrey, who we expected to be the quickest because they were at least 10 seconds quicker than anyone else in the time trial, they've got out to about 3 lengths lead at this 500 metre mark. They're motoring really, really well, but there are still another 3 crews battling for just 2 places. It appears to be UEA placed nicely. Manchester are on that further side in this mix, and Keys are the 3rd crew looking for the other 2 places available, making the assumption that Surrey don't have any issues and just stay out in front. So Surrey looking good at the moment, just pushing every stroke nicely. Rating's not too high. They're able to maintain good length in the water, good striking at the front end. You can see the catches are in sharp, but we're looking at whether this Keys crew, the key thing here, not to use a pun, but if Keys can get through into that A final and not be rode out by these 2 beginner 2.8s from UEA and Manchester, it will give them a chance to compete for the gold medal. If they're not able to get into that A final, the gold medal will go to Imperial College, who are the only beginner 1 crew to qualify through for the first semi-final. So Keys will need to get into the A final to be able to compete for the gold medal. Otherwise they're just going to be competing for a silver medal in the B final. So Surrey are off your screen to the left. They are still moving really, really quick. I'm afraid we don't have any times, but I can tell you Surrey are quick. They just come into camera. So Surrey are moving really, really quick, and it's really a battle between UEA, Manchester and Keys to see who is going to join Surrey, IC and Southampton in the A final. So Surrey still walking out a big lead. I said earlier they had about a 3-length lead. It's probably moved out to something like 4 or 5 lengths. Keys really pushing hard. There's overlap there. It's UEA who are in the best position. They were the crew that was 3rd quickest in the time trial. So UEA looking pretty good for their position, but there's a charge coming from the Keys crew. There is a charge coming from Manchester on the far side. These are not in the same category as each other. We got a men's beginner 1 crew from Keys racing against men's beginner 2 crews from UEA and Manchester. So they don't have the experience advantage on their side, but they are still challenging hard. I'm sure they will have been told by coaches, just aim to be in that top 3. Put yourself in the A final, no matter what has happened in the other semi-final. They won't really be aware of it because this race would have gone off before that one finished. Keys looking to strike hard, but a little bit rocky at the moment. Maybe that slight bit of inexperience coming through, but they are still working really hard. You can see there, Surrey looking really good out in front. Really easy to row well when you're in a comfortable position, but they're taking advantage of that. Looks like UEA just spinning their wheels a little bit, not holding the finishes as well as earlier in the race, but they are certainly working hard. Can't take that away from them. but just missing a little bit on the front end and the back end. Manchester probably looking the longest in the water. They've got the free speed of the bucket hats. Is that going to drive them down this last 300 metres? So we're looking out. It is really tight. You don't have them on shot, but Keys are just out of screen to the right, but they are still fighting really, really hard from lane 2. They are trying to get back onto turns. They want a position in that A final, but it looks like maybe the slightly more experienced crews, as they've turned the screw in the last 500, have found the speed to break out. I'd say that gap to that Surrey crew in front, it has gotten smaller. It's not the 5 lengths it was earlier on, but this is a tussle between UEA and Manchester for the best possible lane. They are men's beginner 2 crews, as are Surrey, as are Southampton and IC, who went through from the first one. So it looks like we may have 3 crews from men's beginner 2 coming through. It's going to be, as you see, Surrey crossing the line, just coming up to it now. That's the Surrey crew crossing. UEA have met the charge from Manchester. They've met the charge from Keys that just fell away at the end. So UEA will secure a place in the A final, as will Manchester. Unfortunately, Keys will only be able to compete for the silver medal. So congratulations to IC's beginner 1-8, who will be the only crew to make it into the A final. So we'll guarantee the medal that is gold without even having to do anything but finish. But congratulations to them. And then just finishing off this final, on the far side we have the crew from York on that far side, and just to round out this, Swansea as well.
So we're underway now in the first repechage of the men's championship coxless fours. So in lane 1 we have University of London, in lane 2 Durham, 3 Newcastle, 4 Nottingham, 5 Edinburgh and 6 Cambridge. So in this event we have 1 repechage of the coxless fours, which means that it will be the top 4 crews from this race that will qualify for the A final. 2 crews already gone through from the time trial. That was Oxford Brookes and Imperial College London. So we have top 4 from this will go through now. At the front of the field it's close in those centre lanes between Newcastle, Nottingham and I think, is that Edinburgh on the far side, or Cambridge? And then just this second pack behind here. In this near lane, London currently in 4th position and about half a length down, Durham and Cambridge contesting the 5th place. So it looks like it's the crew on the far side there from Cambridge out in front at this point. Edinburgh a little bit down on them, about a length down, and then it's Nottingham in 2nd place. Great to see Nottingham, not one of the high performance programmes, but it's great to see them here mixing it with the big guns from Cambridge, Newcastle, Edinburgh. We can just see there the close-up shot. There's Newcastle, the Blue Star on the right, and Durham in Palatinate on the left. These local rivals, they both train on the Tyne up in Newcastle. So we recently had the boat race of the North between Newcastle and Durham. Newcastle came out on top on that occasion. They got a clean sweep. And then again at Durham Regatta, Newcastle came out on top. So Newcastle looking like they might get the better of this, but Durham will not back down. They have some history in the smaller boats. And we're just going back to the bike camera there. It is still Cambridge on the far side in front. Only about half a length though now over Nottingham in lane 4. And on the near side, UL. So it looks like we have about a 3-boat race there between UL on this side, Newcastle in lane 3, and in lane 5 Edinburgh for that third spot. So we're just approaching 1,000 metres in this race, the halfway mark. So I'm just being told the graphics are a little bit behind there and we don't have timing for this race, so they're just coming, they've gone through 1,500 metres now, and I'm looking out the window here in our commentary tower. They're approaching the 250 to go mark, so they will be ramping it up, going up through the gears. It looks like it's still Cambridge there in lane 6. They were ranked a little bit down from the time trial, but they've done well here to take the lead in this repechage. It looks like Cambridge out in front, but Edinburgh charging in lane 5, Nottingham, Newcastle, UL. None of these crews are out of it. Just a reminder, it's top 4 to go through. 2 of these crews will miss out. Durham in lane 2, just a little bit behind here. They're approaching the Red Boys, the last 100 metres here at Nottingham. UL in lane 1, they're charging through. It's difficult to see from this angle, but they might have taken the lead from Cambridge across, all the way across there in lane 6. I think it's UL and Cambridge in the lead. Edinburgh and Newcastle contesting the 3rd place, and it looks like Nottingham might just miss out on that qualification, that all-important 4th spot. So we're just coming the final few strokes here. Whether it be Cambridge or UL, they're approaching the finish line. UL get it just on a canvas, and then Edinburgh and Newcastle in 3rd and 4th in a photo finish. Nottingham unfortunately missing out in 5th, and Durham in 6th. Well, that was a fantastic repechage for the men's championship coxless fours. And we have a red flag from the umpire, so we might see... We're seeing an appeal from Edinburgh. They've got their hands up. They're obviously not happy with the steering there from Cambridge. So we'll keep you updated on the outcome of that race, but we're moving up now to the start line. We can see here the men's intermediate coxed fours. So we've just seen coxless fours, so in those crews one of the rowers will be steering with a rudder which is attached to their foot, which they pivot. In this boat you have a cox, so it's a bit heavier, a bit slower, but just as competitive. So we have the first semi-final of the men's intermediate coxed fours underway. In lane 1 we have Sheffield, in lane 2 Imperial, in lane 3 Surrey, in lane 4 Nottingham, in lane 5 Aberdeen, and in lane 6 Edinburgh.
So Surrey were the quickest of the time trialers with a 4:48 this morning. Nottingham, who were the second quickest in this, 4:57, so that's a 9-second gap. Imperial 2 seconds behind them. So those are the 3 quickest within here. So as I said, we're expecting Surrey to be the quickest out of the blocks. The class of this field, Surrey, Nottingham and IC, we're expecting to be the 3 quickest. So you can see on shots there, Surrey looking good. You can see Aberdeen in the middle of that shot as well. Edinburgh just to the left of your picture. Nottingham as well. So IC just coming into shot. So a lot of support online. You can see the Yeah Surreys, the Yeah Boys. We know that's one of the Surrey rowers I know from uni rowing. It's featured beforehand. So looks like Surrey moving well. IC trying to get on terms with them. It will be, because this is a semi-final as usual, 3 to the A final, 3 to the B final. So we now cut to the bike. You can see our side-on shots. Surrey just just in the picture on the left. I mean, they'll be looking to get out a shot. That means they'll be way out in front. So they are looking good over there. More in the picture. We've just slightly changed the angle. But yeah, Surrey looking good for their position in the A final at the moment. Just nearer us, IC in the M Packer. IC working hard to sustain their second place, coming under pressure from crews further onto that far side. So Nottingham, Aberdeen and Edinburgh, the three crews further away, putting on pressure on IC. So those crews, with their battle between them, are moving back towards Surrey. Surrey still have clear water. Surrey still moving well. IC still holding that second place, but are now probably being rowed through slightly by that crew there from Nottingham on home water. So it looks to me like IC are currently being rowed through in this third 500, but they are still in second place. So the third 500 is where this race has just changed slightly in terms of it's coming back to parity for second place. So IC are being reeled in stroke after stroke by Nottingham. Nottingham know this lake like the back of their hands. They are moving well. But Aberdeen and Edinburgh are going with Nottingham. And so that's four crews racing for a place in the A final. Surrey still look like they've got a pretty firm grip on one of those places. But all the other crews, as we look out, are competing hard for that second place. So it's still Surrey looking good. Surrey looking good for a position in the A final. But from where we are in the tower, too close to call. Have IC done enough to hold off the charges that came from Nottingham, Aberdeen and Edinburgh? So they're starting to come across in front of us. You can see the shots that we see. We have Surrey still looking good. They're into their last 100 metres. Surrey moving well, staying long. They're composed. Their rating hasn't come up. They have not decided to wind up for the line. They're just rowing long, ticking over. IC, the crew who had been second for most of the time here in lane 2, they're looking to hold the position in the A final. It will be, as we cross the line, Surrey just rode out of it by Nottingham were IC, but IC hold on for third. Aberdeen couldn't quite do enough over there in lane 5. Edinburgh get rowed out of it as well, along with Sheffield on this near side. So it was Surrey who had a lot in the tank because they've just carried on rowing to the landing stages. They go first. Nottingham did just jump IC for second, so Nottingham second, IC third. They will go to the A final with the crews from Aberdeen, who put in an almighty charge but couldn't quite get there. Aberdeen, Edinburgh and Sheffield will go to the B final.
And so we are now up on the start line for the second semi-final of the men's intermediate fours. In this race we have Manchester in lane 1, in lane 2 Exeter, in lane 3 University of London, in lane 4 Bucs, in lane 5 another University of London crew, and in lane 6 Surrey B. So we're just seeing their start. They're off the line. Looks like everyone's got off to the line, got off to a good start. Just an update on that men's championship fours repechage. It looks like the umpire did white flag that race, but had a discussion with the Edinburgh crew afterwards, so we will see if any of the results changed or any crews are disqualified because of the steering in that race. Both the crews, Edinburgh and Cambridge in question, they both did qualify for the A final on those results, but maybe some lanes will be rejigged based on that, we'll see. So just coming through the 500 metre mark, it's great to have our timing back. It's University of London in first at this point, Oxford Brookes in second, then London again, London B, Exeter, Surrey and Manchester. Only about 5 seconds though, 6 seconds separating the whole field here, so it looks like all of these crews have got off to a great start, and we'll see how they settle onto their race rhythm, moving on to the middle section of this race.
Yeah, based on the time trial, we expected the London A crew and the Bucs crew to be the quickest two. They were Separated by 2 seconds in the time trial, the London and Bucs crew at 4:51 and 4:53. So there's 2 second gap there. But those two crews are the two that are streaking away at the front. So we're starting to get open water between crews. The London crew, the Bucs crew, they're just trying to move out on the rest of the field. This crew you can see in third here, just trying to stay on terms with the front two. They don't want to be dragged back. They're in a pretty good position as well in third, with about half a length over the next crew as we come into halfway. So we're just over 3 minutes into this race. We're just seeing these crews going through the 1K now. So yeah, this Exeter crew look like they're holding on to third, and they're going to want to keep moving from this. Exeter, they were fourth at the 500 metre, but it looks like they've moved through possibly into third place.
Yeah, just a reminder that this is a semi-final, so the top 3 boats will qualify to the A final. The remainder will go to the B final. So both of those races happening a little bit later on this afternoon. It is still Oxford Brookes and the University of London in those centre lanes out in front. They look pretty close. They're still contesting that first place, wanting to get the best lane possible for the final, although the conditions here look pretty even. But still, yes, those two crews in the middle. We've just lost our timings here. The crews have now come through 1K. They're into the second half of this race. And it looks like it's the crews in lanes 2 and 4, Exeter and London. I think that might be a college crew from London. Looks like they were using UCL blades, so great to see them here. So London B and Exeter. And I wouldn't count out that crew in lane 6, Surrey as well, Surrey B. They're still in this race. So the first 2 spots through to the A final look set. It looks like University of London A and Oxford Brookes. But who will take the third place? We're just approaching 1500 now, going through the 1500 marker, and looking out the window, it looks like Brookes has overturned University of London. They're now in the lead. So they've, if they can maintain this margin, they will overturn the verdict from the time trial there, so they'll be pleased with that. London's still in second, but those crews still contesting third place behind them.
Yeah, so we are getting times now. We just want some times associated to crews. The 2 middle crews, look, they have decent lead on third place. You can see here. Don't think that's correct, I'm afraid. But basically, what you're seeing on the screen, not quite right, because we can see Brookes are out in front, being chased by that deep purple that you see of the University of London. So Brookes and London looking good at the moment, but it's the Exeter crew that did look like they were third earlier, and they have held on well in lane 2. They are pushing up onto UL in this men's inter-coxed 4. So 3 to go through. Manchester are trying to get in terms for a race for 4th with the second London crew and the Surrey crew on that far side. But we go to the line, similarly to the last race. Brookes is 4, not winding it up, not ramping it up, just like Surrey did. Wouldn't surprise me to see them just paddle straight away to the landing stages. You know, the big dog move that some unis do, just to show we didn't really work that hard. But they have obviously worked hard to be in that position, just they have a little bit left in the tank. London working hard to just fend off Exeter, who chase them the whole way. Exeter will secure the 3rd position in there, and then it's going to be London, Surrey, and then Manchester just crossing with the bucket rig just on this near side now.
So we're back on start line now for the next race, which is a repechage of the men's championship coxed 4s. So these big heavy coxed 4s boats, we've got 3 boats. We've got Oxford Brookes C, Newcastle and Durham, and it'll be the top 2 crews from each of these races that will qualify into the A final later on today. So in this race, one of these crews will not make it, and we're just going to our live pictures now. And And it looks like Newcastle have had a great start. We can't quite see the Oxford Brookes crew in the near lane. They're a little bit down. Perhaps Oxford Brookes and Durham then contesting that second place early on in the race. They're now coming up to the 1,000 metre marker, sorry. So this Newcastle crew, these are 3 out of the 4 guys, I believe, who raced and won the Championship Men's Quads earlier in the week. Also in the Championship Men's 8s that took bronze yesterday. So these are 4 of their top athletes from Newcastle University, and they will be looking for a result here in this event today. And we've got the splits there. It is Newcastle in front, followed by Oxford Brookes and Durham. And I might add that Oxford Brookes, this is their C crew in this event. Their top 2 crews going straight through from the time trial, so Oxford Brookes A and B already through to the A final. And Oxford Brookes C will be looking to make it a 1, 2, 3 in this event.
Yeah, so Brookes looking to have 3 crews competing in the A final for men's Champ 4s. Like, that would be phenomenal to have 50% of those crews in such a high level event. Newcastle, they were only a couple of seconds behind those Brookes crews that automatically qualified through, so they are quick and they're showing that speed again here in this first repechage. So 2 of these 3 will meet 2 Brookes crews in the A final. Newcastle still looking good for their position, but it was quite close between Brookes and Durham for that second available spot from this race. These crews now making their way through to 1500. We can see looking down, they're about to hit that timing point. Newcastle, the crew that you can see in the middle of your shot, just being affected a little bit by the wind and a bit of chop, but they get straight back on course. Cox would have probably just told them that there was a couple of waves coming down, probably from a passing launch that's going back up the other way. But it is pretty close here between Durham and Brookes. Brookes did have the advantage by 3 seconds, about a length, but Durham are obviously not just going to sit there, because this could be the last race of their day if they're not able to overhaul this gap.
Yep, so these Oxford Brookes athletes, they were part of those very dominant performance yesterday in Championship 8s. I believe that this crew was part of the B boat in Champ, so they came second. And then those top 2 4s that we've seen go straight through, part of the A boat, that of course got that really fast time and that course record yesterday. So all of these really high quality athletes here representing Oxford Brookes. But just these crews now coming into the last 250 metres. It is Newcastle in front in lane 3, followed by Brookes and Durham. Durham beat Brookes in the time trial, but Brookes, they have that really competitive training programme. They know how to race, and it does look like they've clung on to that second place, but Durham are charging now.
Yeah, Durham are charging. Like we said, this could be the last race they have in this event, and likely of the day or even their championship. So they might as well just empty the tank now. Brookes have met it. They've took the rate up. They're just trying to sit noses ahead, noses ahead. Newcastle coming up to the line now. You see it in their shot. Newcastle just crossing with just over a length of lead. Brookes putting a final spurt in just to secure that second place in, and it's Durham who are going to be rowed out on that far side. So Durham will miss out on the A final. It'll be Newcastle and Brookes C going on to join Brookes A and Brookes B in the final.
And we're just moving up to the start line now for the second repechage of the Men's Championship Coxed 4s. In lane 2, on the left of your picture there, we have University of London, then Imperial College London, then Edinburgh and Cambridge. So they are just off the line now. See who's going to get the best start in this race. Again, similar to the last race, it will be the top 2 crews in this race who progress to the A final. Many of these athletes also competing in the Championship Men's 8s yesterday. And we've got the times through 500 metres there as we cut to the live feed. It's the University of London in front, followed by a couple of seconds behind Cambridge, Imperial, then Edinburgh. But it's still close, Alex.
Yeah, anyone can take this second place here. It's only 2 seconds between them, and in fact it's only 4 seconds between all 4. They'll be very aware that it's only 2 to go through to the final, they're going to be very aware that Bucs will be waiting. IC were the quickest in the time trial, but I would say the time trial is probably slightly misleading. It looks like only 4 crews really did that time trial at any speed, because then we have a 15-second gap between IC and Edinburgh. I think likely with the basis of knowing the draw and that the repechage was happening, the crews would have just ticked over and conserved. But at the moment, you can see as we just swing past, pretty strong lead here from the crew from London. So London leading IC as it swung past, with Edinburgh and Cambridge over on that far side. So London have pushed out to a 4-second lead, but Cambridge and Edinburgh still hot on the heels of IC, with just 2 seconds separating those 3 crews.
Now it's interesting to see that on this day of Bucs you have both the coxed fours and the coxless fours, so interesting to see which universities opt to prioritise the coxed four versus the coxless four. I believe we've seen many of the top athletes from Bucs in this event. I think this is also University of London's top 4, but I think this might be Imperial's, the sort of second half of their top 4, perhaps their top 4 guys from their Championship 8 in the coxless category. But it does look set now that the two London clubs look set to take this. IC just maintaining about a length over Cambridge and Edinburgh, but we'll see if this race between Cambridge and Edinburgh in those far lanes, in lanes 4 and 5, if this battle can bring those 2 crews up towards Imperial, or if Imperial are going to maintain control.
Yeah, so London still looking really good in this third 500, still pressing out. They did have about a 4-second lead going into the K. Not sure if they've stretched it out. We're just approaching that timing point now to see if they can extend it out by more than 4 seconds. It looks like we're starting to get some gaps appearing between the IC crew. Sorry, they're not, definitely not gaps appearing. In fact, it's closing up right now. IC Cambridge, Edinburgh, all overlapping. Just looking down the course here, only one of them can take a place in the final, assuming that London can keep their powder dry. London's still looking good as they charge down, but it is close between those other 3 crews in lanes 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, so just looking at the time trial results there, University of London were quite near the bottom of the time trial results, perhaps thinking they weren't going to qualify in those top 2 places, and so conserving energy, knowing that they were going to have to go to the repechage to qualify for the final. So perhaps that strategy paying off for UL here as they look set to take the top spot. But the crews are all charging down here. UL still in control, IC still in second with some clear water over Edinburgh and Cambridge. We'll see now as they come into the last 250. It's kitchen sink time. Edinburgh, they're going up through the gears. Are they going to be able to take it from Imperial? Imperial, are they going to make any ground on UL?
Yeah, Imperial definitely pushing on UL. Might even have just about overlap now. Edinburgh still charging hard at IC, seeing if Imperial are going to crack, but it looks like they're going to hold their nerve in these champ Cox 4s. Obviously they have Coxes to relay the situation, but just crossing with less than a length, probably 3/4 of a length. London will lead IC, who had a similar lead over Edinburgh, who just missed out on that final. And then Cambridge over on that far side will also miss out. So it's going to be London and IC joining Bucs, Newcastle and Bucs in the A final.
So a bit of drama going on here. We've just got an update here from that red flag in that previous race, the men's coxless fours. That Cambridge crew has been disqualified for interfering all the way along the course. So Edinburgh obviously complaining to the umpire there. Cambridge, who won that repechage, have been disqualified from the men's championship coxless fours. So perhaps a relief for the crews lower down in that repechage, but very unfortunate for that Cambridge crew. Just their steering getting in the way, and they won't be able to contest that event.
No, well, we saw at the boat race those 8s were uncomfortably close together, and obviously that kind of tactic has not paid off here with the quite clearly buoyed out course. There's no kind of grey area of where you can sit. It's not a case of knowing that if you sit here it's worth a certain amount on the split. So if they've deemed to have been impeding another crew, and that's what has been decided by the umpire, you can be disqualified even after the finish and a white flag initially put up following a red flag. But that seems to be the case of what's happened here. But we now move to a different boat class. We move now to the first semi-final, the first of the last pair of semi-finals before we start getting medal races. So this is the women's into eights. It's the first semi-final, like I say. It features Exeter, Nottingham, London, Newcastle, Cambridge, and a second Newcastle crew. So all those crews were safely off at the start. London have the early lead, a good lead, 3 seconds over Nottingham, who in turn have about a second over Newcastle. But those crews between third and sixth in lanes 4, 5, 1 and 6, all separated by just 4 seconds at the 500 metre mark.
So in front at the 1,000 metre mark, we'll wait for the splits, but it's UL out in front, followed by Nottingham. So the two crews in lanes 3 and 2, and then on the far side, Newcastle just ahead of Cambridge, I think. Very dominant performance here from London. We've seen they dominated the fours events earlier in the week, and now combining to their eights. Their top 8 will be in the championship category, and will be their second 8. But they've got about a 6-second margin there over Nottingham. Nottingham then 3 seconds to Newcastle. Then down Cambridge, not too far behind, and then a bit more of a gap to Newcastle and Exeter at the back of the field here. So just a reminder, this is a semi-final. So in the intermediate events we have semi-finals as opposed to repêchages. The only difference really means that it's just top 3 from each semi goes to the final. So in the intermediate events, no one qualifies directly from the time trial. So the top 3 crews from this category will go straight through. At the moment it's UL, Nottingham and Newcastle.
So this category, women's into 8s, usually one of the most competitive. We had a final a few years ago where the top 4 were only separated by 1.6 seconds and the top 3 were less than a second apart. But actually, looking at the time trial, it's not going to be as close as usual. London were the quickest in the time trial. There seem to be 2 crews. London and Brooks are probably going to be really slugging it out in that final. But you've got to get there first. And London are doing a great job of getting there. They're out in front. They pulled a 1:37.5 in the second 500. All the other crews were 1:41. Or above, pretty much. I mean, Nottingham, they're in this position because they pulled a 1:40.7. But that's why these 2 crews have separated themselves from the pack. They've been able to hold on to that speed in the second 500 better than anyone else. But it is, just like John said, London, Nottingham and Newcastle holding those 3 all-important places for a place in the A final.
Yep, so in these intermediate events we typically see it's sort of the second 8s from the big high performance programs, and then often the top 8s from the kind of next tier of clubs. So, you know, we've got UL's second boat here, but this is probably Nottingham's first boat. I haven't actually checked if they've got a crew in Champ, but I don't think they do this year. So probably Nottingham's top boat here, and having a great race in this intermediate 8 semi-final. Just looking out the window here, that UL crew just coming into the last 250 metres, commanding this semi-final. Nottingham, I think, also comfortable in second place. Newcastle just maintaining about a length over Cambridge to the left of them, over in lane 5. And we can just see now UL are just winding it down a little bit, maintaining the whole speed but not wanting to expend any extra energy, putting themselves in the best possible position for the A final later in the day. maintaining their length and their power on the front end, but not giving it too much extra. No sprint into the finish line here for UL. Perhaps we'll see that later today in the A final, as they're just coming up to the line to take the win in this semi-final, followed by Nottingham, just a couple of lengths behind, just coming onto the camera screen now. And then it's Newcastle who will take the third spot into the A final.
Yeah, so just to confirm, London, Nottingham and Newcastle will go through from that first semi-final in the women's into eights. This is the last semi-final of Bucs Regatta 2021. It'll be the women's into eights, and they're just off now. This has two Bucs crews in the middle and a third Bucs crew just to the right of your screen. So lanes 3, 4, 5 are all Bucs. Just the middle two. Oxford Uni in 5, York are in 6. Durham are in 2 and Bath are in 1. So we do have 6 crews all the way. The 2 Bucs crews were the quickest through the time trial of these crews here. So we're just going to cut to see now the live pictures. Crews approaching the 500 metre and through. So Bucs do hold the top 2 places as expected from the time trials. They've both gone sub 140 through their first 500, and then the other crews finding that pace a little bit too rich, but they're pulling sort of low 140s. So it's a competitive race for that third place between Durham, Oxford University, Bath and York. But we do have 2 Bucs crews, one of which is really streaking out and now actually has an open water lead over the second Bucs crew, who are now just in front of the rest.
Yes, it's the 2 Oxford Bucs crews out in front. Really great performance from them so far. It looks like this top Oxford Bucs crew will be contesting with that UL crew we saw in the last race, and then the next Oxford Bucs crew as well. Looks like they're consolidating second place, but we're seeing, I think, a 3-horse race here behind them between Durham, Oxford and Bath. York as well, very close, so it's a 4-horse race for that final spot into the A final. We're just coming through the 1k marker here. We'll just wait for the splits to come through in just a second. Bucs out in front with some clear water, then Bucs B ahead of York, Durham, Oxford and Bath. And we've just got the splits coming through there. It is Bucs A, Bucs B, and now it's spread out a little bit. Bath are now in 4th position. They've taken the lead over, I think that's Oxford, yep, in the lane opposite them. Looks like they're in a great race here with Durham. So will Bath, and just as we go back to the bike camera there, it's difficult to tell with the angle, but Bath might have now overtaken Durham as well. Now I know that the Bath crew, they had in their time trial, they got better and better as the race went on, so perhaps a little bit slow off the start, but improving with each 500, and it looks like we're seeing that again here. They're moving up into 3rd position, but there's still time. That's not a convincing margin. There's still time for the crews from Durham, Oxford and York are all still in the mix to claim that final spot into the A final.
Yeah, so the top crew in this, you can't see them on their screen. They're out to the left. Well, they've just come in. That's absolutely fine. That's Bucs. Bucs' A crew, well, B crew possibly, but it basically looks like it's their A crew. They're the quickest one. They do feature Jade Colton, formerly of the University of Gloucester, in there, but they are streaked out and they are comfortable through that 3rd 500. Bucs are also in 2nd place, but this is a 4-way battle for that final place that's happening now between Bath, Durham, Oxford and York. And I know John will want Bath to be that crew that finds that last place. So go on, over to you.
Yeah, just look at that, just over a second, 1.2 seconds between those 4 crews. It's still so tight. So it'll be down to who's got the best sprint in this last 500 metres. These athletes, they'll be tired at this point, but they won't need any more motivation than to see this race going on here. So who has the best sprint to claim the last spot into the A final. At that 1500 metre it was Bath, but only by 0.2 of a second ahead of Oxford on the far side there. Still, it's Oxford, Brooks A and B out ahead. Brooks A just coming through the 250 to go marker here. They look like they're in control. They're long, they're powerful, they're not really sprinting for the line here. I think they're similar again to that UL crew in the previous semi-final, conserving energy for the final. They've got this race wrapped up here. Brooks B still racing behind them, and it's this 4-horse race. Bath, Durham, Oxford and York.
So it's really going to be who wants it most. Who wants it most? I'd say it looks like Durham have fallen by the wayside. Bath have dusted them off. But they are having a race with the crews on the far side. These Coxes are going to be riding these athletes hard to give them everything they got to put themselves in the A final. It's going to be Bath challenging Oxford, challenging York. So which of these crews is going to take it? Brooks have gone through first. Brooks will also come second. But it looks like a real three-way battle. Bath have pushed their noses out in front. Looks like they've done enough to sneak away from the sort of side-by-side race happening between Oxford and York. So Bath will claim that third place in the final. It's going to be York and Oxford that miss out. Heads go down slightly, along with Durham. But it will be Brooks and Bath to join London, Newcastle and Nottingham to make up the women's Inter 8 final.
Yeah, fantastic race from the Bath girls there. Shout out to any Bath supporters watching this live stream. Your girls are through to the A final here in Inter 8s. So they will be joining UL, Nottingham and Newcastle from that previous semi-final. And now we're underway in the B final of the women's intermediate lightweight singles. In lane 1 we have Sophie Everett from Worcester. In lane 2 Zara Stewart from Hartbury. In lane 3 Natalie Morgan from King's College London. In lane 4 Rachel Granger from Exeter. In lane 5 Lara Britton from Reading. And in lane 6 Eloise Singham from Surrey.
So I'm just about to hand over to Will, who's going to take over the first of these medal races. But just a shout out to Soph. I don't think she'd forgive me for not giving her a big up on the live stream.
And the 500 metre split's just about to come up onto the screen. There we go, the athlete from KCL out in front there. Great to see KCL representing here at Bucs. Then Worcester in second place, followed by Hartbury, Exeter, then Reading. I think the other Reading scholar there as well. But it's still a tight field here. There's only a few seconds between all 6 of these scullers, and we do see margins overturned in these single sculls. Relatively easy to make the hull go faster towards the end of the race. So this race, although it looks like it is the sculler in the middle of the course there from KCL, Natalie Morgan, who's taken out an early lead and got some clear water behind her, the field is tight.
Yeah, very tight indeed, contesting for these spots in the B final. We're going to start getting to some really exciting racing now as we have the B and A finals coming up. So we're going to see the medals given out on the last day of Bucs Regatta 2021. Coming up towards that 1,000 metre marker, and it's still Natalie Morgan of King's College London who's leading out in front of this one. The athletes closest to the camera in lanes 1 and 2, Worcester and Hartbury, who are challenging for the second and third spots.
Yep, and we're just seeing the splits coming through here. I'm not sure if something's happened to that second sculler from Reading. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we've only got 5 splits coming up here, so one of these scullers not in this race, but we do have quite a tight field still. Looking at the times coming through for the 1,000 metre mark, it's still the sculler from KCL now consolidating that lead with 4 seconds over Exeter, and Worcester still up there in third position.
Yeah, so I think it's the sculler from Surrey in lane number 6, Eloise Singham, who isn't contesting in this one. But as you say, John, it's the King's College London sculler who's moved out. They're disappointed not to get into the A final. and exacting some revenge on the B final here of the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls. So Natalie Morgan of KCL moving out in front. The sculler in lane number 2, Zara Stewart of Hartbury, just dropping back a little bit. So I think the battle at the moment for second place is between Sophie Everett of Worcester and Rachel Granger of Exeter in lane number 4. I think the Exeter sculler maybe looking a little bit stronger as we're moving into the second half. They got 750 metres to go now, but Natalie Morgan of King's College London has really stepped on in this middle 1,000 and extended her lead quite significantly over the whole field.
Yeah, and with these lightweight races, there are not intermediate categories in every boat class. So the lightweight singles for both the men and the women are the only lightweight categories with both a championship and an intermediate category. So just showing here, it's great to have so much competition in these intermediate lightweight singles. It's still Natalie Morgan from KCL leading this B final. Perhaps she was disappointed to miss out on the A final. I've been there, but the only way to make up for it is just to make sure that you win that B final and make amends and make sure that you have a good race. And behind it is still a contest between Exeter and Exeter and Worcester for the second and third positions.
Yeah, the Hartbury sculler Zara Stewart actually dropping back into 5th place now. Lara Britton of Reading has moved up into 4th. And it is Rachel Granger of Exeter who's having that much stronger third 500. She's now into 2nd. Just going through the 500 metres to go, and it is Natalie Morgan of KCL. She's got a 7-second lead now over the field. Rachel Granger of Exeter in 2nd, and Sophie Everett of Worcester in 3rd. Reading and Hartbury closing out the field in this B final. Just because it's B final, don't think we're not going to see some incredibly tight racing. Especially in these events where we've had a lot of entries, these B finals can end up being really, really tight, because you get that, think of a kind of bell curve distribution of times. Those ones in the middle are going to be really, really tight together. So I expect some of the B finals might even provide tighter racing than the A finals, where you get those standout fast crews who are just miles ahead of the competition. But we're coming into the last 250 metres now. Great shot there of Natalie Morgan of King's College London with those striped blades, the sort of red and white at the end of those blades, and also down the side of her lycra, into the last 200 or so metres now for Natalie Morgan of KCL.
Yep, and because this is now the last day of Bucs Regatta 2021 and we're on to the finals, so we've finished all the semi-finals and the repechages, this is the last race now for all of these athletes at the regatta, so they will be expending every ounce of energy that they can, no matter what race they are in. And we're seeing that here from the KCL sculler, Natalie Morgan. She's not holding back, she's going for the finish line, she's getting as big a margin as she can over her competition, so a fantastic performance from her here. Looks like she's just coming across to the finish line now, and in 2nd place, consolidated her lead in the lane next to her, is Exeter.
Yep, so coming up to the line, Natalie Morgan of King's College London. She goes across just now, and then it is going to be Exeter who come through in 2nd. Fight back from the Hartbury sculler. Worcester cross the line in 3rd position. Hartbury fighting back into 4th. And then it'll be Lara Britton of Reading University crossing the line in 5th position to close out the B final of the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls. And looks like we can go down to the start line now just to see these the clips of our A final just going off the start. The first A final of the day in the intermediate lightweight single. We've got Catherine King of Cambridge in 1, Sasha Kennedy of Surrey in 2, Hazel Wake of Oxford in 3, Lauren Madison of Reading in 4, Leonie Kennedy of Surrey in 5, and Kirsty Naismith of Reading in lane number 6.
Yeah, so the Cambridge sculler Catherine King, part of the famous King twins who have taken victory in multiple events here. So this is Catherine King. They're competing separately in their single sculls today, so Catherine in the intermediate and her sister Gemma is in the championship in the next race, so she'll be looking to get a good result here. And we've just come through the 500 metre marker. It's Reading out in front, followed by Surrey, and then I think was it Cambridge in 3rd?
I think it was Oxford in 3rd position as we went through that 500 metres, so Hazel Wake of Oxford sitting in 3rd. Reading with really strong representation in this, 2 Scullers, as have the University of Surrey. So you've got two Reading, 2 Surrey, 1 Cambridge and 1 Oxford. So our sort of leading competitors there going through the 1,000 metre mark, and it was Lauren Madison of Reading still out in front. In second it was Sasha Kennedy of the University of Surrey. Hazel Wake of Oxford still sitting in that 3rd position, and Kirsty Naismith of Reading just outside the medals at the moment. She's sitting in 4th.
It's been fantastic to see this year such a strong contingent from Cambridge and Oxford. We sometimes find that they don't always come, or at least come in force, to Bucs Regatta. After the boat race they often take a break or focus on their academics after such an intense period of rowing, but I think the change of the date this year has suited Oxford and Cambridge. They've now got their academics out the way and they're doing very well in the Oval Victor Ladorum. We've seen them at the head of many races here, so fantastic to see Oxford and Cambridge, those powerhouses of UK rowing, actually coming and sending really strong crews to Bucs Regatta this year. We're just coming to 1,500 metres now. It's still the Sculler in the middle there from Reading out in front of this race.
Yeah, it's still Reading out in front, but I think the medal fight here is going to be really, really fascinating. So we've got Reading, Surrey and Oxford, but I think Sasha Kennedy of Surrey in lane number 2, so she's the one that you can see at the moment of those leading 3 who's closest to the camera. I think she's trying to push up onto the Reading Sculler. Has Reading's Lauren Madison got anything to respond to this? I think she has actually. Looks like Madison has just pushed on and extended the lead out from half a length to 3/4 of a length. Hazel Wake of Oxford is sitting in that 3rd position. I think those are where the 3 medals are going to come from, but as we're just about to hit the 500 metres to go marker, there's still plenty of room for change in this first A final of the day.
Yeah, these margins, they're by no means secure. We can easily see leads overturned at the very end of this race, and it's so tight there for 2nd and 3rd between the Sculler from Surrey and the Sculler from Oxford. But out in front it is still Lauren Madison with now a 3.5 second lead there.
Yeah, just 0.2 of a second separating silver and bronze, so I think that's where we're going to see a huge amount of interest in this final sprint. Lauren Madison of Reading, lane number 4. Lindsay out in front in your picture, and then the 2 Scullers over her right shoulder. Oxford immediately to her right, and then Surrey one lane over. They are still going for that silver and bronze. I'd say Sasha Kennedy of Surrey maybe looks to be slightly stronger at the moment, but anything can change in the last 250. If you were watching our men's champ single final yesterday, we saw pretty much a length overturned in the last 100 metres by Jamie Copeland, so really anything can happen if you've left enough energy for the sprint and someone else is starting to tire.
Yeah, but we're just coming into the last 250 metres now. All these Scullers, they're going up through the gears. Time to empty the tank, empty the kitchen sink, as some people say. And we can certainly see that Lauren Madison, she is doing that to hold on to her lead and claim first place in this race, coming into the red boys now, the last 100 metres.
Yeah, really impressive scull here from the Reading athletes. You can see on the left of your shot coming into the red boys now, that signifies 100 metres to go, and still that fight for the silver and bronze between Surrey and Oxford. I think the Sculler from Surrey still has an advantage of around about half a length. Lauren Madison of Reading has pulled away from the field in this last 500 metres. Great sprint from her. The Surrey Sculler is just about to go through some of those birds on the course. Hopefully they don't cause too much of an issue across the line from Reading. Then it's Surrey, then Oxford should be our medals there. Cambridge coming through in 4th position, and it'll then be the Scullers from Reading and Surrey, the 2nd Scullers from those clubs, that will come through in 5th and 6th. So you can go straight down the course to our first championship final of the day, and it is still the women's lightweight singles. Off the start they go now. So if I can bring you your lineup for this championship lightweight singles A final, we've got St Andrews in lane number 1. Cambridge Gemma King in lane number 2, Nottingham's Olivia Bates in 3, Chloe Knight of Reading in lane 4, Erin Thompson of Nottingham in 5, and Bryony Lawrence of Hartbury in lane number 6. So it looks like they're coming up towards 1,000 metres now.
And it's great to see 2 entries from Nottingham in this event, both making it into the A final and both being competitive here. And it is the sculler from Nottingham, Olivia Bates. I think they're in. Oh no, it's the sculler from Hartbury, Bryony Lawrence. She's out in front.
Yeah, so those timings from the 500 showing that the sculler in lane 6, Bryony Lawrence, is out in front. Can't see it in our shot at the moment. It looks like it is Nottingham's Olivia Bates, who's that boat that you can see that's out in front. We're coming up towards that 1,000 metre marker now, so we'll get a little bit of a better idea. I think that's Olivia Bates on the left of your shot, and then furthest away from the camera, I think that's Bryony Lawrence. So you might have just had a very, very fast start and then dropping back now. But I think it is Nottingham's Bryony Lawrence who's way out in front. Sorry, Nottingham's Olivia Bates ahead of Bryony Lawrence of Hartbury, and then Cambridge's Gemma King, just saw her sister competing in the intermediate final, is currently sitting in bronze.
Yep, and interested to see the Reading sculler Chloe Knight down in 4th place. She is the top lightweight athlete at Reading. She won gold in the lightweight women's quad on Friday and was also with the Reading heavyweight championship quad yesterday. So she's now here in her single, down in 4th. She'll be looking to get back on terms with these top 3 scullers, but it does look like these margins are starting to open out now.
Yeah, really, really dominant performance here from the Nottingham sculler. The battle now looks to be between silver and bronze. Gemma King closest to the camera in lane 2. Bryony Lawrence of Hartbury furthest away. I think Bryony Lawrence might have just absolutely flown out of the blocks. Sorry. What we sometimes call a bit of a fly and die approach, where you go really, really hard and then try and hold on towards the end. But in a single, that's hard because it's just you, and if you start tiring, there's no one else there who's going to help you pick it back up. Olivia Bates of Nottingham, you can just see on the left of your shot, but that battle for silver between Gemma King of Cambridge and Bryony Lawrence of Hartbury.
Yeah, sometimes it pays to get out in front nice and early, and you can just see then your opposition behind you and respond to any moves that are being made, but it's a very brave approach to take. And sometimes you can pay for it later in the race. So we do just see here Bryony Lawrence on the far side dropping back. She's still in 3rd position, but I think it is Cambridge's Gemma King who has come through into silver medal position at this stage. Still the sculler from Nottingham, Olivia Bates, out in front. She's got a pretty safe margin here. We're just seeing the 1,500 metre splits coming through. Yeah, look at that. She's got about 7 seconds there onto the next sculler, but 0.2 seconds separating Bryony Lawrence from Hartbury and Gemma King from Cambridge.
Yeah, we'll wait to see as those splits get updated exactly who our timekeepers at the 500 metre to go marker thought was out in front there. But it's definitely Nottingham who are in pole position. Hartbury just ahead of Cambridge with 500 metres to go. We've then got Chloe Knight of Reading in 4th, the second Nottingham sculler Erin Thompson in 5th, and Jodie Cameron of St Andrews sitting in 6th position. Strong performance from Nottingham and St Andrews. Nottingham having 2 representatives in this, and St Andrews getting into the A final. You can see in the middle of your shot there, really dominant performance from Olivia Bates of Nottingham to be leading this final. On the left of your shot, Hartbury's Bryony Lawrence, who went out really hard, just dropped back ever so slightly now. Is she able to pick it back up and have a sprint left in her legs to contest for the gold, for the silver medal?
I have heard from some of my contacts at the Hartbury programme that she does have a sprint on her. So we'll see, can Bryony Lawrence get back the silver medal? All of these scullers now, they're going up in the ratings. They're putting everything into this final sprint. Olivia Bates from Nottingham looks like she has now secured that gold medal in the last 100 metres now into the red boys. But it's still Gemma King from Cambridge. She's going for it now. She's really going for it, as is Bryony Lawrence on that far side. They're separated by a few lanes, but no difference here. We've got... Oh, it's looking so tight there.
Yeah, great sprint here as Olivia Bates comes across the line in first position, and it is then going to be the scholar from Cambridge, Gemma King, who comes over in second ahead of Bryony Lawrence from Hartbury. Then in the middle of the course, Chloe Knight of Reading, and then coming across in fourth, just down a bit towards the finish. So we can see our winner there, Olivia Bates, on screen in Nottingham. Fantastic performance from her. She looks pretty chuffed with that. We've then got coming over in fifth, Nottingham's Erin Thompson, and then Jodie Cameron of St Andrews just finishing off her race right about now. So that was our first Championship A final of the day, and we can go straight back down to the start for the women's beginner 2 Coxed Fours B final. So off they go in this one. Just 3 crews contesting this B final of the women's beginner 2 Coxed Fours. So the beginner 2 event for those athletes who started rowing in 2019 to 2020 academic year, missed the opportunity to race at Bucs Regatta last year. So we've created this beginner 2 event for those athletes, and we've got 9 fours contesting this women's beginner 2 Coxed Four. Queen's University Belfast, Cardiff and Leicester are the 3 crews, and you can see as we're coming up towards our sort of timing markers, it's Queen's University Belfast closest to the camera who are out in front.
Yep, so through the 500 metre marker it was Queen's out in front, followed by Cardiff and Leicester. It's about 4 seconds between first and second, and about 6 seconds between second and third, so it's starting to open out here. Queen's University Belfast, we're just seeing there on the live shot, they've got about a length of clear water over Cardiff, who in turn have got about a length of clear water over Leicester. But with these beginner events, you never know what might happen. We might see crabs, we might see capsizes, probably not capsizes in these bigger fours, but you never know what we'll see in the beginner category. So these crews all still in the race here.
Yeah, coming up towards 1,000 metres, so moving into our sort of first Coxed Fours final. You can see all of the crews have a cox who's sitting in the bow of the boat. You can just see their heads popping up at the moment, sort of behind the bow sculler, bow athlete from each of these crews. Queen's Belfast with the white tops with the green and blue hoops across the middle. They are out in front of this one, and so we've got this beginner 2 Coxed Four from Queen's. There's also a very impressive Queen's beginner 2 women's quad that we're going to be seeing in a few races time, contesting for the gold medal.
It's fantastic to see such a strong contingent here from Queen's, from Belfast, despite the restrictions that we have in place due to COVID here in the UK. They've come across on the ferry from Ireland to compete here at Bucs Regatta, so shout out to any Queen's supporters that are watching this, and thanks to all those athletes for coming across to make this Bucs Regatta 2021 so special. And it is the crew from Queen's who are leading out now. We're coming through the 1,000 metre mark there. They're in the lead over the crew from Cardiff, followed by the crew from Leicester.
Yep, strong performance here from Queen's Belfast, just as we see them now rowing away from the 1,000 metre. Great shot there, easily identifiable in those high-vis visors, means we can see them really, really clearly, and great crew coordination. So pushing away from that 1,000 metres, and just starting to get a little bit tired as they move into the second half of this race. They've got to keep up that speed. They want to keep moving away from the crews around them, but Queen's have really opened up a big advantage over Cardiff and Leicester. Cardiff still holding around a length over the Leicester crew, but it might be closing ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of overlap there between those 2 crews at the back, between Cardiff and Leicester. Leicester obviously having a strong middle section of this race. We're approaching the 1,500 metre mark, so we'll get some timings soon to see just how close this really is. And it is still Queen's University Belfast out in front. They're extending their lead now. I think they'll be set to take the win in this B final of the women's beginner 2s, beginner 2 4s, sorry. And this again, it will be the last race of the regatta for all of these athletes, so really throwing the kitchen sink at this one.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to leave anything on the line. And to make sure you go home from your 3 days at Bucs Regatta, whether you're doing one event or 6, knowing that you got absolutely everything out of it. And Leicester can say that they are doing that right now, because they are starting to row through Cardiff. The Leicester crew of Jess Jones, Grace Mansfield, Tasman Tyndall, Rhiannon Lutit and Kieran Adams, they are motoring through, and they are about to draw level with the crew from Cardiff. We're coming up towards 500 metres to go, and I think by the time we get to 500, Leicester may just be about to put their bow ball in front. Have Cardiff got anything they can do to respond to this push from Leicester through this third 500 metres?
Yeah, fantastic push there from the crew from Leicester. They've got about a canvas now over Cardiff. We'll see now, we've just come through the 1500, 0.3 seconds separating these two crews. Will Cardiff be able to respond in this last 500? There's plenty of time to take the lead again, so let's see who has the sprint.
Yeah, not much left in this, and it can be quite hard, especially when you're in a bigger boat. If it sort of starts to go backwards and another crew is moving on you, being able to respond to that is quite tricky. Making speed changes in a sort of big heavy boat like a Cox 4, we've got the additional weight of the Cox, means if you want to make that big shift in boat speed, you've got to really have something in the legs. And I think Leicester are continuing to move through Cardiff as we go into the last 500 metres. Queen's still looking imperious out in front. They're going through 250 metres to go now, and they continue to lead over Cardiff and Leicester.
Yep, great rowing from this Queen's crew. We've seen them, I think, in various different crews throughout the week, but here they are in their 4. Queen's is known mainly for its sculling programme, but it's great to see that they're also branching out into the sweep categories here.
Into the red boys then for the Queen's University Belfast crew. They're able to look back on their opposition. Pretty comfortable out in front. As we go to our finish line shot, we'll just see the bow of the Queen's Belfast popping into view. There it is, into their last 3 strokes or so for Queen's, and they're going to come across the line in first position in this B final of the Women's Beginner 2 Cox 4s. Over on the far side of the course, it is Leicester who had that well-paced race rowing through Cardiff. See our winners from Queen's there. So Leicester crossed the line in second position, and it will then be Cardiff that come across in third. So great race there by the Queen's University Belfast athletes in the Women's Beginner 2 Cox 4s. So we can go straight down to the start now for the A final of the Women's Beginner 2 Cox 4s. A little bit of a wobble off the start there from the crew from UCL in lane number 3, but they're being able to correct that, back underway. So they moving away from the start in the Women's Beginner 2 Cox 4s A final. So our 6 representatives in this one, as we see our umpire boat dropping in behind. Birmingham, Exeter, University College London, Nottingham, Manchester and Southampton will be our representatives in this one.
And we're just switching to the live shot now, so we'll be able to see these crews coming up towards 500 metres, I think. 1,000 metres now, sorry. So we'll get some splits through. At the 500 metre, it was UCL in front, followed by Nottingham and then Exeter. So those were the top 3. So this is an A final, so there will be medals awarded to the winners of this event. At the moment it is UCL out in front in that middle lane, followed by Nottingham.
Yeah, you can see there, actually looks like it might be the crew in lane number 2, might be Exeter that are now pushed up, or is it UCL? Pretty hard to tell until we get the shot a little bit closer. You can see there's the UCL crew. They are motoring away from this field in the Women's Beginner 2 Cox 4s. They're the ones in the purple on the right of your shot. And we're coming up towards the 1,000-metre mark. You can see the Manchester crew in lane number 5 and the Nottingham crew in lane number 4. They'll be trying to stay on the coattails of the UCL crew, but we're just about to go through the 1,000-metre marker, and so we'll get some more precise splits on how these crews are doing. UCL come over the line pretty tight then for the second and third between Nottingham and Manchester. Exeter in lane number 2, just a little bit further back.
Yeah, great second 500 there from Manchester. They've got themselves back on terms with the crew from Nottingham, so they're now in contention for these medals, currently in bronze medal position. But can they push Nottingham on their home water up to silver? We're just seeing a bit of a mishap there. Oh, the crew from Exeter nearly catching a crab there, but well recovered. They'll be eager to get back onto pace now. They'll probably have lost a few seconds with that. You can just see there on the side camera now they've dropped back, and it's the 3 crews on the far side there. UCL in lane 3, Nottingham in lane 4, and Manchester in lane 5. Those are your top 3, and it looks like none of the other crews are going to be able to contest, but we'll see what the order is, because the crews in lane 5 and 6 from Manchester and Southampton, sorry, I think that's Nottingham and Manchester, sorry, lanes 4 and 5, they're pushing up now towards UCL.
Yeah, really great battle for the silver and bronze here between Nottingham and Manchester. I think Nottingham and Manchester had a really great race in the semi-final earlier, so they were in semi-final 1, UCL were in semi-final 2. I did think it was going to be a good race there. I think it was the crew from Nottingham that sat about a quarter of a length up on the crew from Manchester pretty much the whole way down, and they had a really good fight, and it looks like those 2 crews are very evenly matched. And will that battle between those 2 for the silver medal would actually bring UCL back into the equation, or can UCL just say, right, no, we're going to trust our race pace, we know we're the quicker boat and we're going to row away from you? It looks like Nottingham now just dropping back behind the crew from Manchester though, as we are coming up towards 500 metres to go.
Yep, UCL had that early lead, but they won't want to get complacent here, because it is the crew from Manchester in lane 5 who've closed up on them. Their lead is only about half a length now. We can see there on the 1500 metre timings about 1.6 seconds between these 2 crews, and that margin can be overturned in this last 500. Anything can happen. The crews can sprint or something can happen, so let's see, can UCL hold on to the lead here?
Yeah, Manchester in lane number 5 looking really aggressive into the last 300 metres or so of this one. UCL looking a little bit calmer, but if they're going to start running out of energy and Manchester are moving quickly, then they're going to have to do something to respond. I think UCL are still in pole position for this one. They had that sort of length or so lead with 500 metres to go, but Manchester are not going to go down without a fight. Nottingham still sitting in that 3rd position. I think they're probably going to have to settle for bronze as it currently stands, but Manchester continuing to try and chase down the crew from University College London.
Yeah, Manchester really going for it now. It's time for all of these crews to use any last bit of power and energy that they have. This is the last race for them of the day, most likely at least, and so it is the crew from Manchester who are challenging UCL, but UCL staying cool and calm, and I think they are out in front, but not by much.
So University College London desperately trying to hold on. Manchester are still sprinting, looking really strong. They're still holding that length into the last 100 metres or so. They've got about 70 metres. They're in the red boys. Manchester are moving level. Are they moving past the crew from University College London? There's not that many strokes left. Who's got the energy to keep on fighting? I think we might have a photo finish coming here. I could not call that over the line. It's got UCL showing up as the top, but I think we're going to have to wait for the photo finish to confirm that one. Nottingham definitively cross in 3rd. It's then going to be Exeter and Southampton, with Birmingham rounding out the field in this beginner 2 Cox 4s. So we'll have to wait for the photo finish to come through, and when we get that result through on our system, we will try and let you know as we get this replay now of those crews coming over. We've got Manchester on top, and across the line. Remember, that yellow line is not official. That's what our fantastic production team have drawn in to try and help you see where that finish line is. We'll have to wait for our photo finish judges to assess on that one, but we're going to go straight over to the next race that is already on the course, and that is the B final of the women's beginner 1 coxed fours.
So in this race, the B final of the women's beginner 1 coxed fours, it's Lincoln in lane 1, Sheffield in lane 2, York in lane 3, Exeter in lane 4, Lancaster in lane 5, and another UCL crew in lane 6.
So moving into these beginner 1 events now. So beginner 1, what we usually just describe as beginner at Bucs Regatta. So for those athletes who who started rowing in this academic year, so probably in September of this year, it's been a very disrupted year for them. So fantastic to see so many strong beginner crews racing here in the beginner 1 events. You can see our shot there from 1,000 metres as our crews are probably about 500 metres or so into their race. We should start getting some splits through for them very soon. While we're waiting for them, I'm just going to check back and see. So we've still got a waiting confirmation in that race. It's provisionally I will stress, got the University College London ahead of University of Manchester, but as soon as we get that confirmed status on that race, we will let you know. Coming alongside this B final now, and we've got the 500 splits just coming up on the screen, and you can see it's the crew in lane number 4, that is Exeter, who are out in front ahead of looks like Lancaster over on the far side, and Lincoln closest to the camera.
Yep, we can see those 2 crews that they've stepped out to lead this race, but it's tight behind them for third between Lincoln and Sheffield. York and UCL not too far, a few seconds back, but this is just the first 500, so they're now approaching the 1,000 metre mark, and these leads can all be overturned.
So it's just come up on the big scoreboard in front of us. Manchester did manage to row through University College London in the last 100 metres there. They won by 9/100ths of a second. 9/100ths, less than 1/10 of a second there for Manchester. What a well-timed sprint from them. Focusing back in on this race to give these beginner 1 coxed fours their full due care and attention. We're coming up towards 1,000 metres, and it is still Exeter who are out in front. They're coming up towards 1,000, and it is Lincoln and Sheffield. Sheffield now pushing up into that second spot. We've also got York in lane number 3. Those are our 2nd, 3rd and 4th positions.
Yep, really tight here now for these positions between lane 1 and 2, Lincoln and Sheffield there.
So coming up to the 1,000 metre marker, so we've still got Exeter out in front. It was Lancaster University who at 500 were in second, but I think they might have dropped off ever so slightly, because I think that second spot is being contested by the crews closest to the camera, lanes 1 and 2, Lincoln and Sheffield. Nice change from yesterday. Yesterday we had all the fastest crews over on the far side because of the weather conditions. Today we've got this sort of standard pattern where we've got the fastest crews in the middle of the lake. Sheffield in lane 2, they pushed through into second spot now ahead of Lincoln. We've got three boats there, all with the cock sitting in the stern of the boat, so they're looking at the rowers rather than sitting at the front with a sort of uninterrupted view in front of them. You don't see that as much these days. Most cox fours that are constructed these days tend to have the I can see the Lincoln Cox there urging on the crew, sort of almost slapping her legs on the side of the boat to try and urge on athletes. I think I remember seeing her do the exact same thing during the time trial but just dropping back ever so slightly now behind Sheffield and also York in lane number 3, who are pushing up into those top 3 places.
Yeah, that Lincoln crew getting really excited there, but they are just dropping back, so perhaps just losing a little bit of the poise in their technical stroke there. And it's the crews in lanes 2 and 3. Sheffield and York have pushed ahead now, about 2/3 of a length ahead of the crew from Lincoln. Those are the crews in 2nd and 3rd. It looks like the crew from Exeter, who were in 1st, they're really consolidated that lead. It was 6 seconds in the 1,000, and I think that has only extended now as we approach 1,500. But who will it be, Sheffield or York now?
Yeah, so Lincoln just starting to drop back, and I think 2nd and 3rd is going to be contested by the 2 boats in lanes 2 and 3, Sheffield and York. York have had a really good third 500 metres to draw up level with the Sheffield crew. So we've got the two Yorkshire crews, the White Roses, going up against each other for 2nd and 3rd here, Sheffield versus York, and I think York in lane 3 just starting to go out in front. So the York crew, Natasha Dewan, Sarah Becker, Jemima DeRoyal, Emma Graham and Royston Alston, they have now got about a canvas over the crew from Sheffield as we come up towards 500 metres to go.
Yeah, great middle section of the race here from York. They were down on the start, but they've pushed their way through and they're now in silver medal position. The crew from Lincoln in lane 1, they've regained a bit of form there and they're not out of this race just yet. They're at 1,500 metres there, still close for 2nd place. But let's see if Lincoln have anything left to give in this last 500.
So just a second separating those 2 crews in 2nd and 3rd. I can see Saskia in the chat cheering on the York crew. Will absolutely be I'm sure there'll be tons of people shouting for both of these boats as they're coming into the last stages of this Women's Beginner 1 Cox 4's B final. Out in front, the class of this race has definitely been the Exeter crew. In lane number 4, Harriet Borden, Izzy Calderwood, Jemima Harbottle, Jemima Marsden and Philippa Mundy, they are out in front. I think the Sheffield crew in the lane to their right, lane number 3, are consolidating that 2nd position over Sheffield, with Lincoln still in 4th position. Getting towards the last 250 metres of the race now for our leading crew, Exeter. So we've got Exeter coming into the red boys now in lane number 4. This B final, they are being closed down by York. York have motored down the gap to this Exeter crew. I think they're going to run out of water, but really well-paced race by York. They've been closing down this margin all the way through the 2nd half of the race as the Exeter crew comes past us in the finish tower into their last couple of strokes, and they're going to cross the line in 1st position in this B final of the Women's Beginner 1 Cox 4's. York cross over in 2nd, and it will then be Sheffield who come through in 3rd. That Exeter crew look really happy there with their efforts. Lincoln coming through in 4th. And then over on the far side it will be UCL.
So we're just watching the pictures there on your screen. I think that is the crew from Lancaster. Not sure what happened to them, but they're getting some assistance there from the safety boats on the water. It was unfortunate to see these issues happening, technical issues, or perhaps one of the members of the crew in distress. Yeah, we've got no one there in the bow seat, so perhaps something happened there. Hope everyone is safe and well from that crew. Yeah, we can just see the safety crew. There's one of the rowers in there just being taken away. But the next race, there we are on the start line, just getting ready for the A final of the women's beginner coxed fours. In lane 1 we have a crew from UCL, lots of UCL crews in these beginner events. In lane 2 Leeds, in 3 Southampton, in lane 4 Edinburgh, in lane 5 Loughborough, and in lane 6 Warwick.
Yeah, so we may just have a small wait for a minute or two while we wait for the Lancaster boat to be able to move themselves off the course. Thank you everyone watching on YouTube for all of your comments. We've got a fantastic, almost 500 people following us live. Huge amount of shouts going for all the crews, and see people getting excited for the race that's about to come up. Especially the Loughborough crew that's going to be coming up in the next race, the A final of the women's beginner fours. So you can see our crews just waiting on the start line there, and I'm sure we'll be able to get going with this race very soon. So to preview this beginner 1 Cops Fours final, as John said, we've got University College London, Leeds, Southampton, Edinburgh, Loughborough and Warwick. I think the class of this field is probably going to come from the Edinburgh University crew in lane number 4. They won the time trial by about 30 seconds, and they were way out in front of their semi-final. If you were joining us yesterday, you'd have seen the fantastic performance that the Edinburgh beginner women put on. They won the women's beginner 8 in very dominant fashion, winning by about 40 seconds, which you very rarely see in an 8 race. We also saw 6 of their scullers entered the women's beginner singles event, and all 6 of them were in the A finals. They rounded out the whole field, and obviously took home all of those 6 positions. So their top 4 athletes, the 4 that came first, second, third and fourth in the single, they are in the quad, which we're going to see very soon. And then the second boat is the Cops 4 here, and we're going to, but just because they're the second boat, they are still incredibly quick, and it's going to be very hard for any of these other boats to come close to them, I think.
And so this race has just begun. This is the A final of the women's beginner fours. So just a reminder, it's UCL, Leeds, Southampton, Edinburgh, Loughborough and Warwick. But yes, just keeping an eye out for that crew from Edinburgh. It's the second half of the 8 that we saw taking that very convincing win in beginner race yesterday. And just coming through to the live footage now, it looks like it is the Edinburgh crew that's taken out a canvas lead, but the crew from Southampton is also up there, and not much more than half a length down at this point.
Yeah, very close as we're in the first couple of 100 metres. I was hearing from the Edinburgh president yesterday that the Edinburgh crews haven't necessarily got the best start, so seeing quite close at the beginning. But as they're getting into their race pace now, Edinburgh just went for about a canvas up to 3/4 of length up in the space of about 5 seconds. And that's not really normal. You don't see that in road races too much, and they're about to hit a length and they're going out to clear water and they're just motoring away from the field. So many of these races, because we've got overlaps between the races, we don't always get to see the sort of full development, and then we just cut to a shot and Edinburgh are suddenly 20 seconds up. It's actually really good fun seeing this shot from the bike and just seeing them just walk away from the field. I'm going to try and not let my pro Edinburgh bias affect this too much, but I'm enjoying this a little bit. Southampton and Leeds in lanes 3 and 2 are currently in our second and third positions, just about a third of a length separating them. They're right next to each other on the lake, so it should be a really good battle. Edinburgh just going through that 500 metre marker now, 1:53.9, and it's going to be Southampton going through in second, and I think Leeds going through in third. And it's one of the crews over on the far side, Loughborough or Warwick. Can't quite tell who it is at the moment. I think it's probably the crew from Loughborough in fourth.
Yep, I think these crews probably will have to resign themselves to the fact that the Edinburgh crew is going to win this race, but it is still a hot contest for those second and third places. Only a few seconds separating Strathclyde, Leeds, Loughborough and Warwick there. UCL not too far back. We can see 4 crews in the shot here. Just less than a length separating 4 of these. So we've now had the start. We've gone through the 500 metre mark. It's now into that middle section of the race. So as you said, Will, the Edinburgh crew maybe not the fastest start, but they're now motoring along to take another convincing lead. And these other crews behind them, who will have the best middle section?
Yeah, you can see the light blues of Edinburgh moving away, and they're sort of out of shot now. Great battle though still going on for the silver medal between Leeds and Southampton. Leeds the ones closer to your shot, Southampton just one boat along. Then we've got Loughborough and Warwick over on the far side of the course in lanes 5 and 6. I think the Leeds crew in lane 2 probably just poking out in front of this race at the moment. About 750 metres in, they'll be coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker very soon. So into that 1,000, that middle 1,000 of the race, where it's so very important just to sort of keep that very solid rhythm, really strong race pace. And you can see the Edinburgh 4 moving through now, and just see how long they are, how much weight they're getting behind the handles, that they're using those blades to really lever the boat through, rather than sort of wasting energy in pulling the blade through the water. Getting gripped on, great connection around the front end for a beginner crew, and levering the boat past them. That's the battle for second place, and Southampton have now gone back ahead of Leeds.
Yep, we're just getting the 1,000 metre splits there. Edinburgh about 25 seconds ahead there. Behind them, Strathclyde, Leeds, then Loughborough, Warwick and UCL coming up in the back of the field here. It's interesting, I wonder where they would end up if this Edinburgh crew actually went in intermediate 4s. I think that would be something I'd be interested to see at some point, but they're here in beginners, rightfully so. They learnt to row this year, and they're going to take the win, I think, in this A final. Behind them it is still the crew from Southampton there, ahead of Leeds. So at the moment those are your silver and bronze medal position crews, but the crew from Leeds only a little bit behind.
I'd also say in fourth position, lane number 5, Loughborough. They're pushing up. They've got about half a length of overlap on the crew from Leeds, and if Leeds start to struggle, then I think Loughborough are going to be there trying to snatch a medal. Into the last 750 metres for these athletes, all competing for the silver and bronze. don't worry about Edinburgh, they're out of the picture. I don't think anyone's going to catch them. But this battle for silver and bronze between these three crews is really, really hotting up. Loughborough in lane number 5. Seen a lot of support on the in the chat for this Loughborough crew, and they have got Leeds in their sight. It's still about half a length, so I think Leeds have seen the danger. They still want to hold on to their bronze medal.
Yeah, fantastic reaction there from the crew from Leeds. They've obviously smelt that crew coming up behind them, and they're now pushing on. They're pushing up towards the crew from Southampton, so they've now got to watch out that they don't get caught by the crew from Leeds.
Yeah, really great response from that Leeds crew, and it's pulled them back up alongside Southampton. As you said, John, Loughborough over in lane number 5. If they want a medal, they're going to really have to work hard in this last 500 metres. They're through the 500 metre to go marker. Not any timing spring you, but oh my word, look at this margin that Edinburgh have opened up. I don't think they have let this slip 1 inch. I think they want a bigger margin today in the 4 than they got yesterday in the 8, and I wouldn't put it past them. I think the margin at the moment is about 200 metres. The speed they're going, they might make it 250 metres by the time they get to the finish line.
Yeah, just as that crew from Edinburgh comes into the red boys, the rest of the crews are just passing 250 metres to go. So yeah, that Edinburgh crew just so strong in this event. Their last 10 seconds or so, not letting up. Their last race of the regatta. I hope that you have enjoyed your first race or your first regatta, for these Edinburgh crews and all of these beginners. But yeah, behind them it's still the contest for second and third. It looks like the crew from Southampton has consolidated their position in second.
And so across the line from Edinburgh, they slap the water. 7:39, fantastic performance by them. As we wait for the battle for the silver and bronze, I think Southampton, as you say, John, they're definitely in that silver medal position, but still a good fight for the bronze between Leeds and Loughborough. So we've got Southampton there in the middle of your shot, Loughborough on the left, Leeds on the right. Who's going to take that bronze medal? They're into their last 100 metres now, and winding it up is the crew from the south coast, Southampton. They look fine for the silver medal. I think Leeds has still got the advantage over Loughborough for bronze as they go into the last 50 metres. Fantastic race here in the women's beginner 1 Cox 4s. Still tight for that bronze. Southampton are going to cross in second position. Leeds do cross in third just about now. And then Loughborough on the far side in fourth. Really, really strong effort there. I'm just looking at the times. It was almost a minute. 55 seconds for that Edinburgh 4. 55. So we're going straight down to the start for our next category, which is the women's beginner 1 quads. So we had the beginner 4s, we're now moving on to the beginner quads. And a couple of little quirks to mention here. So we've had beginner 1s and beginner 2s in this quads event. Because we've had slightly fewer entries, the two races have been sort of collapsed together. So we've got beginner 1 and beginner 2 racing against each other. So things are going to get a little bit confusing. Don't worry, we're here to try and help you work way through it. So we've got Westminster, Nottingham Trent, Montfort, Lincoln, Nottingham Trent and Harriet Watt in this one. 5 of those crews are racing in beginner 1. Lincoln are racing in beginner 2. So you're going through the 500 metres, it's Nottingham Trent ahead of Westminster, who are in second, and then in third it's the University of Lincoln. Now in the A final, which we're going to bring you, we've got 4 beginner 2 quads and 2 beginner 1 quads. What does that mean? There is 1 bronze medal up for grabs in this race for the leading beginner 1 crew. So we're in a B final, but everything still absolutely matters. For the winner of this race, it's going to bring them home a fancy shiny Bucs medal around their neck. And Nottingham Trent, who were in the lead at the 500, no longer in the lead, but the crew that's overtaken them, the University of Lincoln, is beginner 2. So the Nottingham Trent crew in lane 5, they're in that second position and currently looking like they could pick up the bronze medal in the beginner 1 quads.
So the Lincoln crew showing their mettle, their experience in this boat. They're out in front. They've got clear water now over the crew from Nottingham Trent, who are just on the left of our pictures now. But we've got a fantastic race. The remaining 4 boats in this race, Westminster, Nottingham Trent B, De Montfort and Heriot Watt, all contesting the small places in this B final.
Look at that, 4 crews really not separated by much at all. We've got the crews in lanes 1, 2, 3 and 6. Westminster, Trent B, De Montfort and Heriot Watt. They're all beginner 1 quads, and great to see them all so close together. You can see on the left of your shot we've got that Nottingham Trent crew. They look like they've got about a length and a half on the rest of the field, and are going to pick up the bronze medal as it currently stands. And then way out in front we've got this beginner 2 crew from Lincoln. So they're coming up towards 500 metres to go now. I think the leading crew's just going through now. Yep, so time is 6:05. That should be the crew from Lincoln, with Nottingham Trent going through in second position. Just starting to spread out a little bit now, the rest of the field. So Heriot Watt over on the far side, I think maybe moving into that 3rd spot. Great shot there, as you can see, are the crew from Lincoln in lane number 4. They are leading this one, ahead of that crew from Nottingham Trent. With 500 metres to go, it was 4 seconds in favour of Lincoln. Lincoln then had a 7-second lead over Heriot Watt, who then led over the Nottingham Trent B crew, who are racing in beginner 1. Into the last 250 metres now for that crew from University of Lincoln racing beginner 2 quads. I think they're going to take home 5th position in that event, but they're going to win this B final as it currently stands, unless anything dramatically changes. They look pretty cool, calm and collected over the rest of the field.
Yep, it's going to be Lincoln out in front. They've had a fantastic race here. They're just maintaining their length and their rhythm all the way to the end. No reason for any heroics. Continuing their dominance all the way to the finish line here into the red boys for the final 10 strokes, followed by the crew from Nottingham Trent, and then behind them Heriot Watt and Nottingham Trent B.
So into the last 50 metres for this crew from Lincoln, but Nottingham Trent behind them. They look like they're going to pick up the bronze medal in the beginner 1 quads. So into the last couple of strokes, and Lincoln are going to go across the line here, and then Nottingham Trent behind. They're going to take home that bronze medal. Over on the far side it's Heriot Watt, the Scottish crew. You can see how pleased the Lincoln athletes are there with their win. Heriot Watt crossed the line in 3rd, ahead of the other Nottingham Trent crew, with De Montfort and Westminster rounding out that race in the women's beginner quads. But look how happy the Lincoln crew are there, and I can also see the Nottingham Trent crew. They've all got their hands in the air. I think they know that that's going to get them a bronze medal. But how happy to Lincoln look there, absolutely chuffed for them. So back down to the start then for the next race, the A final of the women's beginner quads.
Yep, so in this race, in lane 1 we have Durham University, in lane 2 we have Newcastle, in lane 3 Queen's, in lane 4 Edinburgh, in lane 5 Nottingham Trent, and in lane 6 it's Leeds. So they're off the start now. Oh, it looks like they've had a bit of a problem in that lane 2 crew from Newcastle, but they're back on it now, back getting into their start sequence, into their rhythm. So just to mention that in this race we have 2 crews that are in the beginner 1 category. That's Edinburgh in lane 4 and Leeds in lane 6. So between them they will claim either gold or silver, and then the other 4 crews in this category, 3 of them, or all 4 of them, will contest medals, and 3 of them will come away with medals.
So you may have heard us mention the Edinburgh beginner women once or twice. I promise this is the last race you're in, and then we'll shut up about it. But this Edinburgh beginner quad, this is the top half of that beginner 8 from yesterday, and the 4 scullers that came 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the beginner singles. They're now in this quad, and they are beating the beginner 2 quad from Queen's University Belfast. This Queen's Belfast crew, I saw them come through in the time trial, and I thought that they'd been rowing for years because they looked really good. But Edinburgh going through the 1,000 metres, leading by 5 seconds over Queen's University Belfast. You could just see them briefly in the shot there. So we've got Edinburgh out in front, and they have stretched out a lead of about 3 lengths, maybe 4 lengths now, over the crew from Queen's University Belfast. I'd have loved to have seen this Edinburgh quad racing in intermediate quads the other day. I think they'd have given some of those quads a really good run for their money. So in this Edinburgh boat, we've got Annalise Goddard, Lily Freischem, Joanna Green and Mia Freischem. Just want to give them a shout out there. The Freischem twins as well. Seen their dad has been supporting them from home. Fantastic to have your support. And just want to give a shout out again to this Edinburgh women who are looking really strong. We've then got Queen's University Belfast there in second. They look like they're going to take the gold in the women's beginner 2 quads, also looking really impressive.
Yep, fantastic effort from both of these crews. Despite being in the same final, they're in separate events, so both of these crews will get a gold medal after this event. And we'll just await the 1,500 metre timings as we come through that marker now. You can see the Edinburgh time has popped up there, and then the Queen's one in just a second, and we'll see who has come through in those positions behind them. Just looking out the window here, it looks like the crew in lane 6, that's Leeds, is up there as well, so they're a beginner 1 crew as well, so great to see them contending here. And lane 2 as well, Newcastle, they've recovered from that start, and it looks like they are contesting the medals as well. I think probably in silver medal position in that beginner 2 race.
So we're going to have a bit of work to do to work out where all these medals are going to get allocated in this one. In the beginner 1, it looks like Edinburgh and Leeds are going to take the gold and silver to join the bronze medalist Nottingham Trent. In the beginner 2, Queen's Belfast are out in front. Then it's probably going to be Newcastle and Durham, as it currently stands, getting the silver and bronze. But we've got to keep attention on this race all the way to the end, because 5th and 6th, Durham and Nottingham Trent, there's only 0.2 of a second separating them, and whoever of them comes out in front is going to take home the bronze medal in this event. So we've really got to follow this race all the way to the line. Edinburgh University in the left of your shot, they just look a class apart in the women's beginner events this weekend. I thought the race between them and Queen's Belfast was going to actually be really tight, but Edinburgh have just laid them to the sword, and looking really good as they go into the last 100 metres of their race.
I just want to mention as well that these boats are coxless, so one of the athletes in these crews will be steering. We've seen some drama from the steering in the coxless boats from the men's category today. That's just Edinburgh crossing the finish line. Great performance from them. I'm very impressed, just to finish that other bit, about the steering. So great steering from all of these crews, no drama. So just a shout out to all the steers people in these beginner crews doing a fantastic job. Queen's just coming across the line there to take the win in their event. Newcastle looks like they are going to take silver.
I was just looking, you see the Edinburgh crew shouting there. You can see at the bottom of your shot, it's the Edinburgh athletes who just got the gold in the 4 who are cheering on their teammates. So Newcastle cross the line. They're going to take the silver medal in beginner 2. Leeds, they're going to take the silver medal in beginner 1. And then really tight for the bronze. Oh, I think Nottingham Trent may have just snuck out Durham for the bronze medal in beginner 2. So I think it's going to be 2 bronzes for Nottingham Trent there, 1 for beginner 1, 1 for beginner 2. Really fantastic performance there all the way to the line, and there's that astonishing Edinburgh quad. I think one of the performances of the regatta there.
So we're up to the start line now for the B final of the women's intermediate single sculls. We only have, on our start order, we have 4, but it looks like we have 5 crews competing in this race, so perhaps one sculler has actually scratched from this event. So there we are. In lane 1 it's Hartbury, in lane 2 Edinburgh, in lane 3 Newcastle, in lane 4 Exeter, and in lane 5 Newcastle B.
So coming up to the 1,000 metre marker in this one, just about to hit the line in this B final. And so we got that Hartbury crew in lane number 1, waiting for our system to update. There we go. So it is Hartbury that goes through in first, ahead of Newcastle and Edinburgh.
So just switching to the side view there, we can see it's lane 1, Hartbury in front over Newcastle from lane 3 and Edinburgh in lane 2. The field's starting to spread out here. So this is a B final, so no medals on offer. But all of these athletes will be hungry for the win in this B final. Perhaps disappointed not to be in that A final, which we'll see just afterwards. But it's still the sculler from Hartbury, Clearwater over the sculler from Newcastle, Newcastle A, that's Charlotte Brown. And then a bit of a battle for the third position here between the sculler from Newcastle B, that's Faye Milam, and the sculler from Edinburgh, which is Catherine Hinton. Sorry, the sculler from Edinburgh, that's Lucy Barnard. Apologies.
Really strong from Devon de Winnar of Hartbury in lane number 1, looking really long. Look how Blanche is getting out around the catch, just disappearing out of our shot there. The really good sculling there from the Hartbury sculler and dropping the rest of the field. So we can see those athletes in 2nd, 3rd and 4th sitting in the middle at the moment. They're coming up towards 500 metres to go, so they're about to hit that timing marker. Oh, looks like there was a bit of an issue there for the Hartbury sculler. I think I just saw her stationary for a second, but has got it back going again and maintaining her lead in this here B final. So into the last 500, and it's Newcastle and Newcastle currently sitting in those 2nd and 3rd spots. So it's in lane 3, Charlotte Brown ahead of Faye Milam in lane number 5. Edinburgh slipping back into that 4th spot, Lucy Barnard in that 4th position, and Exeter's Catherine Hinton sitting in 5th as we go into the closing stages of this race.
And just as that race is coming into the last 250 metres, just below us we have those beginner quads coming in to collect their medals. That the Leeds crew just coming on now, and the Edinburgh crew, fantastic performances from them. But just looking back at this B final in the women's intermediate singles, and it's still the sculler from Hartbury there in lane 1. Looks like she's going to take the win, but behind her the 2 scullers from Newcastle. Great performances from them. These teammates no doubt will row together most days. They'll know each other well. Newcastle A in 2nd position and Newcastle B in 3rd position.
Definitely, but it's Devon de Winnar at the bottom of your shot there from Hartbury University. The black kit with the red and white stripe going across it. Their close association with Gloucester Rowing Club, and coming up to the line then you can see the Edinburgh quad in the bottom left just watching on, and it is Hartbury who crossed the line first. Then it is Newcastle's Charlotte Brown ahead of her teammate Faye Milam in the red boat up the top, and it'll then be Edinburgh's Lucy Barnard and Catherine Hinton of Exeter who round out this field in the women's intermediate single scull. So that finishes off the B final. We've got the A final already coming up, so the race is coming through quickly. It's had a small bit of a delay earlier, so it's the A final of the women's intermediate singles. They're just coming through 1,000 metres.
Yep, so in this A final in lane 1 we have Kate Dolman from Derby, in lane 2 Lily Young from Edinburgh, in lane 3 Phoebe Hayden from Bath, in lane 4 Grace MacDonald from St George's London, in lane 5 Chara Tane Sue from Queen's, and in lane 6 Catherine Watson from Nottingham. Through the 1,000 metres it's Grace MacDonald from St George's London out in front, followed by the sculler from Queen's and the scullers from Bath in third.
So we're going to try and not be biased, but Grace MacDonald was helping us here in the commentary box yesterday. So great to see her stepping out of the commentary box and into her boat and out in front of this one with a pretty strong advantage at the moment. But it's getting pretty tight in the rest of the field for that silver and bronze. So there's Bath's Phoebe Hayden and Tara Chanasu from Queen's University Belfast who are going head to head, and I think it's the Queen's Belfast sculler furthest away from the camera and that sort of battle in the middle of the field, who's establishing that the sort of in the favoured position for the silver medal as it currently stands over Bath University's Phoebe Hayden.
Yep, shout out to anyone here from Bath watching this, supporting Phoebe. Unfortunately she's dropping back a little bit there. She's now in bronze medal position, just watching the sculler in lane 2. That's Edinburgh's Lily Young, who will be sniffing Phoebe in the lane next to her to try and get up to that bronze medal. But it looks like all the crews fairly static in their positions at this point. Still the 2 crews in silver and bronze medal position. That's Bath and Queen's. They still have overlap, it's still half a length. So the sculler from Queen's hasn't really slipped out much more. So let's see if going through the 1500 can Phoebe Hayden from Bath get back onto terms.
Yeah, really tight battle here for those medal positions. And so Lily Young, who I think picked up a gold medal in the championship quad yesterday and trying to get another medal here, but has got a bit of work to do if she wants to close down either the Bath or Queen's University Belfast sculler. Grace MacDonald, she just controlled her semi-final by getting out in front and just sitting about a length and a half ahead of the rest of the field, and that's pretty much what she's doing here as well. So really impressive from the sculler in St George's. She was saying to us yesterday she's been training a lot with some of the athletes at Molesey and on the University of Surrey squad. So that training clearly paying off, and she's out in front of this women's intermediate single field.
Yeah, we've seen the University of Surrey programme doing really well here across all the events. They've a programme that's really coming on in recent years, so Grace just hanging on to the coattails of that club and doing well herself in this intermediate single sculls A final. We're coming into the last 250 metres. We're approaching the red boys. It's still Grace MacDonald from St George's out in front. It's still the sculler from Queen's in second position and Phoebe Hayden from Bath in bronze, but the sculler from Edinburgh is now charging.
Yep, Lily Young, really big push in the last 500 metres. I'm not sure if there's going to be enough water to move into the medals. I think Phoebe Hayden of Bath is going to hold on to the bronze as it currently stands. As we're coming up to the finish, and it's Grace MacDonald of St George's in the middle of the course in the favoured lane, and is going to come up to take the win in the women's intermediate single. Very tight for silver, but I think Queen's Belfast just get a finish ahead of Bath, with Edinburgh University coming through in fourth position. And there's Grace MacDonald there in your picture, just looking up to the sky. Looks pretty tired but pretty happy with that result in the women's intermediate single scull. Great race there in that A final. So next race, you can see it on the start there. So we've got the B final of the women's championship single sculls. So we've got Manchester, Rosa Thompson, Nottingham, Jade Lindo, Reading, Rachel Heap, Oxford, Julia Lindsay, Queen's University Belfast, Fiona Bell, and Cambridge, Bronya Sykes. It's going to be a really good race. We don't normally get B finals in championship events, but we've had such a strong field here in the women's champ single that we've got a fully populated B final, and just getting into the B final wasn't necessarily that easy, because we had a repechage earlier, and the top two went through to the A final, but you had to still get in the top 5 just to get into the B final. So we unfortunately lost some people after the repechage, but great to have this competitive B final. And it looks like it's Fiona Bell of Queen's University Belfast in our shot there, coming up to the 1,000 metres.
Yep, Fiona from Queen's, probably one of the most experienced athletes in this category. She's been on the scene for a number of years now. She's rowed for Great Britain at senior level in the women's development squad. So great to see her here racing. Perhaps disappointed not to be in the A final, but she is now leading this event. She's out in front at the 1,000 metre mark. We'll wait for the splits to come through, but it's the sculler next to her. That's the sculler Julia Lindsay, I think, from Oxford, who's just behind her. And then behind them, it's the sculler from Cambridge and the sculler from Nottingham.
So moving through that 1,000 metre marker. No times on the screen to bring you, unfortunately, but it looks like it's those so 2 over towards the far side. So Julia Lindsay and Fiona Bell of Oxford and Queen's University Belfast, respectively, who are fighting it out in this one. I think they were in the same repechage earlier today. So just trying to sort of work out what's going on here, because I think we might only have 4 boats in this one. So I think possibly Rachel Heap of Reading and Rosa Thompson of Manchester deciding not to take the start here in the B final of the Women's Championship singles. So coming towards 500 metres to go, we basically just got these 4 boats. Trying to sort of identify them for you now. It looks as though it's sort of Nottingham on the right of your shot, who are the ones who dropped off the pace, but Oxford, Queen's Belfast and Cambridge, they're the 3 on the left, and I think it's Julia Lindsay of Oxford who is pushing out in front as they go through, about to go through 500 metres to go.
Yeah, really impressive middle section from Julia Lindsay. It was Fiona Bell who had the best start, and she was leading initially, but now Julia Lindsay, the Oxford Blue, is leading coming into the last 500 metres. She's now got clear water over her competitors, Bronya Sykes from Cambridge and Fiona Bell from Queen's. So these are the top 3 at the moment in this B final. Jade Lindo from Nottingham still in the picture, but I think won't be able to challenge these top 3. So let's now see who has the most left coming into the last 250 metres now. Will it be Julia Lindsay who can hang on to the lead?
We saw a lot of changes late on in this in the repechages for this event. A lot of moving around, and so we'll see if we can see the same thing here. Just 3 seconds, separating those top 3 going into the last 500. Oxford, Cambridge. Not entirely sure that's quite right. I think it's so we got Oxford, Cambridge, and Queen's Belfast as those top 3 scullers. You can see in the top right as well, that championship single A final is already underway. We had this B final has been squeezed into the programme because we weren't due to have a B final because of the competitiveness of the event. We've managed to squeeze in a B final, but that means we've got a bit of catching up to do. So these races are only supposed to be about 3 minutes apart or so. But coming into the closing stages then for this B final of the women's champ single, and it's Oxford versus Cambridge at the moment in this one. Julia Lindsay versus Bronya Sykes, the old rivals Oxford and Cambridge going at it again.
Yeah, both of these athletes competing in this year's boat race. It was Cambridge that won on that occasion, so Julia Lindsay from Oxford will want to win this one, but it's Bronya Sykes from Cambridge. She's charging through. It looks like she is going to take victory in this B final.
Really tight coming up to the line. Oxford just looking over the shoulder, trying to work, see how much left. Oh, really tight. They're coming up to the line now. We'll have to wait for the photo finish on that one. If I had to guess, I'd say it was Cambridge in first and Oxford in second, but we'll have to wait for the confirmation. Queen's coming through in third and Nottingham in fourth.
Yeah, what a finish there Fantastic finish from the Oxford and Cambridge scullers. I think this is now, we're just moving to the live pictures of the A final of this event, the Women's Championship Singles. In lane 1 we have Olivia Morgan from Reading. In lane 2 Abigail Parker from Cambridge. In lane 3 Belle Stevens from Oxford Brookes. In lane 4 Perry McCluskey from Edinburgh. In lane 5 Ware Obukoho from Royal Holloway. And in lane 6 Jane Hardy from Edinburgh.
So really stacked field here, and they're already coming up towards 500 metres to go. Don't have any sort of live accurate timings I can bring you, so trying to work out exactly what the current state of play is. We've got some really interesting ones here. So we've got Abigail Parker, the former president of Cambridge Women, boat race winner for Cambridge. We've got Perry McCluskey and Jane Hardy, who won in the Champ Quad yesterday. Warwick Obuko and Perry are both star athletes for Great Britain, based out of Glasgow and Twickenham. Belle Stevens of Oxford Brookes, she went to Junior Worlds a few years ago. So trying to work out who is out in front, and I think it might be the Oxford Brookes athlete in lane number 3 who is currently leading this A final by probably about 2.5 lengths over Abigail Parker. But really a huge amount to play for still as we come into the last 500 metres.
Yep, so it is the sculler from Oxford Brookes ahead of the sculler from Royal Holloway, ahead of Cambridge. So those are your top 3 at this stage. Those will be the scullers to claim the medals. But let's see, it's close between 3rd and 4th. So 3rd being Cambridge's Abigail Parker and 4th being Edinburgh's Perry McCluskey.
Yeah, so Perry McCluskey only a second down on the medals, going through 500 metres to go. You can see certain Cam Buchan in the comments cheering on Perry McCluskey, training together out of Strathclyde Park. But into the last few hundred metres we go. Abigail Parker in lane number 2 looks to be coming on strong in the last 500 metres. Obuko was beaten by McCluskey in the time trial, both of those start athletes, but the athlete representing Royal Holloway, rose out of Twickenham, is ahead of the Edinburgh sculler at the moment. But Abigail Parker for Cambridge is coming back on Oxford Brookes into the last couple of hundred metres.
Yep, Abigail Parker, the daughter of the famous Harry Parker, the Harvard coach from the US. She's showing her pedigree here with this sprint into the Red Boys. It looks like she's overtaken the sculler over there in lane 5. And these do look like it will be the top 3 coming into the finish.
Belle Stevens of Oxford Brookes trying to hold on as they go into the last 50 metres or so, coming past our camera position for the Oxford Brookes crew, and coming up to the line now, and it is going to be Belle Stevens of Oxford Brookes who crosses ahead of Abigail Parker of Cambridge. Royal Holloway's Warwick Obukowu is going to cross in 3rd. Look how Belle Stevens almost looks like she can't believe what she's just done. Perry McCluskey crosses the line in 4th. It's going to be really tight for 5th and 6th. Ooh, going to have to wait for the photo finish between Jane Hardy and Olivia Morgan there. But still, face in hands for Belle Stevens from Oxford Brookes. She doesn't realise what she's just done, but she has just won the Women's Championship single at Bucs Regatta. What a fantastic performance there from the Oxford Brookes athlete. So as our next race starts, which is the B final of the men's intermediate double sculls, John and I are going to leave you in the commentary box, and we're going to pass you over into the very capable hands of Jack and Alex, who are going to take you through the next little bit of racing. So we've got that men's intermediate double. They are coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker now, I think. So the next very capable voices you'll hear will be that of Jack and Alex.
So the race on the course now here is the men's intermediate double sculls B final. And these crews just through the halfway point of their race, pushing on to the closing stages here. Out in front we have in lane 3. That would be St Andrews University. They seem like they've got a fairly comfortable lead. They're probably about a length and a half up on the other scullers in this race. Behind them a toss-up for second and third. That looks to be with Queen's and Edinburgh there in lanes 4 and 5. Queen's and Edinburgh very much in contact with each other, side by side, as they push into the last 500 metres. And on the near side, only just behind them, I think that's the crew of Newcastle. In fact, no, that's the crew of Loughborough on the near side. So St Andrews out in front, Queen's and Edinburgh challenging for that second and third place. It looks to me as though it is Edinburgh who have the upper hand there by maybe a canvas as they push on towards the finish. But on the near side we have that crew of Loughborough also pushing up there. So this is a B final, these crews racing for places 7 through to 12 in the men's intermediate double sculls event. University of St Andrews still leading out this race, but Edinburgh starting to mount a strong sprint over in lane 5, pushing up on St Andrews, pushing beyond the crew of Queen's who were next to them, and they're starting to challenge for that first place. They were 2 seconds behind with 500 metres to go, but Edinburgh now really pushing on to push this St Andrews crew into the line. St Andrews holding on to that first place position as they come into the red boys here, but Edinburgh really moving on fast and certainly have a lot of momentum here. Here comes St Andrews into the red boys, maybe only half a length up on the Edinburgh crew, but the Edinburgh crew are surging in towards the line. It looks as though St Andrews are going to hold it. Edinburgh just behind. St Andrews go through first, Edinburgh go through second. Then it's the crew of Queen's, followed by Loughborough, followed by the other crew of Edinburgh.
So the next race is already at the 1,000. Let's just introduce our competitors. It's the men's inter double. It is the A final. So this is the medal race. It features Bath in lane 1, Hartpury in lane 2, Durham in lane 3, Reading in lane 4, St Andrews in lane 5, and Reading in lane 6. And it looks like it's hotly contested at the front here.
Yeah, we can see in lane 1 right up there at the front is Bath, but also there is St Andrews. They performed well in the previous race, the B final, their other crew, so it's not necessarily surprising to see their squad doing well here in this A final. I think St Andrews probably have the upper hand over the Bath crew, but it's only a very slight margin. Oh, sorry, we're seeing Reading in lane 4. I've got my names wrong. It is Reading who are out in front with a slight advantage over the Durham crew in lane 3.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, what we're seeing is a lot of change in this middle. Like, we have got a lot of crews close together. I suppose it does look like that crew over in 4. Reading do seem to be moving out a bit. They've been taken with them, maybe Hartpury and also Durham. Reading just going with it as well. But it is really close between these top 4. They're trying to stretch out in this third 500 to push out to the league, but it looks like there are still 5 crews, all 6 crews I would say are in contention with the medals, because even those crews in 5th and 6th are not that far away from the crew in 3rd.
Absolutely, you can see Reading in lane 4 slightly out in front. They're probably the most comfortable with their position of all the crews in this race, but Bath in lane 1 will definitely be pushing Durham at this stage as they push on towards the last 500 metres of this race.
Yeah, so we're just picking them up by eye from the commentary tower now. I'd agree. It does look like from where we are, Reading have the most comfortable position. Durham look like in the middle of that pack they pushed out as well, but it's Bath on this tower side that are also going with them. It is still a tail breeze, so it does chop up a little bit as we get towards the end here, but it's not really chopped up too far, but there may be something that impacts the results here. But it does still look like Reading coping with that slight bit of chop, driving through really well. It does look like Bath are trying to separate themselves from the field, but I would say at the moment it looks like it's between Reading, Durham and Bath for the medals.
Absolutely, Reading certainly leading. I think Durham are currently holding on to that second place, but there is a really strong challenge here coming from Bath, and going with them slightly further behind sit the crew from Hartbury also. So Durham holding on to that second against a challenge from Bath. Bath definitely pushing them in towards the line. I think Bath could be coming up for that second place.
Yeah, so all crews winding for the line now. There's been a move from these crews in 2 and 3. Could it be that Durham get rode out of the medals? Let's have a look. So, just closing in on the line, Reading, the Sculling University as their nickname, do cross first, Bath cross second, and it does look to me like the Durham crew just couldn't get their last stroke in, and it looks like the Hartbury crew managed to row them down. There's a hard fought battle for that 5th place over on that far side between St Andrews and the second Reading crew in here, but I think Durham may just have been rowed out of it on the line, but a fantastic charge to the line saw Hartbury come through them. And it was Bath getting the silver. So Hartbury bronze, Bath silver, and Reading take the gold.
Well, with that, we take a look to the next race on the course, and we've moved from intermediate to championship double sculls. This is the A final. In lane 1 on the near side of your screen, we have representing Edinburgh, a crew including Dale Flockhart. In lane 2, it's the crew from Reading. In lane 3 sit the crew from Bath. Lane 4 is Oxford Brookes. Strathclyde are in lane 5 and Hartbury in lane 6. So these boats now just through the 1,000 metre marker. We can see the times on the screen. We're waiting to see the places confirmed for these crews as they push through, but you can see it's very close at the front end. 3:16.0 for the first boat, and only 0.5 behind sits the second. So that's going to be, yes, it's between Strathclyde and Reading, it looks to me. Well, we can see Strathclyde had the early lead there. Reading on the near side there, the yellow boat you can see on the left of your screen. So it's between these two for the lead of the race. Strathclyde in lane 5, further over in your picture, and Reading in the yellow boat on the near side. It looks to me as though Reading might now have the advantage. Of course, these split times we see, they are only a snapshot of the race, and things have moved on quite quickly here. So perhaps we're seeing that Reading crew in lane 2 pushing on to claim the first position. Strathclyde going with them though in that lane 5 place, trying to hold on to second place now, and behind Strathclyde it looks as though that is Oxford Brookes holding on to third position in lane 4. So the crew from Reading in lane 2 out in front. Strathclyde sat in second place. Oxford Brookes about a length back in third. And then we've got this battle for 4th and 5th as well. That looks to be lane 3 Bath and lane 6 Hartbury battling for those 4th and 5th positions.
Yeah, so this is the second in a run of 4 consecutive medal races. We had the men's inter double final for medals. This is the men's champ double. It'll be followed by 2 lightweight races, the lightweight Cox's 4 for the women and the lightweight double, the champ lightweight double for the men. So in this second of those 4 medal races, the men's champ double, it is Reading looking to back up the medal they just won in the last race in the inter. They won the gold in the inter. They have a slight lead, just about a second over Strathclyde. Strathclyde, who've been sculling so well at this championship. And then Brookes are in third. Those 3 crews have a little bit of a buffer over Bath, so it looks like Reading, Strathclyde and Oxford Brookes ahead of Bath, Hartbury and Edinburgh in this men's champ double final.
Well, we need to talk a little bit about this Reading crew and the move they've made in this second half. It was Strathclyde who were in that first place position in the first half of the race. Reading really pushing through here, and it shows a really good race plan. They're coming on in that second half. They know where they need to make their moves, and they're now really pushing that Strathclyde crew in towards the line. They have the advantage here. They're probably about a length up. Strathclyde sitting in second place. Oxford Brookes holding on to third.
Yeah, heck of a move to distance themselves from the field. So Reading are just coming up to the line now. We'll cut to the finish camera. You'll see Reading rowing up to it. They will claim the champ double gold medal with a Clearwater win over Strathclyde, who hold on by about a length from Brooks, who you'll see crossing the line next. Just missing out Harbury on that far side, and Bath you'll just see crossing the line there, also missing out on the medals here. And just about to cross the line, Edinburgh, but congratulations to Reading to back up the inter double gold with the champ double gold.
And there goes the last boat through the line. That is the crew from Edinburgh. So with that, we'll take a look to our next race. We're now looking at the men's championship lightweight fours. We've got 4 boats in this race. You can see them all on your screen as they set off. On the left is Exeter, left of centre is Cambridge A, the right of centre is Cambridge B, so 2 Cambridge boats in this race. Then right of your picture is Newcastle.
Yeah, so just 4 crews in this event here, so one of them will miss out on medals, unfortunately. It was Cambridge who went through the 500 metres in 1:45, had a 3-second lead on Newcastle, and then the second Cambridge crew a second behind that. So at the moment, Cambridge looking to pick up 2 of the 3 medals. It is very close between Newcastle and Cambridge for the silver. Exeter just been dropped by a few seconds in the first 500. So at the moment, the question is whether Newcastle can get on terms with the first Cambridge crew and simultaneously fend off the second Cambridge crew that we put them under pressure.
Absolutely, those Cambridge crews really setting the pace at the first front end of this race. We're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, the halfway point of this race, and we can start to see this order really being quite decided here. So out in front, you've got the Cambridge A crew in lane 3. You can see behind them in your picture there, that's the Cambridge B crew in lane 4. They're currently sat in 3rd position. We think the Newcastle crew is in between them. They're sat in lane 5. There you go, on the left of your picture in the blue and red kit. So Cambridge A leading, Newcastle in 2nd, Cambridge B in 3rd, and just off to the right of your picture will sit that crew from Exeter, who currently sit in 4th in this A final.
So yeah, these crews now coming through the 1k mark. It was actually the 2 Cambridge crews that were quickest in the time trial, but with it being basically a race for lanes, we're not sure if they were showing their true speed. They might have just been practicing sections of the race. Maybe, okay, let's see what our middle of the race looks like. Let's try a little burst for the line. But at the moment, it is still the same order from before. The first Cambridge crew has found an extra couple of seconds on Newcastle, who in turn have found an extra second or 2 on Cambridge, with Exeter still in touch, but just about 9 seconds down at halfway on that bronze medal. So it looks like gold, silver and bronze have stayed pat in the second 500, but we'll see if anyone will save anything for this third 500 and the last 500, of course.
So on your screen there, that is lane 3. That is the Cambridge crew who are out in front in this race. Cambridge A, a sizable difference separating them and the next fastest crew, which is Newcastle, over in lane 5. And then you've got Cambridge B to the right of your picture there, a couple lengths back, sat in 3rd position. Behind them, the crew from Exeter, who sit in 4th, pushing forward in the Women's Championship Lightweight Fours A final.
Yeah, so it was Reading who won the first 2 of this line, run of 4 medal races, but it looks like it's going to be Cambridge this time. Cambridge still stretching out their lead. They haven't been content to just sit on the small lead. They've been aiming to push it out, and that's happened again through this third 500. You can see the crews just starting to space out. There are 4 of them. Like we said, 3 will achieve medals, but they're all kind of rowing in their own bit of the water at the moment. There's been enough break apart, so well executed races from Cambridge and Newcastle, and the second Cambridge crew. You see that lead is now pushed out a little bit past 5 seconds, and then Newcastle consolidating their position, now 7 seconds in front of the Cambridge crew. So it kind of looks like these medals have been determined, but even so, all these crews are going to just make sure they finish really well to make sure that they earn the positions that they're currently in.
We should say Cambridge has been performing very well in a lot of the women's events at this weekend. They're doing very well in the Victor Ladorum, which measures points scored in every race. So if you win a gold, you win a number of points. If you win a silver, you win slightly less. And when you tot all of that up, Cambridge, one of the highest ranking clubs at the moment for Bucs 2021. So 2 medals in this race would certainly help them in that tally and help them to push forward to try and win the club trophy.
Yeah, so Cambridge have particularly looked strong in the lightweight events, winning the women's champ lightweight pair and champ lightweight double with Catherine King and Gemma King, who were then competing in the singles earlier on in lightweight champ and lightweight inter. But it's certainly not just going to be these 2 athletes, because there are 8 Cambridge athletes out there who are about to claim medals. It's going to be Cambridge crossing the line first. They're just coming to their last 5 strokes or so. They're still working hard. So you see them coming through the line here. Cambridge will win by clear water over Newcastle, who will pick up the silver medal in this champ event, and Cambridge will receive the bronze medal to round out the medalists of this champ lightweight Coxless 4 final, and it will be Exeter just approaching the line now, about 30 metres away.
Well, there you see the celebration in the Cambridge crew, splashing water on each other to celebrate their win there in that A final. We now look ahead to the men's championship lightweight double sculls, so remaining in the lightweight category but switching to the men. In lane 1 we have Newcastle, Strathclyde are in lane 2, lane 3 is Queen's, Nottingham sit in lane 4, Edinburgh in 5, and Oxford on the far grassy bank side in 6.
Yeah, so they are firing races off the start with no hesitation. It's Queen's who lead through the K at 3:20. Strathclyde, we've already mentioned they're sculling a couple of races ago. Another strong performance. They're in 2nd place here. Oxford are sitting in 3rd, just a second behind them. So really close between these crews here. Between actually 1st and 4th, so lots of crews still competing for the medals here. So we are in the second half. We'll see if this race does break apart, but you'll see 1st and 2nd have overlap, probably about a length between 2nd and 3rd, but 3rd, 4th and 5th there's all overlap here, and on this near side you can see this crew from Newcastle pushing to stay on terms.
Absolutely. Well, I'm looking at this far side battle also that's going on there between 3rd and 4th position. It looks as though Edinburgh perhaps have the upper hand there, maybe by half a length over the Oxford crew, but incredibly tight indeed for who's going to claim this bronze medal in the A final of the Championship lightweight double sculls.
Yeah, and we saw a Nottingham crew. Nottingham 5th, maybe 6th at the moment, but we saw a Nottingham crew really come alive in the second half of a race about an hour ago, so it'll be interesting to see if Nottingham on home water can do the same. But it looks like Edinburgh are the ones who are stretching out that lead in the 3rd place, so their lead over Oxford just seems to be getting stretched out just a little, but there is still a bit of overlap. Oxford aren't letting them go, and equally Nottingham are going with that. Newcastle slightly disconnected over on this side, but they're pushing hard as well. On your screen though you can see the 2 leaders. You've got Queen's and Strathclyde separated by exactly 2 seconds with 500 metres to go. The splits that these guys have been putting down have been in the sort of the 140s, so overhauling 2 seconds, it's going to be difficult with only a short amount of this race left.
Absolutely. 1st and 2nd looking fairly comfortable, a fair distance between them, probably about half a length, but that 3rd position, the bronze medal, still very much up for grabs. Edinburgh did have the upper hand over the crew from Oxford, but Oxford certainly fighting back now. We thought there was a chance that Nottingham could put on a late sprint. It looks like they're running out of water if that's what they want to do here, but Nottingham lane 1, Newcastle actually putting in a sprint now as we push in towards the line to try and overhaul the crew from Nottingham for 4th position in this race.
Yeah, so we're watching these crews now come down to the line. No one's settled for their medal. Queen's still working hard to hold off Strathclyde, but Strathclyde have been dragged into a race for bronze almost, but it looks like they're going to hold on to silver. We watch them come to the line. Queen's still holding a lead. Strathclyde fighting back. In fact, Strathclyde found a little bit more. They're pushing hard, but it looks like they're just going to run out of racetrack. They don't quite overturn it, just 3/4 of a length. Queen's will win. Strathclyde second. Edinburgh do hold on to third there. Fourth, Oxford over on that far side. And then Nottingham and Newcastle in that reverse order. Newcastle over Nottingham. But Queen's did hold on. It was just over a second. So Strathclyde were able to find nearly a second in the last 500, but not 2 seconds that they needed. So Queen's hold on to claim another medal at these championships. Strathclyde claim another sculling medal, the silver this time. And then over on that far side, another medal went up north of the border to Edinburgh.
Yeah, Strathclyde definitely not letting Queen's have that one easy there, pushing them right into the line. And we love to see a sprint here in the commentary box. It always makes things entertaining when crews are pushed to their limit in the final moments of their races.
Yeah, but we'll now go up to the start. You can see on there, it is a B final, but actually there are 2 medals up for grabs here. All of these crews are men's beginner 1 crews. So despite it being a B final, the silver and bronze medals are up for grabs for the top 2 placing crews in this event. Going off the start, all crews are away clean, but the crew in lane 4, which is Southampton, did have to put a lot of rudder on because they were moving towards lane 5. The umpire didn't have to tell them to move. The cocks made the choice to steer early straight away. They've gotten back towards the middle of their lane, but it looks like that has cost them a few seats going off the top. And being in lane 4, they would have been one of the 2 quickest crews coming into this, so they're going to have to now fight from behind.
So yeah, let's take you through the competitors on this race. In the near side, the right hand side of your picture now, as we look up the course, the crew from Swansea. To the left of them is York in lane 2, Cambridge in lane 3, Southampton in lane 4 that Alex was just talking about, Sheffield in 5, and just off to the left of your picture is the crew from Lancaster.
Yes, the start of an 8s race, always adrenaline packed. These competitors would have been chomping at the bit because even though it's a B final, they are competing for medals. They'd be aware of this going in. They knew there was 2 available. They would also have known that Cambridge and Southampton were the most likely to take those medals, but they were all up for grabs. It looks like Cambridge have moved out well. I guess maybe it's Keys rather than Cambridge, but they have moved out really well. On that far side seem to be the other crews in the running. So looks to me like Sheffield and Southampton. Southampton haven't quite got back onto terms yet after losing a couple of seats on the start. Sheffield are still holding their position in second. We've got some quick times for these beginner 8s, going in the low 140s for the first couple of crews. But it does look to me like it's Cambridge, then Sheffield, Southampton and Lancaster, really close battle on that far side. And then on this near side, it's breaking into a sort of sub-regatta between York and Swansea, and they're going to hope that that pushes them back up into the mixer.
We've talked about Southampton having a little bit of trouble off the start, but we know they're seeded in the middle lanes. They're one of the fastest crews in the earlier races for this event, and there is still plenty of water to go in this race for the men's beginner championship 8s. So we're going to keep an eye on that Southampton crew as they come down the course. We would expect to see them try and make a move to get back on terms there for that second position in this race, and the second position in this race we think will be awarded the bronze medal for the event overall, because when we look ahead to the next race, most of the crews, bar Imperial, are in men's beginner 2 category.
Yeah, so you can see on their backs it does indeed say Keys. So these are still representing the University of Cambridge. That's how it works here at Bucs. Even though we have college crews, they will be competing for VL points and medals for their parent organisation. So in this case, Keys representing Cambridge are going to be hitting that 1K first. Let's have a look. Have Southampton managed to move through Sheffield? It had been Sheffield over Southampton, but just from this angle, which can be deceptive, it does look like Southampton have made a decisive move in the second 500 to go and place themselves in this bronze medal position effectively. That's what it's going to, second place is what's going to be needed to hit that medal. And a bit of steering though, the umpire has asked the crew to move just across to their bow side. So maybe Sheffield and Southampton getting a bit close together.
Absolutely. Well, we thought we would see Southampton making a move here. It looks like they have turned the screw on Sheffield there and just managed to eke out in front. But meanwhile, we can see the battle continuing apace on the near side between Swansea and York, vying for the best position they can as they compete with each other for 5th and 6th place in this race at the moment. They may be able to challenge the crew of Lancaster over on the far side. Lancaster look to be about half a length up on them, so perhaps these two crews can get back in contact to claim the 4th. But for now, a battle of Swansea and York.
Yes, crossing halfway, there were 5.5 seconds separating 2nd and 6th. That's going to equate to, as you can see here, at least a length. It's difficult to make 5.5 seconds, but this is beginner rowing. It's going to come down to who can hold their nerve. But considering the interrupted season we've had, these are some very, very accomplished looking crews. These are crews that would normally be competing in A final, but that A final is basically 5 out of 6 stocked up with beginner 2 crews. So this is in effect the beginner 1 final. So it's good to see such a good standard of racing and really competitive racing. Over on that far side, it's still occurring, though it does look from the tower here like Southampton have just basically put a stranglehold on the bronze medal position, which is 2nd in this race. And it looks like Sheffield and Lancaster have just fallen off on that far side. But it is still close enough that anyone could still make a decisive move.
Absolutely. Cambridge still out in front, but definitely the competition between York and Swansea. York seem to have the advantage in lane 2, but it can certainly be said the fierce competition between them two through this race is definitely pushing them on and up towards the other crews. They've come back in contact. They're now almost level with Sheffield and Lancaster on the far side, so a real competition going on for that 4th place. It does, however, look like Southampton have managed to pull themselves into 3rd, which will claim the silver medal in this event.
Yes, Cambridge looking like the class of the field at the moment. They had an over 10 seconds lead coming into the 1500 metre mark. So they now have about 250 metres to go. They are cruising very, very comfortably. Southampton have also not had to wind for the line. They're just sitting on their position. If needs be, it looks like they have space to move up into. It's actually the other crews that are all rating high and revving the engine. York are still battling with Swansea. That has been going on for the last 1800 metres, that battle. Swansea trying to get onto terms with York, and equally on that far side, it's Lancaster who have come through Sheffield. Sheffield just finding this second half a little bit too difficult, probably just burnt the candle a little bit too far in the first half. They're still working really hard, but they've just slipped back through the field at this point. But it was a valiant effort, but really, because this is for a medal, silver medal here, it's going to go to Cambridge. The Keys College crew just crossing now. Fantastic work from them. The Cox splashes the water in celebration. The crew absolutely enjoying that. These crews are actually coming back really hard on Southampton. York have come from a long, long way back. They're probably going to be hoping they made their move earlier. Southampton will claim the bronze medal by finishing 2nd. In the end, it was about 2/3 of a length. The Cox throws hands up in celebration. They know they've got a medal. They're splashing the water. Southampton know they've earned that medal there. It's going to be York just rode out of it. Lancaster on that far side. Swansea could never quite get onto York on this near side. And Sheffield, who were so valiant, made such good running of it early on, just falling back into 6th.
Well, yeah, I've got to put hats off to York there for coming through and met a number of crews in the pack there as they pushed towards the end of this race. They were originally fighting with Swansea at the back of the field in the early stage of this race, and there we just saw them come through to claim a 4th position, we think, in that race.
Yeah, it looks like they did do that, but we're going to have to just quickly cut to this men's beginner A final. Now, there is already a gold medal handed out to Imperial, who are on the far right. They just have to cross the finish line to receive their gold. But they're not just going to want to limp over the line here. It looks like they've already taken a lead on the Southampton beginner 2 boat who are in lane 5. They look like they're competitive with the other Imperial crew. Imperial have 2 crews in this. They're going to have the gold medaling crew in lane 6. They've also got a men's beginner 2 crew that will be looking to go for gold in lane 4. Surrey will be aiming to stop them from doing that. They're coming out of lane 3, and then we have UEA and Manchester. So all of those crews, except for the crew in lane 6, are competing in the men's beginner 2/8. So there are actually 4 medals going to be awarded from this. We know gold is going to lane 6, but we've got to see where the rest of the medals are. But we now cut to the 500.
Yeah, and at this 500 metre mark, we can see the crews that are right up there at the front of this field. It looks to be the beginner 2 crews of Imperial and Surrey in there in the centre of the course. It looks as though Imperial have the slight advantage there, probably about a canvas over the crew of Surrey, but all to play for as this is only 500 metres in. We should remind you the difference between beginner 2 and beginner 1. Beginner 2 means they've been training for 2 years and they are new to the sport, but of course with Bucs unfortunately cancelled last year due to COVID, this is their first opportunity to race at a Bucs Regatta, so we've introduced this new category this year to ensure that every beginner gets an opportunity to race at Bucs.
Yeah, that is an outrageously quick first 500 there from those 2 crews from IC and Surrey. IC going out at 1:31.9, Surrey at 1:34. You know, 1:31.9, that's putting you on a sub 6:08 2K. That is rapid. Surrey are quick as well. These are beginner 2 crews, but they haven't necessarily had the 2 full years of training. It's probably more like a year and a bit realistically. But those 2 crews are really flying out. They're competing for the gold and silver in men's beginner 2. And actually it's a close race between UEA and Manchester. They were within a second of each other, competing for the bronze medal in the men's beginner 2 category.
Absolutely, and seeing such a fast start there from the Imperial crew. Surrey only half a length behind them as they push on towards the halfway point of this course. One has to ask, are they going to be able to sustain this pace out the block so far in front of the other competitors at this stage of the race?
Yeah, absolutely ripped it out, but you know, these are institutions that are really at the top level. So Surrey and Imperial, these are beginner crews, but you see these institutions in the champ events, you see them in the inter events right at the top. They're not here to compete in minor finals, they're here to compete for medals, which is what they're doing here. Pace has just dropped off a little bit, not surprisingly. Like, you don't sustain that same speed from the first 500 into that second 500, but it's not dropped off significantly. We're at 3:07.8 and 3:10 for IC and Surrey, and you can see Surrey, like, they will have been sensing IC the whole way down. They will be, because their lanes next to each other, they will just be feeling those puddles. They will be hearing IC. They're right there the whole time. They haven't gotten away. It's just 2.2 seconds. We go into the second half. This is where it all matters. This is the toughest stretch of the race. If Surrey can just hold that position through this next 300 metres, they're about half a length down. Maybe then Imperial could crack. Imperial may just be sitting on them, but all you can do is just hold position and then go have at them and try and jump their final push.
Absolutely. At this point, these 2 crews will just be trying to turn the screw on each other, test the strength of the other crew and see if there's an opportunity for them to get in there. But there's also another battle taking place that we mustn't forget. East Anglia and Manchester on the near tower side of the course, near our picture, but just off to the right, are battling for that 3rd position in this race. It looks as though East Anglia had the advantage as they come through the halfway point, but definitely a very close battle. Only 1 second separating those 2 crews for 3rd and 4th at the halfway mark.
And that's similarly to the race you're seeing here. They're side by side, they can sense the puddle. Looks to me though, our rider alongside is showing that this is still close. We got 4:44.8, 4:46.1. We're looking at a second and a half, and you can see Surrey have just been finding a centimetre here, an inch there, just creeping. I would say the IC crew still looks a bit tidier. Surrey have had to put that work in to find those fractions of a second, and they're still working. Probably, if you look at the blade work, it isn't quite as crisp as IC, not quite going in at exactly the same time like ICR, but I would say that Surrey are still working hard. They found a bit of momentum. They were working through. This is a tight race for first. There's still a tight race for the bronze. They're within a second as well, about half a second apart. This is going to be a phenomenal sort of two-part race. The gold and silver and the bronze race going on. And IC actually racing with Strathclyde as well over in lanes 5 and 6. Just for positions there, but some like 3 side-by-side races going on.
Absolutely, it's great to see these boats just picking their own fights in this race. We've got Southampton and Imperial going at it. Imperial holding on to that first position as they come into the Red Boys now, still half a length up, but a definite sprint coming from Southampton, who are pushing them right to the line, and they're definitely a strong challenge here in the final stage of this race.
So the question is, can Surrey do it? Can Surrey do it? They're still coming. They are still coming for Imperial. Can Imperial hold their nerve? Imperial had the lead the whole way down. This is for the men's beginner 2. It will be Imperial by 3 seats probably, just past Canvas. IC hold their nerve. Surrey kept on coming. They got it down to about a second, but weren't able to find that last bit. So that's the gold and the silver. If we come back to the finish line, we've got a heck of a race here, but it looks like it's UEA that are just going to put Manchester. Manchester have won so many medals at this competition. They're going to miss out on one here, unfortunately, being pushed out into 4th, but still a phenomenal effort from them. And over on the far side, finishing 5th in this final, but still picking up a gold medal, will be Imperial's beginner 1, and rounding this out, Southampton. So some fantastic racing there. It is IC that will pick up the gold just over Surrey. Surrey will still go home with some hardware, and it will be the 3rd place UEA crew that pick up the bronze medal.
Well, Manchester just missed out on a medal there, but if I may say, I think they do win the points for fashion, with their purple bucket hats. All the crew sporting them as they come through the finish line there. A new item of rowing kit that we haven't really seen before.
No, and it definitely matches a bit better than the orange ones that I've seen them sporting, but still, the fashionistas out there, you'll love them. You'll love them. Get your hands on your University of Manchester bucket hats. Manchester are having great championship. You know, they're finding their free speed, but they've also not just found free speed, but earned speed. They've obviously been training it really, really hard. I'm just looking out at the tower, and some of the Manchester medalists in the women's events are just walking away. They've been cheering their crew on from this tower side because the Manchester crew were coming down in these tower side lanes. So, you know, always great to be aware of where your crews are coming down and standing on the correct side of the lake just to make maximum noise.
Well, we are shortly anticipating our next race on the course. I'm told that in a first, potentially for Bucs, we've also got Cambridge in lane 0, so 7 boats in this race. Cambridge in lane 0, Nottingham in lane 1, in Edinburgh in lane 2 sit Edinburgh, Oxford Brookes sit in lane 3, in lane 4 we have Imperial, London in lane 5, and Newcastle on the right of your picture in lane 6.
Yeah, so earlier on, Cambridge were initially disqualified, but upon appeal have been reinstated. And as you're saying, Jack, I don't ever remember this happening, a crew racing down in lane 0. It is just the other side of the buoy line from lane 1. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've seen plenty of crews accidentally racing down lane 0, usually when the conditions are not great. But there will be 7 competing for this men's champ Coxless 4 final, and they are away, but it looks like a red flag. Crews have stopped, so I assume they're going to come back to the start. And it's not that we've got a frozen feed, but it looks like the crews are being put back on the start. So yeah, there you go. Confirmation. There are 7 in this. We're hoping that, I mean, if you've been at Bucs, you know that the 8s, well, whoever gets their medals will come and get them from close to lane 0. So we're hoping these crews do stay tucked in. Anyway, the crews are away. We're not entirely sure how they line them up there, but they are away. Bucs knows what they're doing, so we can see we have 7 crews in this. This is a first for me, so we're going to also be calling lane 0. So there is certainly a crew in lane 0. That is Cambridge. Cambridge will be in lane 0. Nottingham will be in 1. Edinburgh in 2. Brooks in 3. IC in 4. London in 5. And Newcastle in 6. So you can see really close to the camera is that crew from Cambridge who were initially disqualified. They came across in 2nd ahead of Edinburgh, so they were one of the quicker crews through, well, would have been through, but have been reinstated. So they are going to be sneaking up this tower side. Looks like they may even have the early lead, just going through a set of swans there. The wildlife probably not used to crews coming down this close to the bank, but they seem to have gotten through there relatively unscathed. So we do have Cambridge on this near side. They're probably going to, catch your eye the most being over here, but they're being pushed, it looks like, by the crew from Brooks over in 3. Probably quite close between IC and London in lanes 4 and 5. And then we've got Newcastle as well on that far side. You can just see they'll be coming down close to the crews moving up to the start. But it does look like Cambridge trying to take advantage of their reinstatement. And we got some quick times, 125, 127. The top 2 going through in way sub 130 splits.
Yeah, it looks like we have kind of 3 leaders in this race at this point. We've got the crew of Cambridge that you can see on the near side. In the middle, we've got Oxford Brookes, and on the far side of our shot, we've got Newcastle. So we're just waiting to see who claims each of these split times at the 500 metres. That will give us a sense of who's where in this race. It looks as though Cambridge might have dropped back slightly there from the Brookes and Newcastle crews, so we would suspect that perhaps Brookes and Newcastle are up there at the front end of this race. But let's see as those times get confirmed for each of the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, this blistering early pace is continuing on. It was Cambridge that went out in 125. It would have been Brooks at 127. But it looks like now that Brooks is just sort of trying to move. Obviously, the camera isn't exactly right, but I'd say Brooks just have stuck their nose out just a little. But Cambridge are going with it. Newcastle on that far side. So it's Brooks, it's Cambridge, it's Newcastle in this men's champ Coxless 4 final. So we have 7 in it, like we've been saying. You can see just coming through shot, you can see the Brooks crew, you can see London on the far side, you can say Imperial. We just now, as we pan around, you can see that Newcastle crew that we think is in 3rd place. So there's that Newcastle crew, and as then Cambridge will fly through your shot being nearest the camera. And we pan around with them, you can see they're still working hard, pushing those finishes, rowing long, rowing strong. Maybe just losing the finishes on a couple of strokes there, but they've been showing serious speed all the way through.
So Cambridge there on the near side, but it does indeed look like Oxford Brookes now have the advantage at the halfway point, maybe as much as a length ahead of the Cambridge crew. But over on the far side, you can see Newcastle right up there with Cambridge. So we've got these 3 boats vying for the pole positions here. It looks as though Oxford Brookes out there in front, holding on to that 1st place. Indeed, we see the time at the halfway point. Cambridge holding on to the 2nd place, but only 2nd separating Cambridge and Newcastle for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, Brooks walked out nicely. Cambridge doing really well in lane 0, like that not commonly used lane. So it's Cambridge in the silver, Brooks in the gold, Newcastle still on that far side. Those 3 have just distanced themselves from the rest of the opposition. So we go to about 500 metres left. We can see them coming towards that timing point. They're just about 100 metres from it. So Bucs are still walking out. They are still moving. They found lots of open water now. Cambridge, though, maybe getting rowed through by Newcastle on that far side potentially, as the crews in the middle start to come back. So IC and London, their story is not over. They are still writing pages. But yeah, it does still look like Cambridge, Newcastle and Bucs as we close down to the line.
Yeah, definite pressure though being put on from those crews currently sat in 4th place. IC is pushing up on the competition of Cambridge and Newcastle. We can see them trying to come up through the middle in the closing stages of this race. Oxford Brookes A definitely holding on to their front position in this race. They're in first. Cambridge were in second, but it looks as though Newcastle now have the advantage in the last 500 metres. But can IC continue to push Cambridge and try and claim that 3rd position from them?
So it's getting noisy out there here at the lake, so much noise. We've got the Newcastle fans down below us. I see the colours of London as well. On the far side where the majority of the marquees are, we have people coming to the lakeside to watch this. It does look still like it's Bucs out there. Cambridge, the ones who are reinstated into this, they are pushing hard. They're looking to try and get back on terms with that Newcastle crew on the far side. This is men's champ Coxless Fours. These are some of the quickest and fastest athletes we'll have here today. They approach the line. There's going to be no coming off the sprint. Bucs still working hard. Bucs not just cruising to the line. They earn their medals every single time. Bucs now, you'll see, they are coming across in the gold medal position. Can Cambridge hold on to one? It is going to be a photo finish between Cambridge and Newcastle. That Cambridge crew needs to hold up quick because we have crews sitting over on that side. Also, IC were chasing hard. It's going to be really, really close on the line for those medals in a really hotly contested medal race in the men's champ Coxless Fours.
Incredibly close to call there between Cambridge and Newcastle, near and far side the course. You saw them shot through your frame there on the finish line, and we'll definitely have that result confirmed by the finish line camera just to make sure the timings are correct there. That is the men's championship fours, the A final.
Yeah, so it suggests it was 1.1 seconds separating second, third and fourth as a whole, but it was really close by eye. We're stood right above the finish line, so the photo finish will be needed to confirm that. But we do move just very swiftly onto a non-medal match this time. It's going to be the men's into 4 B final. This features Manchester in 1, Surrey in 2, London in 3, Aberdeen in 4, Edinburgh in 5 and Sheffield in 6, and they're already at the 500 metres, so we're just waiting for these times to be confirmed and put to cruise. But it looks like Sheffield, Surrey and Edinburgh are the 3 early leaders in this race.
Yeah, Sheffield, Surrey and Edinburgh, a slight advantage over the other crews. They're starting to distance themselves in first, second and third, but there is definitely a battle going on for fourth there. We could see some close times between some of the other boats there sat in 4th position. So Edinburgh and Aberdeen battling for 3rd and 4th position, very close between those two. But we're now coming up to the 1 kilometre mark. We'll see how much that order has changed. These boats all very close together in this B final, so it's definitely all to play for, with half of the course still ahead of these boats.
Yeah, a race when you've got less than 3 seconds separating first and fifth at halfway is going to be all to play for in the second half, and even the Manchester crew that don't quite fit into that time block, they're only a couple of seconds further back from that. It's Edinburgh with just about half a second lead over Surrey, so two powerhouse programs there, Edinburgh and Surrey, being chased really hard though by Sheffield. So we have some of the not quite so big names at Sheffield, Edinburgh, and Manchester are on the rise. We've got Aberdeen in there, so this isn't just the usual suspects in this men's Inter 4, but really hotly contested. You can see from these side-on shots, nobody yet has been able to make a decisive move to break out of this pack.
Absolutely, all the crews still very much in contact. We can see the current leaders over in lane 5. Edinburgh seem to be slightly out in front there, but still very much in contact with the other crews.
Yeah, so these crews are approaching that 1500 metre mark. We are starting to see a little bit of a break away from this crew on this near side, and one of the crews in about lane 5. So we do have crews trying to make a move, but actually the two wedged in between are going with it. Edinburgh have found about 1.5 seconds over Surrey, but Surrey of just fractions of a second. I mean, that's just going to be on the surge through the line, that 0.4 of a second. And then Aberdeen and Sheffield still in the mix, so we have only 2 seconds separating, 3 seconds separating second and fifth. We have only just over a second separating second, third and fourth. So really close racing, despite this not being for the medals, between these crews. And we're just looking out of the tower. Edinburgh indeed looking quite strong. Lane 2, we have Surrey also looking strong, but they're being pushed very hard by London and Aberdeen in those middle lanes, with just the outside lanes, Sheffield and Manchester just falling off a little now.
Well, I think I just saw London up their rate. They're starting the sprint, and certainly all the crews will be looking to follow now as we come into the last 250 metres. Edinburgh have definitely upped their pressure here as they push into the final stages of this race. They want to hold on to their pole position. Lane 2 moving on is the crew from Surrey. They're trying to hold on to that second place, but you can see the crew of Aberdeen is pushing them, the crew of London pushing them also as we come into the line. So close here in the closing stages of this B final.
Yeah, this one never ever got easy for any crew. Looks like Aberdeen and Surrey are just trying to, Edinburgh and Surrey are just trying to hold off Aberdeen. And it might actually be a late charge that has moved Surrey just across the line. There we go, Surrey just ahead of Edinburgh. Aberdeen charging hard, will cross in third, then London. And then the two crews on the outside, Manchester and Sheffield, just behind, but only by a couple of seconds. That's one of the closest races we've seen from position 1 through to position 6. Hotly contested men's intermediate 4B final. We can just hope, we only hope that the A final is just as equally hotly contested.
Well, Edinburgh held them off there too. Edinburgh tried to hold them off there, but coming through, the crew from Surrey just sprinting in for the line. A perfectly executed move, and they will be delighted with that last result.
Yes, and now we've got some more big boys up on the start line. We've got the men's Inter 4. This is the A final. So it's not the Champ 4, but you typically only get one entry into Champ 4, although Brooks do like to break the mold. They've got 3 in that final. But we do also have a Brooks crew in here. They're in 3. They're joined by Exeter in lane 1, London in lane 2. As we say, Brooks are in 3, Surrey A crew are in 4, Nottingham are in 5, and IC are in 6. They're already through the K. We've got 2 crews quite close together at the front, just separated by 1.7 seconds. So as we go through, we have about a 12-second gap across the field. It looks like the medals have almost been decided, but the order of them, that's up for grabs. But Surrey, Oxford, Brooks and London are the 3 crews that have distanced themselves a little bit from IC, Nottingham and Exeter.
Yeah, those 3 leaders, each with about 1 to 2 seconds separating them, but that's certainly not a comfortable margin when you've got half of the distance to go. There's definitely still stuff in play here. Surrey out in front, looks as though they're about half a length ahead of that Oxford crew, who are about 3/4 of a length ahead of London, but all to play for with half the course still ahead of these crews. A real sprint could see London or Oxford really challenge Surrey in the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, so here go Brooks through the middle. They are creeping up on Surrey and maybe even creeping past these 3 crews. They are in lanes 3, 4 and lane 2. So they are all close together in the middle of this course. There's no sneaking up the outside. They are all close together. Brooks were creeping, but Surrey have noticed it and they have responded with their own push, and I would say have probably found a seat in that move. Brooks are not going to let them have that though. It looks like Brooks are counter-striking again. This is possibly going to come down to the surge. We wanted a close race. It's probably not going to be as close from first to sixth because these first three crews have distanced themselves off. And in fact, the gold and silver race seems to be just leaving the bronze medal crew from London behind a bit. But it was 0.4 of a second as they went through 1,500 metres. That means they got about less than 2 minutes, about 1 minute and 40 seconds to make the difference here. And it's Surrey that just had that lead on Brooks. But Brooks, we know what they've done in the past. We know that they come here to win gold medals. But Surrey are moving up to try and challenge and be on that top step of the podium instead. So let's see if it's going to be Brooks or is it going to be Surrey.
Yeah, these crews side by side now as they come into the last 250 metres. It's all to play for. It looks to me as though Brooks have a slight advantage now coming into the sprint. They've really moved up on that Surrey crew. Surrey need to respond if they want to claim back that pole position here as they push through to line. London's trying to take contact. London definitely putting on a sprint as well. They are coming up on the Surrey crew. Brooks still holding on to that first position. Surrey looks to be holding on to second, but a strong challenge from London as they push in towards the Red Boys. London trying to see if they can clinch this silver medal here. Surrey holding them off and Brooks pushing for that gold.
Yeah, it just looks like Brooks ripped the bandage off and went, oh the hell, let's just go now. They have moved themselves up through Surrey. They weren't able to do it in the third 500, but they have been able to do it in the fourth 500. So as they come to the line, there's still a late charge from London. They've come basically out of nowhere and they are charging up for the line. It will be Brooks that finished first. I think it looks like Surrey just hold on. It looks like on the unofficial timing 0.4 of a second. It wasn't quite on the surge, but it was close to it. London really came from over a length back to try and get that silver. It wasn't quite enough. They'll still get the bronze. Crossing now Imperial on that far side. These crews really had to work hard to earn those medals. So Imperial, Nottingham and Exeter crossing the line there, but that wasn't one of those classic, oh, we're out by 15 lengths kind of wins. That was one of those, we have to do it in the last 90 seconds of this race. That one would have burnt hard.
Yeah, we are seeing some great tactical racing going on here with these crews, putting in their late sprints, using that second quarter, but pushing through in the final stage of the race and surprising the opposition. That London boat really caught both of us by surprise there, sprinting up to the line just short of that silver medal.
Yeah, I thought they were dead and buried in terms of silver medal opportunity, but they were not. They were right in it. So that was a hotly contested race like we wanted. We've got another big time race. This is the men's champ fours. This is actually the last men's medal race of the championships, and it's featuring IC, London and Newcastle along with 3 Brooks crews. So Brooks, we know what they're going to want to do. They're going to want to take all of the medals. Now, that is an incorrect timing. There is no way Brooks, as quick as they are, have gone over the 500 metres in a minute. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was Brooks London, Brooks Newcastle, Brooks IC. I mean, there was a kind of almost nice pattern to that there.
Absolutely, Brooks will love seeing their name represented so many times in this A final. 3 boats in there holding on to first, third and so far 5th position, but all to play for as we push on down the course. These boats now approaching the halfway point of their race, the 1,000 metre mark, and this is where the challenge starts to mount, where people start to turn the screw, and we'll start to see which of these crews rise to the fore of this A final in the men's championship fours.
Well, we saw Brooks not exactly have it their own way. They did end up with the gold, but probably not the way they drew it up. They probably thought they would do it a bit more like this race. This has got a Brooks crew that look like they're almost competing in that last race. They are out in front. Now, this is the men's champ fours, and to have that kind of lead 6 seconds through the K is excellent from that Brooks top 4. So Brooks have broken away from the field, of course containing 2 other Brooks crews. So it really now has become a medal race for second, because that is close. There are 2 seconds, well, a second and a half separating London, Brooks and Newcastle for second place, and in fact the other Brooks crew only just outside that, so 3 seconds less than that, 2.5 seconds separating second and 5th. This is a hotly contested race.
So London just missed out in the previous race. They'll be looking to hold on to that second position as they push down the final stages of this race, holding off Oxford Brookes, holding off Newcastle to claim the silver medal in this championship Court 4's event, or indeed to try and push on that Brookes crew. But it does look like Oxford Brookes A out in front are quite difficult to beat now.
Yeah, Brookes A are out and flying. They are not taking any prisoners. There's no holding back with those crews. But equally, the crew from London are not going to want to give up their position. They have earned the right to be in second. They are going to want to be holding off the charge from all these other competitors. So we did have Brookes clearly out in front earlier on. But it is still very, very close. We're looking down the course now. They're coming through the 1500. We're not looking at the exact times. These are not the times exactly right, but we are looking for the relative differences, and we're looking for the crew order. So there is still a 6-second gap between first and second, but it looks like a Brookes crew have now moved into silver medal position. London haven't quite been able to hold on to that, but they are still close. It was 0.2 of a second, but it looks like Brookes B have made a big move through that third 500, which mirrors what the Brookes crew did in the last race in the Inter 4. They tried to make a move in that third 500, but had to finish the job because Surrey had held them so well. They had to finish the job in the last 250 metres.
Yes, we've seen Brookes B just make a real move there. We're also seeing a move from the Newcastle crew over in lane 5, who are now pushing up towards London. So London were in second. Brookes have gone through them a little bit here, and they now look like they're holding on to that third place. But Newcastle definitely trying to challenge them for that bronze.
Yeah, you love to see it. You love to see it. Close races coming down to the line. We know that Brookes are going to claim gold, but we're still looking for the silver and the bronze. All these crews have ramped it up. I see, and one of the Brookes crews, unfortunately, are going to be out of the running because they're in 5th and 6th. We know as we approach the line, Brookes will claim gold. They made a move to also look to claim silver. And it looks to me like they've held that position. But the late charge from Newcastle, the Coxswain have been calling for it. The late charge in Newcastle. London are also charging to try and get back onto terms. But it is just going to finish now. You can see crossing the line. Brookes, then Brookes. London celebrate as they hold off the charge, the late charge from the Blue Star Nation of Newcastle. So Newcastle will go home without anything from here, unfortunately. London hold on to claim the bronze. And Brookes and IC finish that off, but it is a Brookes 1-2 as we award the final men's medals of Bucs Regatta 2021. Right, so this is, of this set of races, the last one where medals won't be awarded. This is the Inter Women's 8s, one of my favourite events of the weekend. This is the B final. It features Durham, it features York, it features Oxford, it features Newcastle, it features Cambridge, and it features Exeter. So those are our 6 competitors. They all seem to have been off the line just fine. We're just cutting to the next shot. So those crews came off pretty strong. We have, as I say, Durham, York, Oxford, Newcastle, Cambridge and Exeter, and we just await them approaching the first 500-metre split marker.
There you go, we've got our first 500-metre split, and in lane 3 it is the Oxford crew who are out in the lead, a time of 1:43.9. They're followed by Exeter in lane 6 and Cambridge in lane 5. Very tight between Exeter and Cambridge, and indeed York for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Just 0.6 of a second separating those 3 boats there as we pass the 500-metre mark. So we'll be watching those very closely for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in this race. It looks as though Oxford have an early advantage. We'll see if that extends as they go further down the course.
Yeah, so that's 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th crew all separated by a second. So pretty close starts, pretty even starts in that first 500. We'll have to see who has the best cruising speed through the middle. It was Oxford with the early lead, but as we say, we've got to see what happens in this settle. So just to recap those splits, so we had Oxford going through in 1:43.9. The rest of the crews were more so up in the 1:45s, so a slightly quicker start from Oxford, finding with those splits probably about half a length. So we see as the crews just come past our fixed camera here, looks like Oxford still had the lead. They've moved it out just a little, but it is still very, very close between second, third, fourth and fifth. They're now separated by about 2 seconds, whereas it had been a second. So there are just some relative differences in speeds here between these crews.
Absolutely. I'm just looking out at the windsock we can see in front of our commentary box, and it is a tailwind we have here today, so that can mean in these larger boats that the rates climb just a little bit. There's a temptation to up the stroke per minute, so it'll be interesting to see how high these crews rate as they push down the course. Oxford holding on to that first position, Exeter holding on to the second they had at the 500 metres, Cambridge still in third.
Yeah, so we've now actually got splits as well for Durham. So it's only 4 seconds spread between second and sixth. Slightly ahead are still Oxford, but by not enough. Definitely not enough to be comfortable. You can actually see now, it looks to me like there are moves being made from the crews here in lane, so lane 3 is being put under pressure by, it looks to me like York, the distinctive circles on the black blades of York. They did switch colours from a sky blue to a black kit recently, but I would say, just looking at these side-ons, it's York who have made a decisive move here from lane 2, and the lane 1 crew Durham are going with them. But it looks to me as we go into this third 500 that York are the ones who decided to put on some heavy lifting, and they've gone from being in 5th to, I think, actually being out in 1st. So Oxford are moving backwards through the field, and it's York and Durham moving up through the field.
Yeah, in the time that you were speaking there, Alex, it looks like York have gained some 3 seats on the opposition. That's quite a sizable move to put in at the halfway point. If they can sustain that pace through the rest of the course, then they're on for a really good result here. And you can see, indeed, coming into the last 500 metres, York now in second place. Cambridge on the far side in lane 5 went with them and are trying to hold on to a first position now. So falling back is that Oxford crew in lane 3.
Yes, they've dropped a couple of seconds to sort of move into third. It's so tight there. Cambridge, I hadn't even noticed them sneaking up from lane 5. They were just 0.4 of a second up on that York crew that we noticed were walking. Durham also came from behind to come up to 4th, but it's really close between 1st and 5th. We can see them coming down towards this commentary tower. There's pretty much been overlap for the whole way. We've had 2,000 metres of crews overlapping with each other. They all charge down to the line side by side. Looks like York and Cambridge, just by eye, maybe have their noses out in front, but certainly Durham still working hard, and all the other crews in this race. Newcastle still pushing hard. Oxford sort of moving backwards but not lost contention, and on that far side Exeter as well. This is going to be a hot finish.
Yeah, I think Cambridge are peeking out in front here. They're trying to hold on, but strong sprints from Newcastle, York and Durham, and over on the far side in lane 6, Exeter pushing on as well. It's anyone's game for second and third. Cambridge trying to cling on to that first place.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the spicier finishes of the day. So this is in the last non-medal race. So this isn't for medal. This is just for pride. But it will be Cambridge that get across first. Just sneaking across is Durham in front of York, who made that massive move in the middle. Exeter on that far side charge hard as well. But it's wonderful to see 6 crews all overlapping. So a fantastic final, competitive final. That's one of the reasons we really enjoy women's Inter 8 racing here at the regatta. It puts forward results like that. We didn't have a spread field. We had one of the narrowest fields we've seen over the 3 days.
Well, we've put our best guess results on your screen there, but you can see how close those times are. 5:13.1 for one crew, the next one's only 2.2 of a second behind. So the photo finish will confirm the official results, and you can find them on the Bucs website in a few minutes' time to confirm that. But what a row from Cambridge, holding out that first position. That is the one place we know for definite in that B final.
Yeah, that's the only one we could call for sure. Now, when I looked at the time trial results, normally I look to see how close into women's eights are going to be, but there was a bit of split out this time. So I'm expecting to see this race not being quite as close as most years. And you can actually see here, it looks like Bucs have walked out. So we haven't introduced these crews yet, in this A final. We have Bath in 1, we have Bucs crews in both 2 and 3, we have London in 4, Nottingham in 5, and Newcastle in 6. But we can see crews have walked out in this race. So we're just going to cut to a different shot in a moment. We can see Bucs pushing, Bath coming through shot there, great shots of them, but you can see how spread out this field has become. We're at halfway or past halfway. They're in their third 500. 3 seconds separating first and second, but then a further 6 seconds separating second and third. But it is very close between third, fourth and fifth, so that is where the medal race is really going to happen for that bronze medal. Those 3 crews separated by just 1.5 seconds. So we do have the crew in the middle there. Is that the Bucs crew in 3, looking like they've walked out? Just seeing those blades square, it looks like Bucs blades to me. Looks like the Bucs crew in 2 are also pushing out there, and then we have challenges more on the slightly on the far side between London and Nottingham. They're having a tight battle, and we expect Newcastle are also going to be hot in this race.
Well, I think that might be London right up there with Oxford Bucs at the front end of this race. You've got 2 Bucs crews, so you've got one Bucs that I think is with London, so I think London have the lead, Bucs about half a length behind them, and then we've got the other Bucs crew battling with the competition slightly further back in the field. So London actually really strong in this race and holding off the fight of Bucs there as we come in towards the last 500 metres. There you go, a time of 4:47.1 for that London crew as they push into the last 500 metres of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Hadn't noticed them to the left, a shot there. Great spot. So it is actually London leading out Bucs by a couple of seconds. What a performance from them to this point. So Fiona Cook actually down as being the Cox here, alumni from the University of Birmingham, picked up some medals in the earlier days of the race for London in a 4. So we'll be looking to add to that medal collection with another gold here. So it was London leading Bucs. Who were leading Bucs? So Bucs looking for 2 medals here, but it doesn't look like they're going to get the gold at this point. London still striking hard, but Bucs are coming back at them hard. It was 2 seconds that they were looking to overhaul.
Yeah, we just saw Bucs a couple of races ago pinching a medal from London with a late sprint. Are they going to be able to do that again here? They've got a lot to do and only 150 metres in which to do it. London so far holding them off to take the gold position in this A final, so far keeping them at bay, but Bucs definitely fighting back as they come into the Red Boys.
Yeah, so the cheers are coming for London. So much noise coming for London. There's Bucs medalists though on the landing stages who are shouting for Bucs, but I think they're going to run out of racetrack. So we come to the line now. You'll see it on your screens. It will be the University of London that pick up the gold, holding off Bucs. Bucs claims silver. London ecstatic. Bucs tied in the bow, sitting down. Bucs, though, will also pick up the bronze, so it's a silver and a bronze for Bucs. And a hard-fought battle side by side there, just crossing the line. Newcastle and Nottingham, and it was Bath rounding out this A final in the inter-women's 8s. But that was a fantastic win there for the University of London, just showing the strength of their women's programme here in the inter-8s competition.
Absolutely, and a hard-fought win as well. They had Bucs on their tail the entire way down the course, pushing them on, only half a length behind, not letting go. What a row from the London crew.
Yeah, so we quickly spin back up to the start. This is the last medal race of the championships. It is going to be the women's Champ 8. Once again, we do have a Bucs crew in here, but it's only one. There's IC, there's Durham, there's Bucs, there's London, there's Newcastle, there's Cambridge. If you were going to write down 6 of the fastest programs that we have for women's rowing in this country, these are possibly the 6 names you'd consider writing down. In the early going, it was Bucs that went through in a 1:32.2. That is rapid. So are London. That's quick at 1:33.7. So a little bit of a reverse of what we just saw with Bucs ahead of London. But those 2 crews in the inter 8s being matched by their Champ 8s, who have just a slight lead over those other crews from Newcastle, Cambridge, Durham and IC.
Yeah, once again, Oxford Brookes and London battling it out for medals in this race. And these boats now approaching the halfway point. We'll get another sense of split times for these crews. They push on down the course, but this time it is Oxford Brookes leading London in the Women's Championship 8A final so far as they come into the second half.
Yeah, so as we say, the last medals on offer. You'll see the London crew wearing the white kit with the purple round that represents that they are in that top boat rather than just the deep purple full lycra with the sort of darker bottom half. So it does look like the Brookes and London are the class of this field right now. They're the two that have pushed out with a good lead. There's like a 4-second gap between the silver and bronze medal crews. Brookes, though, are the ones this time leading, not London. It's Brookes over London by just over 2 seconds. And Newcastle currently sit in that bronze medal position. We could see the Durham crew just coming through shot there. We cut back to the bike camera, just off shot, or just mostly off shot. We had the Brookes crew. You can also see the close-up of the IC crew. They're currently in 6th in this. But in the back of that shot there, you can see the London crew trying to get back onto terms with Brookes. Brookes have basically a length, and it's going to be whether they can get clear water. To get a length here and get clear water coming into the 1500 is going to be pretty decisive.
Yeah, this race looking a little bit more spread than the last one we saw. Newcastle looking fairly comfortable in that third position as they push towards the last 500 metres. They've got clear water over the competition, but ahead of them, a full length of clear water ahead, we have these two boats battling for pole position. Brookes out in front, 3/4 of a length ahead of London, but London still close enough that they have potential to respond here as they come into the last 500 metres.
Yeah, we want it to be hotting up, but I mean, it does look like London have actually come back. Rather than Brookes getting clear water, which I think they had momentarily, London have actually struck back, and I would say that their canvases are now fully overlapping. The London bow ball is probably on the Brookes cocks, and it looks, you can see it poking through shot now. London are the crew that are walking. London are walking hard here to try and get back onto terms. We can see every stroke. Have Brookes blown up, or are they just playing possum before they explode through this last 500? But it's definitely all the momentum with London. All the momentum of London. They maybe are just drawing on that energy of what they knew their last crew did. They won't have known it, but they will have known that their second boat was fast, and they are being spurred to the line here. Brookes still haven't been able to check it, but maybe with 250 metres to go, we could have something exciting happening here.
What a move from London here. They continue to push Brookes. They are almost level now as they come in to the last 200 metres. If Brookes are going to respond, they need to do it now.
Yeah, London had to just power through a flock of geese. They're still trying to walk on Oxford Brookes. Brookes seem to have found some more speed now. They've held the move at this point. We go into the red buoys. We're 100 metres out. It looks like Brookes have enough. They should be holding on. Maybe they're streaking back out on London, but London have been working super hard for the last minute and a half. They've closed from open water to a big overlap, but they're going to run out of space because Brookes have managed to hold that move at about half a length. So Brookes, they come through to take gold. London will take second. Newcastle are charging hard. They're going to want to take that bronze from Durham. Durham moving to the line now, but it will be Newcastle that claim the final medal awarded of the championship. They will take the bronze. Durham will come across in fourth, and then it was going to be Cambridge and Imperial to finish off the final medal race of this Bucs Championship, and we'll move now to the minor finals.
Well, London definitely didn't manage to get that gold medal there, but they certainly put in a strong push in the last 500 metres and valiantly came back some half a length over the Oxford Brookes crew. Oxford Brookes still clinging on to the gold position in the final stages of that race. What a hold off there by the crew of Brookes, and they'll be delighted with that result, taking the gold in the Women's Championship 8s. So the next race we're expecting shortly on the course, the Women's Intermediate Lightweight Single Sculls. It's the D final. You can see on the screen your four competitors just setting off. Hannah Mills on the left-hand side for De Montfort, Sophie Telfer for Robert Gordon University in the centre, Emily Robertson for Glasgow just right of centre, and on the right-hand side, Abby Lawson of Heriot Watt in lane 5.
I'm not sure about you, Jack. After all of those A finals, I wasn't even commentating, and I feel like I need a breather. So on to the minor finals we go. We have those first athletes coming up towards the 1,000-metre marker now. You can see the Robert Gordon scholar on the right of your shot. That's Sophie Telfer. That's a sort of purple kit with a white stripe across it. And at the 500-metre marker, it was Robert Gordon University who led by just less than a second over de Montfort in this intermediate lightweight single D final. And Heriot Watt University, Abby Lawson was sitting in third, with Emily Robertson of Glasgow in fourth. So it feels like a very Scottish affair here, with three Scottish scullers. Hannah Milnes feeling slightly left out as the one English university representative in lane number 2.
Absolutely. Well, for all she may be feeling left out, she's trying to stick in there in that kind of second and third spot, battling with, looks to be on the near side, Hannah Milnes of de Montfort.
As we can see now, it's Robert Gordon, Sophie Telfer, crew number 9, racing in lane number 3, coming up towards that 1,000-metre marker now, looking really nice and long, just controlling this race now. So we're on to the minor finals now for Bucs Regatta 2021. So we're into the closing stages. So haven't done all the calculations yet, but those all-important Vixelladorum rankings will be pretty much finalised. So hopefully we will get some information on those soon, and we'll be able to bring you the results of that VL when we get it. But through that 1,000-metre marker, still Robert Gordon out in front, but de Montfort in second, Heriot Watt in third.
Yeah, de Montfort and Heriot Watt were very much neck and neck as they came through the first 500 metres. That's a strong move there from Hannah Milnes of de Montfort to bring herself out in front into second. Still a sizable difference between her and Sophie Telfer of Robert Gordon, who is out in front, some 5 seconds separating those two scullers. But I'm sure de Montfort will be happy to be seeing the back of Heriot Watt at this stage and can continue to push off down the rest of the course.
I'm sure they will. So great shot there of two of our scullers, de Montfort and Robert Gordon, in lanes 2 and 3. De Montfort maybe just looking a little bit sort of more aggressive through the stroke, but I think possibly those blades losing connection with the water a little bit before you'd want them to. So you want to hold those blades in the water as smoothly as possible until the arms all the way through to the body. When you get that, it's very useful having a long stroke, but there's also the question of effective length. So are you actually connecting onto the water where you're putting the blades in, and are you then holding them through all the way to the finish? And I'd say that de Montfort sculler may be just losing that connection in the second half of the stroke. And you can see Sophie Telfer of Robert Gordon continuing to stretch out the advantage now in the women's intermediate lightweight single.
Yeah, we said Hannah Milnes of de Montfort was pushing up at the halfway point. It looks as though Emily Robertson of Abby Lawson of Heriot Watt pushing back now actually there and trying to get level again with de Montfort, Hannah Milnes. So it looks as though a much closer race for the second and third position in this D final now as we push on towards the last 500 metres.
As near us at the bottom of the tower, the final medals of Bucs Regatta are being handed out to those medalists from the Women's Champ 8. Fantastic performance there by those crews. Just looking at that timing now, 6:17 set by that Oxford Brooks crew. That is a pretty speedy time for a women's 8. So coming up towards, through 500 metres to go actually, and Robert Gordon, Sophie Telfer leading by 10 seconds over de Montfort. Only 2 seconds separating de Montfort and Heriot Watt as we go into the last 500.
Yeah, Hannah Milnes of de Montfort still managing to hold off Abby Lawson of Heriot Watt to cling on to that second position in this D final of the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls. But out in front, looking comfortable, looking strong, is Sophie Telfer of Robert Gordon. and she'll be quite happy to sit there looking back on the field. The other 3 scullers behind her, and she can continue to push off them as she comes into the last 250 metres. A real show of strength here by Sophie Telfer of Robert Gordon University.
So into the last 250 metres then for Sophie Telfer of Robert Gordon University to cap off Bucs Regatta for her. Then looks like there's still some good competition between De Montfort and Harriet Watt for that second place. They've got a couple of lanes separating them, so it's quite hard when you're a single to stay on top of what all the other crews around you are doing, especially if they're close. Coming into those closing stages now, I think the Harriet Watt sculler just having a couple of struggles with a buoy, but getting back going now, and I think that's probably secured the second place for De Montfort.
Yeah, Hannah Mills of De Montfort has been holding off Abby Lawson of Harriet Watt for much of this race, and she continues to do so as they come into the closing stages. But through the line goes Sophie Telfer of Robert Gordon. It looks like it will be Hannah Mills of De Montfort who takes the second in this D final by about a length over Abby Lawson, who will take the third for Harriet Watt. Emily Robertson for Glasgow just coming through to take the fourth. But there you go, you've got a close-up there on Sophie Telfer of Robert Gordon University, the winner of the D final in the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls.
She read my mind and poured some Earl Grey in her soul for me. Asked me if I
Training schedule's been pretty tough actually for the athletes at the moment. It's been about 12-13 sessions a week. So we do a session as a squad every morning at 6:30, and then it's whenever you can fit the second session in the lectures.
Rowing at Oxford Brookes University is the premier sport in the university. It's been a lead sport for 25 years and is a really, really important part of the sports programme at Oxford Brookes. Right now, at the time of year, obviously we're approaching exam times at the moment, which is really important that the athletes do well in their exams.
This is what I mean. This is love. 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 This is love.
It's quite intense really. We train pretty much 6 days a week, most of the days twice a day, a morning and evening. Getting up early in the morning, you've got to be disciplined to get up and to train. When you're then working towards a regatta, a couple of weeks, 2 weeks before, it steps up a lot, more physical, and a lot of pain to go through. It's tough. It's you always feel like you've got to push yourself. You always, every day you wake up in the morning and think, right, it's a new day. You've got to keep pushing yourself. And I think each day you don't train, and there's always someone out there who is training, and you don't want to fall behind. One day can make a hell of a difference.
My name is Tom Richards.
Sean Atkinson.
George Glenster, Harry Neem.
I'm Lydia. Zaida Schneider.
Maximilian Charles Flav Manley, and I row for Imperial College London.
Cardiff Metropolitan University.
The University of Southampton.
The University of Nottingham. The Hartford University Centre. The University of Sheffield.
I row for the University of Leeds.
Well, I saw the videos from Bucs online and I thought it looks like a damn cool sport, might as well join. Kind of called up the people at our club and then just got in touch, had one session on the water, then did some gym sessions, and from there just passion took over.
think just the atmosphere, because like you kind of train with just the people you row with, and then you come here and everybody's doing the same thing, so it's kind of like a bit of adrenaline as you're going through it.
I think it's just because you can see the improvements as you're going along. So you start, I obviously hadn't done any rowing before because I was a novice, so you should just generally improve as you're going along, and you can see that. And when you're rowing in the boat as well, you can see the improvements, and like it's really nice for the team spirit. It's such an intense sport, so it's training throughout the week multiple times. You get to know each other quite well.
It's an incredible event. It's once in a lifetime. I'm so happy that I'm able to experience it.
I think just the teamwork that's involved in it. Obviously you're working like really closely with everybody every day. The coaches are great. It's just a really good team sport.
So going back to the start now, small wait, but we've now got race number 481, the C final of the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls. Just waiting for all of our boats to be down there on the start, ready to go, and it looks like we've got the full complement of 6. So your start order for this race, we've got Ulrika Anderson of Cambridge, Rosie Thorogood of Oxford, Katie Wellstead of Oxford, Victoria Norton of Reading, Amanda Thomas of Oxford, and Joanna Davies of Hertfordshire. So lots of Oxford and a bit of Cambridge, a bit of Reading, a bit of Hertfordshire in this one. They're lining up. We should hopefully be getting underway very soon. You can just see they're coming forwards, not quite blades square in the water yet, so probably just going through the roll call down at the start. As soon as we see them put their blades square in the water, there we go, blades square in the water, probably getting very close to starting off. Soon that red light will turn green, and the buzzer will go off, and our intermediate singles C final, intermediate lightweight singles C final will be underway.
Well, great to have this shot from the tower, looking down on the athletes. We can see as they get cleanly away from the start in a few moments' time. Let's hope. You're looking right down the course there, and right down at the bottom to the left, that's where we're sat in the commentary tower, way off in the distance, 2 kilometres ahead of these athletes. So the athletes still under starters' orders, just getting ready to start their C final in the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls.
So we're finally getting blades squared and buried in the water. Athletes making their final corrections to the steering, and away we go. So all 6 scullers getting away cleanly here in the C final of the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls. Should see the probably the 2 crews in the centre. That's Katie Wellstead and Victoria Norton of Oxford and Reading, respectively. They were the 2 fastest from the time trials, so we should, based on the time trial results, have that sort of nice chevron formation where we've got the 2 fastest crews in 3 and 4, then 2 and 5, then 1 and 6. But racing side by side is very different to a time trial.
Well, a nice fast start from these single scullers. It beat our bike off the start there, having to rev the engine to catch up with these single sculls as they set off down the course here and fast approaching the 500 metres. As Will was saying, it does look to be the scullers in the middle of the course who have the early lead. Victoria Norton of Reading, Katie Wellstead of Oxford right up there next to each other. It looks to me as though Victoria Norton the slightest advantage here coming into the first 500 metres. Battling for third and fourth place, we can see on the near side Eureka Anderson of Cambridge is up there, but also over on the distance side you can see Amanda Thomas of Oxford. So an Oxford-Cambridge battle there, maybe for third and fourth. Just behind them from Hertfordshire, probably sitting in about the fifth position currently, is Joanna Davis.
Ulrika Anderson of Cambridge closest to us in lane number 1. Looks like she's pushing on and is starting to come up level with those two scullers in the centre of the course. We're getting closer to the 500 metre marker, so we'll be getting those split times in for you very soon as we get them. But Ulrika Anderson, yeah, a little bit slower off the start, but getting into the race pace now, and the light blue sculler closest to the camera in lane number 1 starting to wind it up now. Just move through some more of the wildlife here at the National Water Sports Centre, going through that 500 metre marker. Very tight, just half a second separating those top 3 crews. We'll wait for the splits to come through with the crews attached to them, so we can say for certain who was in front of Cambridge, Oxford and Reading.
Well, through the 500 metre mark, and do I spy a move there in the middle of the course? We can see, I think it's Katie Wellstead of Oxford, just put on a little bit of a shint there, and she's really pushing herself out in front of Victoria Norton of Reading and Eureka Anderson of Cambridge. So obviously something in her race plan there. I'm going to go through the first 500 metres, and then I'm going to really put pedal to the metal here.
Yeah, so it was actually Reading's Victoria Norton who went through the 500 metres quickest. But Oxford's Katie Wellstead, you're absolutely right, Jack, looks like got to that 500 metres and just squeezed on a little bit, just trying to re-establish that advantage at the head of the field. So I'd say Victoria Norton of Reading maybe slightly dropping off the pace, but Ulrika Anderson of Cambridge still looks like she's going with the Oxford sculler, so we might be getting a Oxford versus Cambridge battle going down the course. I think fantastic having so many crews from Oxford and Cambridge racing here this weekend. Usually due to the proximity of Bucs to the boat race, we don't always see them here in force. But Ulrika Anderson in lane 1 on the left of your shot, really pushing on, and we can see the Reading sculler there, Victoria Norton, in lane number 4 as we're coming towards the 1,000 metres.
Yeah, it looks like Ulrika Anderson saw the move from Oxford. She's responded now as they push on towards the halfway point. I would wager that she's now sitting in that pole position as we come up towards the halfway. Katie Wellstead of Oxford, who put in that move, currently sat in that second position. Victoria Norton of Reading, who led early in the race, just falling slightly back into that third position.
So as we pan out, as these boats come up towards the 1,000, we'll get that definitive marker. They come past the static position, so we've got the Reading sculler in lane number 4. Looks like it's in front, but that's just sort of the angle we're looking at. You're going to see the Cambridge sculler in lane 1 as they get closer to the line. There we go. Oh, so tight. That Reading sculler has pushed up, so Victoria Norton, I think, has pushed back ahead of Katie Wellstead. This is a really fascinating race, a real good ding-dong. And actually, in lane number 2, Rosie Thorogood of Oxford, bit of a slow start, but is now going through the 1,000 metres, just sitting 3 seconds off the lead.
Absolutely, but look how tight those times are at the lead of this race. 16.3, 16.7, then only a 17.2 for Oxford. So Cambridge, Reading, Oxford leading out this race, but as Will was just saying there, Rosie Thorogood of Oxford in lane 2, also right up there, just a couple of seconds behind. And in the single sculls, that isn't that much of a difference to try and make back. The smaller the boat, the quicker those dynamic moves can be to change the race order here. So Rosie Thorogood still in with a chance of pushing up into the pole positions in this C final.
Yeah, so I think Thorogood of Oxford C is pushing past Wellstead of Oxford B, so very different race plans on show there. But out in front, Ulrika Anderson of Cambridge versus Victoria Norton of Reading. That's where the battle looks like it's going to come from at the moment. I say that with this race, there's been so much change that it would be very hard to actually say what the result is going to be. Even if you look now in lanes 5 and 6, Amanda Thomas of Oxford and Joanna Davies of Hertfordshire really not out of it that much. And I'd say that you, maybe with the exception of sort of first going all the way down to 6th and 6th going through to first, anyone in this race could finish pretty much anywhere.
Absolutely, those scullers, Amanda Thomas and Joanna Davies, now really pushing up on Victoria Norton and Katie Wellstead. Victoria Norton and Eureka. Pushing up on Victoria Norton in the middle of the course. So you can see the far side really pushing on. They're actually starting to challenge Rosie Thorogood as well. So a real move from Amanda Thomas and Joanna Davies on the far side of the course, pushing up there to get back into these top positions.
Yeah, so we've actually seen Katie Wellstead, we thought was, based on the time trial, the quickest Oxford sculler, went out that way. It's actually now been overtaken by two of her teammates, Rosie Thorogood and Amanda Thomas. Going through 500 metres to go, Reading University's Victoria Norton has established a 2-second lead over Ulrika Anderson of Cambridge, and it's Oxford Rosie Thorogood who's sitting in third. Reading University trying to spoil the party of these 3 Oxford crews and the 1 Cambridge crew. And then Hertfordshire over on the far side, also trying to push right up there. But this has been a really, really thrilling race. I love these races where it's not just a case of one crew goes out in front and they stay there. Like, we're seeing a huge amount of change and the importance of like good, consistent race plans.
Yeah, it seems nothing is certain apart from the fact that nothing is certain, as all of these positions keep changing there. But Reading still out in front as they push into their last 250 metres, closely followed by Cambridge, who continues to push on there. We can see Rosie Thorogood of Oxford trying to fight back in lane 2. It looks as though she's kind of pulled herself back in towards those top 3 positions in this race, but also pushing on strong is the other Oxford sculler, Amanda Thomas, right up there. So we can see these 2 Oxford scullers, Rosie Thorogood and Amanda Thomas, trying to challenge the Reading sculler, trying to challenge the Cambridge sculler to push up into the pole positions in this race.
Yeah, until these scullers come right past me, I'm not going to try and make too much of a prediction about what's going to happen here. I would say Victoria Norton of Reading looks like she's still in front, but for the other positions, there's really not a huge amount to pick between them. So we've got Cambridge in 1, Oxford C in 2, and Oxford D over in lane 5, and I think any of those crews could come in second position. Looks like the Cambridge sculler in lane 1 dropping back actually a bit now and going backwards in the field ever so slightly, but it is Reading University's Victoria Norton in lane number 1 who's pushed out in front of this one, and then it's Oxford versus Oxford, Thorogood versus Thomas in lanes 2 and lane 5, fighting for that second spot, but going all the way to the line now. And it's going to be Reading University's Victoria Norton just coming past our position and going across the line. There we go. And then it is Amanda Thomas in lane number 5 who goes through in second, ahead of Rosie Thorogood. Ulrika Anderson of Cambridge coming through in 4th. Joanna Davis of Hertfordshire coming through in 5th. And then Katie Wellstead, one of the early front runners, just dropping back slightly, and it's going to come across the line in 6th.
Well, I think that is one of the most changing races we have had over the course of Bucs 2021. Certainly exciting for us here in the commentary box. Impossible for us to really call that result there, but what a finish from the Reading sculler, and she'll be delighted with that result in that C final. So next on the course, we now move to the Women's Beginner 1 fours, and the C final. There are 3 crews in this race, and they will be shortly getting attached to the stake boat. On the left of your picture, and just backing down now to attach to the stake, is Southampton. You've then got Manchester in the middle, and you've got Sheffield on the right hand side. So these boats will be underway in a few minutes time for the Women's Beginner 1 Coxed Fours C final.
So we've got race 483, the C final of the Women's Beginner 1 Cox 4s lining up. Just 3 crews represented in this one. Southampton B, Manchester and Sheffield B getting ready to go. As the cruisers try to make sure they're straight and ready before they go off the start. That's a just slight breeze that's now just sort of moving the bows of the cruise around. Really pretty experienced to sort of keep that bow pointing straight down the course, so that when the umpire is ready to start, you're ready to row.
So we can see the cox of the Sheffield crew has their hand in their air. That is to indicate they're not quite happy with their line yet. When the hand comes down, that indicates to the starter they're happy, they're ready. The starter can put them under starter orders, and indeed these crews seem to be away. It looks like a fairly clean start for all 3 crews.
And the crew from Southampton in lane 3 just moving slightly towards Manchester in lane 4. They've responded now. I think the umpire just getting behind the crews just to keep an eye on them and make sure they stay in their lane. So you could see there as they went off the start, just the stroke side of Southampton pulling themselves round, and they ended up going towards the Manchester crew in lane number 4. But looks like it's all rectified, up and running now, and moving towards the 500 metre marker as we pick up from the side by side.
Well, despite their slight moving closer to each other, their slight interaction there in the early stage of this race, it does look like Manchester and Southampton have the lead over the crew from Sheffield. Slightly, in fact, it looks like that Southampton crew are really picking up a pace now. They've found their rhythm and they're starting to push on towards that first 500 metre marker. So we'll see where these crews sit as they cross the first quarter of their race.
Yeah, so coming up towards 500 metres in this one. Tricky for these for some of these coxes in these beginner crews. So generally it's not a rule that you have to have a beginner cox in the beginner events, but many universities do decide to do so and to use the beginner events as an opportunity to get experience for coxes as well as for athletes. So for a cox who's only started rowing this year, probably not actually had a huge amount of opportunity to do much coxing because of the sort of various lockdowns and then restrictions that have been in place on rowing about whether you could row in singles or in crew boats. They don't row on a straight lane buoyed course. So if you row on a river where you've got a little bit more space to meander around, actually coming to a regatta course like this and having to do a start off a stake boat and get attached to the stake boat, keep yourself straight, and then do a start in slightly breezy conditions is very, very tricky. Once you've done that, the rowing is easy.
Absolutely. I mean, it might be a little bit above the level of some of these beginner coxes, but it's worth remembering there is a bit of a skill to coxing in that it's not just about keeping a straight line, it's also about minimising how much steering you put on the boat. Whenever you use that rudder, the way that it works, it is a brake and it does slow the speed of the boat, so they'll want me to do just enough steering to keep a good line, but not so much that they slow down their crew. But look, we can see that Southampton boat pushing out in front now, a good 6-second lead through the first 500 metres.
Yeah, there's a good battle going on between Manchester and Sheffield on the right of your screen. So Sheffield were leading going through the Manchester were leading going through the 500 metres over Sheffield, but I think Sheffield have now pushed through over on the far side in lane number 5. So we're coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark now. So they're coming up towards 1,000 metres, probably about 750 metres gone. And Southampton continuing to stretch out as we see from our camera at the 1,000 metre marker. Southampton crew there with the number 64 on their back that they'd have used to identify themselves in the time trial. So all the time trials didn't bring you the footage of those because I mean, I love rowing, but I'm not entirely sure I'd be able to watch a 3-hour stream of crews crossing a line one after another. but Southampton would have been assigned crew number 64 from the time trial, Manchester crew number 63, and Sheffield number 50. They'd all come down in that order. The top 12 went into the A and B semi-finals, and then these three crews they'd come 13th, 14th, and 15th. So that's why they're in this C final here.
So it looks like now the order in this C final, Southampton out in front, a fairly sizable lead, but it is Sheffield who've pulled through Manchester a little bit here to try and take that second position as they come up towards the halfway, but still 1,000 metres to go. All could change, and still an ongoing battle between Manchester and Sheffield on the far side, the right side of your picture. Southampton just going off camera to the left.
Yeah, I think the Sheffield crew in lane 5 have pushed through Manchester now, and they're in second place. We can see Sheffield crossing that 1,000 metre marker, and then Manchester are going to follow them, so about a 6-second gap there. I think we've probably got the positions for this C final of the beginner fours pretty well set as we zoom in on the crew from Sheffield. And then now we've got the crew from Manchester just popping into shot. We've got one of the athletes there in those that fantastic orange bucket hat. I think those bucket hats actually reversible, because they got orange on one side and then they got purple polka dots on the other side. So cool, whichever way you have it. So while we're waiting for these boats to come towards the finish line, I teased it earlier, we do have the overall results of the Victor Ladorum. So we've got the men's, women's and overall Victor Ladorum. So all the events over the last 3 days have been counting towards these beginner, intermediate, championship, lightweight, open weight, whatever category you are in, they contributed towards these events. So I'll announce the top three of the women's Victor Ladorum. In third place it was Oxford Brookes on 352 points. In second it was Newcastle on 381. And in first place was the University of Cambridge with a fantastic 612 points. Really strong performance there from Cambridge in the women's VL. In the men's, Oxford University came third on 292. Newcastle came in second place with 331, and Oxford Brookes dominated the men's Victor Ladorum with 621 points. Absolutely astonishing performance there from Oxford Brookes in the men's. Then in the overall, so the men's and women's combined, I'll read out the top five for this. In fifth, University of London with 470 points. Then Edinburgh University in fourth on 482. Then a big gap, Newcastle, they came in third place, 710. University of Cambridge, they came in second on 861. But on a fantastic 976 points, the overall winner of the Victor Ladorum for Bucs Regatta 2021, Oxford Brookes University. So huge congratulations to all of the overall men's and women's winners of the VL. They will be collecting their prizes down near the finish tower here at the Regatta Centre. But coming up to the finish line, we do have the C final of the women's beginner coxed fours.
Yeah, just coming into the line now, the leaders in this C final. That is the crew of the University of Southampton in lane 3, a sizable lead for them. And they come in to complete their C final here. They are followed by the crews of Sheffield and Manchester. Sheffield holding on to that second spot ahead of the crew of Manchester, only about a length ahead though as they push in towards the line. We'll start to see them come into your picture in just a moment's time. Sheffield in lane 5, Manchester in lane 4. Sheffield here about a length ahead. You can just see their their bow will pop into view there. Over in lane 5, they are followed by the crew from Manchester. And they push on in now, and that is the completion of the Women's Beginner 1 Cox Fours C final.
So we have got the next race, which is the D final of the Women's Beginner 1 Quads, race number 484. 4 crews in this: Lincoln, Leeds, Manchester and Worcester. Going through 500, Leeds have pushed out into the lead over Manchester and Lincoln, and Worcester currently sitting in 4th. They're through 500 metres and they'll shortly be coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker.
So a fairly spread race we have here in this D final. Crews continuing to push on down the course. Through the first 500 metres they're approaching the halfway point. We should say, if you're not here in Nottingham, of course, tailwind conditions at the moment. We've got a wind blowing down the length of the course. So the athletes will be feeling that in their face, and it can lead to them up in the rate just a little bit. There's a temptation to rate a little bit higher in a tailwind. But fairly calm conditions tailwinds produce, so fairly happy conditions for these athletes.
Yeah, so you can see as they come up towards 1,000 metres, Leeds just coming through that 1,000 metre marker. And then we should have Manchester coming through in second position. There we go. And Lincoln in 3rd, Worcester in 4th. So in our beginner quads, we've got the beginner 1 and beginner 2 events merged. So both those athletes that started rowing in this academic year, beginner 1, and in the previous academic year, beginner 2. In this D final, we've just got the beginner 1 quads. So you can see Manchester there, they would have all started rowing in this academic year. And then in the next race, the C final, we've got a couple of beginner 2 quads competing in that one as well. So as we are now following alongside the Leeds University quad that are pushing out.
And it's worth saying, we've been saying this throughout the weekend, but the beginner 2 category, a new category introduced this year in light of the fact that these athletes weren't able to race at Bucs 2020, which unfortunately was cancelled due to COVID. So we've introduced this beginner 2 category to ensure that all beginners, those who started a year and a bit ago, those who started this year, have had their opportunity to race here at Bucs 2021.
So we got our beginner quads coming down the course now. Our shot from near near the finish, up on top of the Water Sports Centre. The crew just at the bottom of your shot, I think that's a crew is unfortunately sort of paddling back down the course. I'm sure they had a technical issue. So I think we've just got our 3 crews a little bit further up, possibly 4 crews. So we've got Leeds there, you can see, and Manchester. So Leeds and Manchester through that 500 metre marker. They look like it might be quite tight actually for that 3rd spot, 6:43.4. We'll wait to see the split time come through. That'd be Lincoln in lane 2 that would be in that position. Unsure, we'll have to wait for our system to update. But Leeds are into their last 300 metres or so of this beginner quads D final now.
So we have 4 boats on our start order, but we think we've got 3 boats on the course actually racing, so 1 must have scratched. But we can see in lane 3, Leeds out in front in this race. They're followed by Manchester in lane 4, and then it's Lincoln in lane 2. And you can see the times quite spread there. 6:20.5 through the first 1,500 metres for Lee, 6:43.4 for Manchester, and 7:21 for Lincoln.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunately a technical issue for the Worcester crew, who we can just see sort of paddle back towards the finish. They're beneath us now, so disappointment there for the Worcester crew, who are unable to race. But it's the Leeds crew in lane number 3. They are going to be the first crew to cross the line. They're just going past our camera now, so that's the Worcester crew's paddling down there. But it's then Leeds who have finished off their race. They look pretty pleased with that in the women's beginner quad D final, and it will then be Manchester and Lincoln to round out the field in that one. So you can then see the Lincoln crew in lane number 2, just coming through into the finish now to finish off their race in the beginner quad D final.
Well, we're looking at the start there, shortly awaiting our next race. This will be the Women's Beginner 1 Quads, the C final. We've also got some Beginner 2 boats in this race. So in lane 1, yes, on the left-hand side of your screen, that's a Women's Beginner 2 Quad from Reading. In lane 2, we're back to Women's Beginner 1 with Exeter. UCL in lane 3. There's another Women's Beginner 2 boat in lane 4, that's from Bath. Lane 5, Women's Beginner 1 from Surrey. And in lane 6, it's Glasgow's Women's Beginner 1. So it's a combined event. We've got some Women's Beginner 2, some Women's Beginner 1. They'll all race together in this C final. But the fastest boats for the Women's Beginner 2 will be ranked in their own events, so separate from this. But for the athletes on the water, they want to perform their best within the race. They'll be focused on the race itself and not on their individual events. So they'll be trying to get pole position in this C final.
Looks like a small steering difficulty there for the crew in lane number 3. That's University College London. I'm sure the umpire will be quickly on that one and correcting them back towards the centre of the course as our bike picks up this race. And through the crew in lane number 1, that's Reading University A, who are out in front. That's the Reading University crew of Beth Coleman, Ellie Richmond, Jessica Bird and Poppy Hart. So one of the athletes in each of these boats will be designated as the steerer for the crew. Generally either the bow seat or the stroke seat. If you're in the bow seat, so you're sort of at the back of the group of rowers, but those sort of furthest forward in the boat as they're going backwards. Benefits of them being the steerer is they can look sort of directly over their shoulder. They can see any hazards as they're coming. They can also make any calls necessary to the rest of the boat quite easily. Sometimes on a regatta course like this, you may decide to put the stroke seat as the steersman, because we've got these big yellow boards down at the start line. Each lane has 2 yellow boards, and if you can line yourself up directly in between them, sort of thread the eye of the needle, then you know you're right in the middle of your lane and you're going straight. As soon as you start wandering off, the stroke, who can see right down the course, can make those adjustments. So huge credit to the 6 athletes in these 6 beginner boats who've been designated as the steerer. But it's the beginner 2 quad from Reading University. They are coming out in front at the moment of this C final as we're about to hit the 500 metres.
Yeah, we'll see those splits in just a second, but an important reminder, of course, to do that steering, they're using their feet to adjust the rudder. So one of their feet will be connected to the wire. They'll need to move it left and right to steer. It's quite a difficult thing to do, to keep it in a solid position and to keep yourself steering in a consistent straight line without adjusting accidentally as you row, when you're trying to put pressure on the foot plate in order to complete your stroke. So definitely not an easy skill for these girls to pick up.
Yeah, I always used to find it slightly harder for sweep rowing than for sculling. When you're sculling, everything's even. Your forces are even between your left and your right, so it's quite easy to keep that foot planted and straight. When you're doing sweep rowing and you're trying to press off your inside foot, so if you're rowing on stroke side and you're pressing off your inside foot and that's your steering foot, it's you can then start to find that your feet gets a little bit wobbly. And seeing some rivalry going on in the chat between supporters of the Reading University Beginner 2 quad, the Bath Beginner 2 quads, the Bath Dev girls, and then also the UCL fans. So as we're coming up towards the 1,000 metres, we've got UCL, Bath and Reading all being represented viewing our live stream. So thank you very much for joining us here on YouTube. We're glad to be able to bring you Bucs Regatta wherever you are watching from. We're obviously not able to have as many people here as we would like to here at the National Water Sports Centre.
So out in front in this C final is still that women's beginner 2 crew of Reading on the near side there. You can see them just coming into your picture on the right hand side. Behind them it looks to be a kind of battle between the women's beginner 2 crew of Bath in lane 4 and Exeter in lane 2, but also fairly close behind them sit the crew of UCL. So a tight battle in the kind of 2nd, 3rd and 4th position, but Reading looking fairly comfortable, about a length up on the other crews. A little bit of clear water perhaps between them and the other crews in this C final as they sit out in front now at the halfway point. You can see that reflected in the times there. There's a 4-minute 8.5, and that will be for the Reading crew. And then you can see the close times of 2nd, 3rd and 4th, 4:12.3, 4:12.7 and 4:13.8.
There's so many of you guys supporting Reading in the chat. It's really, really amazing. So thank you all for joining us. So coming up towards 500 metres to go, and it's Reading University still pushing out in lane number 1. I think it's UCL in 3 who are in 2nd, and Bath who are in lane number 4. They're currently in 3rd, so really tight between 2nd and 3rd. You can see there UCL and Bath in the middle of the course. Exeter sitting in 4th position, and Surrey and Glasgow furthest away from the camera. They're fighting out for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, UCL have really moved on strong there in their 3rd quarter. They've definitely put in a move to try and get back into that 2nd position behind the Reading crew, and that push has definitely done them some wonders here in this C final.
I think the UCL fans heard me say how many Reading supporters there were in the YouTube chat, because they've absolutely come flooding in, all supporting UCL. So really strong performance there from the UCL girls in lane number 3. But I think Reading in lane number 1, so you can see them on the right hand side of your shot at the moment, still controlling this race here in the C final of the women's beginner quads. But really strong from UCL that they're the probably our leading beginner 1 crew in this race, and they're keeping up well with the Reading beginner 2 crew 2 lanes over to their right.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see UCL pushing on there in 2nd place. Behind them, it looks as though the 3rd place currently sitting with the Bath Women's Beginner 2 crew, probably about a length back there. Oh, a little bit of trouble though for the Reading crew over in lane 1. They were doing oh so well up to this stage.
Yeah, real problem for the Reading crew. Now they got to watch their steering, because they're going right towards the crew in lane 2. I think they're going to possibly have to stop. You can see the umpire moving over to warn them. The crew in lane 2, that's Exeter. They've responded because they saw that the Reading University crew were heading straight towards them. Reading have corrected, but I'm afraid that's really blown their chances of winning this race. They look like a catastrophic crab there as we come up into the last 500 metres of this one, and that's a real shame for Reading. They look so good, but now in the centre of the course it's UCL versus Bath. We've got UCL, the beginner 1 crew, and Bath, the beginner 2. Bath just sort of on the sort of top left of your screen in the blue and yellow. They're trying to chase down the UCL crew in the white boat, in the sort of purple and blue kit, but I think UCL have now got this one under control. Reading are sprinting like absolute mad. I think they're still having some blade issues though, so I'm not sure if they've got everything completely right after that problem, and their steering's now going a bit awry as they head towards the finish tower. It is going to be UCL though that cross ahead of Bath, and then very tight down here between lane 2 and lane 1. It was lane 2 that crossed ahead of lane 1, then lane 6 Glasgow, and lane 5 Surrey. But the UCL girls look really happy with that. They earned it. They were pushing Reading. They put the Reading crew under pressure. So we're those are the beginner women's beginner boats over and done with, and we're now moving on to the women's intermediate single scull. So we've got the E-final that's just started now, race number 487.
So in this race we have a full composite of 6 competitors. Saskia Ree of Herefordshire on lane 1, Natalia Milokova representing Cardiff in lane 2, Bonnie Smith-Wood representing De Montfort in lane 3, Alice Beacon for Manchester in lane 4, in lane 5 it's Aileen McGowan representing Strathclyde, and in lane 6 it's Tierney McCarnell representing Leeds on the far grassy bank side.
Yeah, so that's the women's beginner boats done with, and we're into some of the small boats now. So we've got the women's intermediate singles minor final, then the men's intermediate doubles minor finals. That's going to take us up till sort of just before 6 o'clock and into the last hour. So as you've got these slightly more experienced crews, hopefully we'll be able to catch up the sort of 15 or so minutes that we're running behind schedule. So we're race 487 at the moment. It's supposed to be on at 5:12, so it's just after 5:30. Yeah, so running about 15-20 minutes behind, but I'm sure with the intermediate athletes coming up, we'll be able to pick up that time. So expect to have many races coming down pretty quickly over the next half an hour or so.
We're now reaching the halfway point of this race, and it looks as though it is Bonnie Smithwood of De Montfort who is leading out with a fairly sizable lead over the other scullers. You can also see Saskia Ray of Hertfordshire up there with the competition. She looks as though she's holding on to that second place spot behind Bonnie, but also there is, I think it's Alice Beacon of Manchester, who's probably sat in about that third spot. You can see, it's Natalia Mikova of Cardiff who sat in second, because we can see lane one of Saskia just coming up there for Hertfordshire.
So we haven't got the crew times to the actual kilometre. We got the raw times there. So De Montfort, Cardiff, Manchester, Strathclyde, Hertfordshire and Leeds. So it's De Montfort and Cardiff out in front, Bonnie Smithwood and Natalia Malikova. You can see Cardiff in the middle of your shot there, and then Hertfordshire on the left. So it's Natalia Malikova currently sitting in second position just behind De Montfort. About 5 second gap there between those two.
So Bonnie Smithwood of De Montfort out in front in this E-final of the women's intermediate single sculls. And we've got Natalia of Cardiff, currently sat in second place. I think it's Alice Beacon of Manchester who sits in third, about 2 lengths behind. You can see to the right of your picture behind her, that's probably Ailey McGowan of Strathclyde. Just a little bit further back in lane 5. Pushing on now towards the last 500 metres of this race. Looks as though Natalia for Cardiff just getting a little bit closer to Bonnie of De Montfort, starting to pressure her as they push into the last 500 metres. We'll see if this turns into a strong challenge.
Yeah, so if you can just get overlap with the next boat, if you can get your bow ball just starting to, on the surge, just go over the stern of the boat in front, you're not going to be getting washed down quite as much in the puddles and the wake of the boat behind. But if you're in front and you start seeing that boat behind just start creeping up, and you know you haven't got that full control over the race, then you can start putting them under pressure. And we saw that mistakes can happen in that last race, and in pretty much any sort of small sculling boat like this, it is possible to have some quite big changes late in the race. So going through the 500 metre marker now. Not sure if we're going to get those split times through to you. Hopefully we'll be able to get those technical problems resolved as quickly as possible. But we've got those 2 scullers from Cardiff and De Montfort going into the last 500 metres of their race and fighting for bragging rights here in the women's intermediate single.
Yeah, it certainly looks to me like Natalia from Cardiff really pushing up on Bonnie Smithwood of De Montfort here. She's almost drawn level now as we come into the last 250 metres. In fact, she might be pushing through here.
Yeah, I think the Cardiff sculler has moved through De Montfort into the last 250 metres of the race now. I don't think it's completely over. I still think it's within touching distance, but I think Cardiff's Natalia Malikova has pushed through De Montfort with 250 metres to go. Both still looking strong, so there is an opportunity to push back, but that has been a really impressive move from Cardiff's Natalia Malikova in the second half of this race.
Well, I've just seen De Montfort up the rate there. There goes Bonnie Smithwood. She's putting a lot of power down on her finishes now, trying to reclaim back that first spot. Natalia of Cardiff definitely having to respond here as we come into the Red Boys. Who is it going to be to take the top spot in this E-final?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic sprint here. Cardiff did go through, but De Montfort are sprinting hard. They're not going to let this one go lying down. Cardiff's Natalia Malikova in lane number 2 and Bonnie Smith-Wood of De Montfort in lane number 3. They're pretty much neck and neck as they go into the last 30 or so metres. They're just about to cross the line in front of us, and that's really tight. It looked, I would hazard a guess of saying it was lane 2, Cardiff, who finished ahead of De Montfort, but couldn't say that for certain. It's then Manchester in lane 4 who cross in 3rd position. Then it'll be Strathclyde in lane number 5 who cross in 4th ahead of Hertfordshire. So we're going to go straight on to the next race, which I'm told is already past the 1,000 metre marker, and that's the D final of the women's intermediate single sculls. So I'm going to give you the very, very quick rundown of this one. So we got Sarah Cameron of Robert Gordon, Grace Thompson of Strathclyde, Elizabeth Fuller, Swin Williams of Worcester, Skye Arnott of Glasgow, Niamh Sheridan of Queen's Belfast, and Abby Collins of Reading. And they're through 750 metres to go. They're coming up towards 500 here in this D final of the women's intermediate doubles.
Well, it looks as though as they come through the 1,000 metre mark, it seems to be Grace Thompson of Strathclyde who is right at the top end of this race, followed by Abby Collins of Reading, who's over on the far side of the course. So we think Grace is leading this D final of the women's intermediate single sculls.
So through that 1,000 metre marker, it was Queen's Belfast ahead of Worcester by 10 seconds, 3 seconds ahead of Strathclyde, Glasgow, Reading and Robert Gordon making up the 4th, 5th and 6th positions, but pretty close there between those trailing positions here in the D final of the women's intermediate single. But Queen's Belfast's Niamh Sheridan, although it looks like it's actually Strathclyde's Grace Thompson, I'd say, actually sort of on the footage that looks to be doing well. So unless the Queen's Belfast sculler is way out in front, we can't see it. Indeed she is. Queen's Belfast sculler is way out in front, just didn't see her in our camera shot, so apologies for that. Niamh Sheridan of Queen's dominating this D final.
Well, do you know what? Is it a mark of a good race and a good scull by these athletes if they manage to confuse the cameramen by being so far out in front? So what a row there for Queen's Niamh Sheridan. She is well out in front in this race here, pushing off down in the D final for the women's intermediate single sculls. Behind her we can see Strathclyde is coming on strong. Grace Thompson there, Abby Collins of Reading also performing well, but such a gap of space there with Niamh Sheridan of Queen's well out in front.
So you've got the races coming thick and fast now. You can see in the top right of your screen the C final already coming up to the 1,000 metres, so these small boats being sent off pretty quick. This was the event actually this morning during the time trial. The women's intermediate singles, they've really been going quickly today, because we had about 50 women's intermediate singles do their time trial and they came across the line in about 3 minutes. I was on the venue commentary and they were really keeping me busy because I was just having to tick off crews as quickly as I could identify them. But we've got Niamh Sheridan of Queen's University Belfast coming into the finish here. We've got the sort of remainder of the field in shot now, with Strathclyde's Grace Thompson in lane number 2 in 2nd position.
So there goes Niamh Sheridan of Queen. She goes through first. She'll be followed in lane 2 by the Strathclyde sculler, Grace Thompson, and it will be Abby Collins of Reading who takes the 3rd spot in this D final. Oh no, on lane 1 also coming up strong here, challenging for that 3rd spot. It looks as though lane 6, that is Abby Collins of Reading, just had it there, but lane 1 straight after. So a last-minute move by Sarah Cameron of Robert Gordon to try and claim the 3rd position in this D final, but it was Abby Collins of Reading who took it in lane 6.
So we've got the C final of the women's intermediate singles now. So C final, Edinburgh A, Liverpool, Arts University of London, Teesside University, Oxford and Oxford Brookes. They're already through the kilometre. What a close race we've got in this one, this C final of the women's intermediate single scull. 4 scullers separated by only about half a length. They're just about to hit 500 metres to go in this one. I think we've had so many races going off, we've confused our timing teams ever so slightly, so not sure we're going to get splits on this one, so just going to have to go with good old-fashioned intuition. So I think in this one we've got Oxford University in lane number 5 are out in front, but the 4 scullers that are in the hunt for this: Frances Hunt Davis of Liverpool in 2, Elizabeth Fuller of Arts University in 3, Lucy Freeman of Teesside in 4, and Catherine Ferris of Oxford University in lane number 5. I think Olivia Bell of Edinburgh and Chess Warham of Brookes just slightly out of the picture at the moment, but it's those 4 scullers in the middle of the picture. You can see all 4 of them in your shot just now. And yes, I'm thinking it's Catherine Ferris of Oxford pushing out in this one. So into the last 200 metres then, and it's lane 5, lane 4 and lane 2 hunting for this one. That's Oxford, Teesside and Liverpool. They've only got 200 metres left in this C final of the women's intermediate single scull. I think Catherine Ferris of Oxford is probably in the favoured position with this one just at the moment. But we're getting very, very close to the end here. They're just about to hit the red buoys. So those 2 scullers on the left of your shot, they are leading at the moment. So we've got coming across the line, it is in lane 5, Oxford ahead of lane 4, Teesside. In lane 2, Liverpool's Frances Hunt Davis, Arts University's Elizabeth Fuller in lane 3, and then Chess Warham of Oxford Brookes and Olivia Bell of Edinburgh. So looking down to the start, we've got the men's intermediate doubles coming up now. We've got 4 full minor finals in this one to bring you. So we're going to have 4 full races in the men's intermediate double sculls. That's going to take us up to around about 6 o'clock, and we're away in this first one.
So here we go with this men's intermediate double sculls. In lane 1 we have UCL, lane 2 Nottingham, lane 3 Swansea, Warwick in lane 4, Hertfordshire in lane 5, and in lane 6 it is Nottingham Trent. So lane 6 on the far side, the left hand side of your picture as we look up the course. Lane 1, and that is UCL that you can see in the right hand side of your picture there. just coming into view now. And this is the men's intermediate double sculls F final. So we're picking up this race as it approaches the 500 metre mark. We can see the lead boats here. It looks as though lane 1 doing well. That's the crew from UCL. Lane 3 also up there. That will be the crew of Swansea. Over on the far side, that's either lane 5 or lane 6. I think it's probably... I can't tell really. I think that is the crew of Hertfordshire who are up there, sitting in the 3rd space. But you can see... Oh yeah, lane 5, Hertfordshire. Intermediate double sculls race.
So yeah, quite late in the day for these guys. It's now, you know, if you're watching this back, it's 5:45. These races running about 15 minutes behind at the moment. But these athletes would have time trialed quite early this morning. I don't have the exact times of the time trials, but they all finished before 11. And it's now nearly 6 o'clock. So some of these athletes will have been sitting around for about 7 hours waiting for this. So it's just important they bring the energy here late in the day on day 3 of Bucs Regatta. So it was Hertfordshire out in the lead at the 500 metres. So we'll have to see how the 1,000 metre splits look as they approach that in the next few seconds.
Yeah, you can see Hertfordshire there in the left-hand corner of your screen. It looks like they've got a fairly good lead now as they push on to the halfway point of the race, a 3:35.4 from them. And let's see who's come through in second. Well, we know it's a 3:41.2, so there is a difference there before the next crew through, and we think that's probably going to be the crew of Swansea. They were in second position earlier on in the race in lane 3. But let's see when we get those positions confirmed. Definitely out in front though, the crew of Hertfordshire in lane 5. There we go, it is indeed Swansea in the second position, Warwick still in the 3rd, so Hertfordshire, Swansea and Warwick leading out this F final in the men's intermediate double sculls.
Yeah, so the initial entry had 47 entries in. And then that's been whittled down now to 36. There would have been some scratches, but down to 36, so we're running all the way down to an F final to try and get as many athletes as we can. Some racing. So we have these 6 crews here in the F final. It is UCL, Nottingham, Swansea, Warwick, Hertfordshire and Nottingham Trent. So this event here, inter doubles, it's one of the ones where you're going to see lots of smaller institutions entering because it's quite easy to find 1 or 2 scullers. Not always easy to find an 8, and even if you do find 8 people, it's really difficult to scratch the top of those inter 8 competitions. So this is probably more designed for those slightly smaller institutions. So we haven't seen many Hertfordshire University crews, we've not seen that many Warwick crews, but we're seeing 2 of them here. It's Hertfordshire leading the way. They've got, you know, good open water here in their 3rd 500, looking pretty comfortable. You can see on your screen we can just about get 1st, 2nd and 3rd into shot. That's how far they're stretching out their lead. So some good positions from these 3 crews in terms of like getting into that last 500. We're about to hit that timing point. We've now cut to the widescreen. You can see that the field is getting a bit split apart. This is the F final, but the way we split them off the time trial is to try and put equivalent sort of speed crews together, but it seems to have manifested still to quite a wide open race.
Absolutely. Well, still out in front is that crew from Hertfordshire. They're followed by the green of Swansea. continue to push on towards the line. Warwick were sat in third. It looks as though it's a little bit closer to call for that third position now. You've got the Warwick crew in lane 4, but you've also got Nottingham in lane 2. It look like they're pushing up on them just a little bit now as we push on to the last 250 metres. It looks as though Warwick still have an advantage there. They're still ahead, but definitely being pushed in towards the line by the crew from Nottingham in lane 2.
Yeah, so I mean, they won't hear this. We're not on the tannoys. We're just on the live feed. But I can see that they're packing up the Swansea marquee on the far side. But I hope they still notice that there's a Swansea crew coming down. Just having a look across. Yes, they have. They're coming to the lakeside just about. Yep. In fact, I've just seen someone nearly get run over by a bike as they come to cheer this Swansea crew. But I don't think they're going to be able to catch Hertfordshire. Hertfordshire looking good out in front there. They have the lead as we approach the last 100 metres. The Swansea cheers. They have stopped putting the marquee away to start cheering this crew who are in the second place in this F final. It would have been a long day for these guys. Potentially one of the last competitors for Swansea in this, given that they are packing up and ready to go. This is one of the things that happens at the end of Bucs. I mean, I can see the Edinburgh marquee is long gone. They're just done. But just Hertfordshire now, they are crossing the line. You'll see in the feed here, crossing the line now. The Swansea supporters help keep them in second place. They are crossing the line. You'll see them coming into screen just there. That'll be Swansea finishing in second. And still close here. Warwick being pushed hard by Nottingham for third. Warwick do just hold on to this for third place. Nottingham crossing in fourth. And we just await UCL over on that far side, on this near side, and Nottingham Trent on the far side, who are battling hard. This is going to be close for fifth place. UCL just a couple of scrappy strokes there, but getting it back using the bucket hat power. But it looks like they're not going to quite be able to get back onto terms with Trent, who crossed the line, I believe, also in bucket hat. So they sort of negate each other here. And then UCL just crossing the line there.
Alex, I don't think I've ever seen so many bucket hats at an event as Bucs 2021. It's a new trend, clearly.
Yeah, I've not noticed many pit vipers. Maybe Oakley is a bit expensive at the moment, but bucket hats definitely seem to be in fashion. We see Manchester wearing a lot, but that's Trent wearing bucket hats, UCL wearing bucket hats. I know the University of Worcester have been wandering around with bucket hats. It was kind of a trend at Henley a couple of years ago. You saw quite a few, maybe the American crews starting to bring bucket hats across, but yeah, more prevalent than I've ever seen at a Bucs this year.
Well, I know Nottingham Trent, some flashy pink numbers they've got. The Manchester crews, they've got the ones that seem to flip inside and out with purple and yellow on offer. So it's definitely a competition for the best bucket hat kit. If you're a kit coordinator for your club, get on it. This is the new trend. You need to make sure your club has them too.
Yeah, I mean, I might have to look into the cost of getting some uni-rowing bucket hats made up, but we'll see, we'll see. I like that flip inside out. I didn't realise the Manchester ones flipped the colour. I just thought they'd bought two, but it makes more sense to just buy one and flip it inside and out. Anyway, we're 500 metres in. We have a race. Again, Sunderland, this is a crew, a university we haven't seen too much of. So they're in this. Hartbury are in this. They're in 3. St Andrews are in 1. Edinburgh are in 4. Newcastle in 5. And Warwick again represented here. So a few institutions we've seen a lot of: St Andrews, Hartbury, Edinburgh and Newcastle, but also Sunderland and Warwick. And it was actually Sunderland out with the early lead, but this is quite a close race, about 5 seconds separating the crews at the 500, and it's still about 5 seconds separating all the crews at the 1000.
Absolutely. At the front end of the race, Sunderland leading, but only a second behind sit the crew from Hartbury at the 500 metre mark. We're now approaching we've now come through the 1000 metre mark, so a lot could have changed now. We'll wait to see that order confirmed. Hartbury now in front, Sunderland in second, Newcastle currently sat in third.
Yes, so Sunderland, I believe, have the kind of tiger stripes on the side of their kit, so they have just dropped back off the front, but maybe they're stalking their prey because it is only 0.6 of a second. They're going to have to call upon the eye of the tiger at the moment because they're under threat from Newcastle also possibly coming through on that far side. But it does look like Hartbury in the middle there. Sunderland look like they may have been possibly even challenged by the Strathclyde crew, St Andrews crew on this near side that you can just see moving up. But again, the crews are quite close. You can see all 6 of them in shot. Probably that crew from Warwick just falling off the pace a bit, but we've got overlap between the first 5 crews in this race.
Absolutely. Still only 2 or 3 seconds separating the first 4 crews, only 5 seconds separating the whole composite in this race. So still very much a close race to call.
Yeah, and it looks like some moves are being made. I know the bike has just dropped off a bit, so you get a bit of the perspective change, but there definitely has been some surges being made there as they approach the last 500. Some of these crews will have made the decision to just go early, but you can see here the crew in 2, looks like Sunderland just falling off the pace a little bit. They were the early leaders. They haven't been able to hold that pace with Hartbury, who have gone through, and St Andrews, who have gone through, but it actually now looks like an Edinburgh crew pushing their nose to the front. A good surge from Edinburgh, carrying Newcastle with them. So it's Edinburgh and Newcastle in 4 and 5, putting the big pressure on Hartbury, who sort of came through in 3. But it's lanes 3, 4 and 5 along with lane 1. Those are the 4 challengers for the lead now in this men's E final. So we're going to just have to see. Sunderland seems to have fallen back, unfortunately. They had a really great start, but that Eye of the Tiger is just failing them at the moment now. So Hartbury, Edinburgh, Newcastle, those are the ones as we come down towards the finish. They're past 1,500 metres. We're looking up the course. They're about 350 metres out. It's still very close between 4 of these crews. Warwick and Sunderland seem to have just dropped off the pace a little. St Andrews making a charge though, looking to put pressure on their Scottish counterparts. Edinburgh, who are also driving hard and being chased by Newcastle. So pretty strong northern battle happening here between St Andrews, Newcastle and Edinburgh. But don't forget that Hartbury crew who were good. They're winding up again there in lane 3. So you can see what we can see. We're just waiting for this angle to unwind in front. I would say it looks like Edinburgh have probably moved themselves out to the front of the pack over Hartbury, over Newcastle, over St Andrews. But as we cut to this side cam, you'll see it is looking like Edinburgh. They put in a good spurt. St Andrews trying to respond, Newcastle trying to respond, but not being able to get on terms. Hartbury also winding to the line, but coming to the finish line, you'll see on your side shot now, Edinburgh just about clear water, just by about a couple of feet, and then very close between Newcastle and Hartbury. I'd probably give that to Newcastle, pretty close. St Andrews now just rowing through. Sunderland, who made all the early running with the tiger stripes down the side, not quite able to stick it in the second 1,000. They did fly and die just a little. And then just to finish this, Warwick on the far side, the second consecutive final with Warwick. But congratulations there to the crew from Edinburgh that worked their way through the field in the second half to take that D final.
I love those tiger stripes on the Sunderland all-in-ones, Alex. They are some of my favourites. But we're now on to the D final here of the men's intermediate double sculls. You can see the runners and riders there in your top left hand of your picture. X to B in 1, UCLA in 2, not to be confused with the American University. St Andrews in 3, Oxford Brookes B in 4, Strathclyde B in 5, and Heriot Watt in 6.
Yeah, I would probably mandate that UCL have to always enter at least 2 crews, so we always have UCLA. But I am biased. I've been out there, shadowed their coach on a couple of occasions. It's a great program. We have a lot of Brits over there, actually, and I got called over by someone who was like, "Where did you get that hat?" And I was like, "Well, I go over to UCLA sometimes." And he was like, "Oh, my daughter rows out there." And I was like, "Who is it?" He said, "Oh, it's Lucy Holgate." And I was like, "Oh, I have actually met her a couple of years ago." But what a small world.
Indeed, that we'll switch our attention back to the UK UCL A crew, who at the moment not quite making an impression as much as perhaps the crew on the far side of the crew, although in saying that I think Heriot Watt with a slight lead over UCL that run in second. It's then the crew from St Andrews, we saw them in the E final as well. Such a developing programme actually with St Andrews. We were talking about this yesterday. We've seen them enter multiple events with multiple crews, and they're currently sitting and running in third here in this D final. What do you think Alan Sinclair's going to do for the St Andrews programme here?
Well, I'd say he doesn't even have to do very much if he didn't want to, and they'd still be pretty successful. I don't think that's the way it's going to be, but we have mentioned that name so many times. There's been so many entries, particularly up in high up finals as well, not just down here. So their depth of entry has been huge. But it'd be interesting to see if they can just push up and start challenging Edinburgh. But also, just got to mention the number of times we've said Strathclyde this weekend. Don't always see them in the same depth, but they're in this and have been super competitive, especially some of their scullers.
Yeah, some really competitive scullers, and we've seen quite a lot of champ medals actually coming from the likes of their lightweights. Their championship double scull got a silver medal, I think. So some real strength coming from Strathclyde Park, based in Glasgow on the west coast of Scotland. They're currently pulling up alongside St Andrews at the moment. They sit in lane 5. They're just one in from the far side of the lake there. But up in the front, I think UCL just taking the lead here for the first time in this race, Alex.
Yeah, UCL have done good to move out to the front here. A lot of Scottish crews we've seen. So, you know, we've got Harriet Watt on that far side, still sculling very nicely. Does look like UCL have indeed pushed themselves out to the front. We're just looking down the course now. They're into the last 500. As it comes down towards us, yeah, it does look like UCL being pushed quite hard to the crew immediately to their left. So the crew in 3 is St Andrews. They're pushing them very hard. They've also got some challenge coming from Exeter in 1. Exeter probably a couple of lengths down, but charging now, surging now. The crew most off the pace, surprisingly, we don't often say this, is the Bucs crew, but it's actually a pretty straight fight, I would say, between UCL being pushed by St Andrews, and on that far side, Harriet Watt.
Yeah, I think the battle here, Harriet Watt versus UCLA, they've been ding-donging the whole way down this last 1,900 metres, and it's the gears to go for Harriet Watt here. They were pushed back into second place through that third 500, but I think their sprint's just going to get the better of the boys in purple in this D final. Just taking a look, Oliver Rowe and Thomas Rowe here for UCLA, just trying to fend off the push of the Harriet Watt combination, and Harriet Watt, I think, coming out the better, and Strathclyde, in fact, rising through the ranks now and challenging for that second place, Alex.
Yeah, good late charges from some of these crews. It is going to be Harriet Watt on that far side. Too close to call at the moment. They're just about to cross the line we see here. So you see on your feed, that's probably going to have to come to a photo, but I'd probably give it to UCL just over that crew, further away from us from Strathclyde, who were charging hard, and then sandwiched in between was St Andrews, and then just finishing off this final we did have Exeter and Bucs, and we're going to hear some more Bucs, because Bucs are also in this final men's into double event race of the weekend, or even of the year, I suppose, when it comes to Bucs, because we do have Hartpury, Oxford Brookes, Nottingham Trent, Strathclyde, Newcastle and Glasgow competing in this C final.
Yeah, the C final, actually the highest level you can achieve in the minor finals. So if you don't make that top 12 in the time trial of these intermediate events, you automatically get set into the C final, D final, whatever, respectively. So this is the highest place you can attain without making it into those side-by-sides in the semi-finals and the repêchages. And I think Hartpury would have been disappointed to miss out on that top 12 placing. They've got a really strong sculling programme, and they're now out here in the lead in lane number 1, but so close next to Oxford Brookes. And Oxford Brookes, as I say, they've done extremely well on the sweep side of things, but that's a given. They've actually entered quite a lot of double sculls and quite a lot of scullers over the course of the weekend. We saw that great 1-2 in the championship single. We saw them get a medal in championship doubles as well. Is Oxford Brookes becoming a sculling programme as well, do you think, Alex?
Well, they must have some pretty good talent that can scull there, because whilst it was St George's winning the women's inter single, Grace McDonald had been rowing out of that Brookes programme for a long period of time before winning today. But I say credit to them for not just going, we're only entering the champ events with big stuff. They have entered, like you say, quite a lot of sculling events here. Maybe just a change of pace. Maybe they've had a lot of their athletes having to do a lot of singles work over this past year, and have just decided to give them a chance of having a crack at Bucs in this.
Well, having a crack they certainly are, because they are really challenging Hartpury now. You can see these two crews on the right-hand side of your screen. They're our two leaders in this C final, actually outperforming their time trial rank. We'd have expected the likes of Strathclyde and Nottingham in the centre lanes to be right up here, bearing in mind that would have reflected the time trial result. But right now, Hartpury really going for it, with Oxford Brookes pushing back, bow ball for bow ball as they come into the final 300 metres. Hartpury now responding to that push from Oxford Brookes, the Hartbury combination of Alex Asprey and Thomas Jenkinson in lane number 1. They'll be closest to the crowds here on the Tower side of the lake, and they're really going to need it as Oxford Brookes go for one more surge into 250 metres to go.
Yeah, so there are still people coming to the side. I see Newcastle moving because they're cheering their crew on. Currently in a bit of a battle with Nottingham Trent towards the back of the field. But the real battle is the one that you can see coming at the front between Brookes and Hartbury, but on that far side making a late surge is Glasgow. Glasgow working hard to get on terms here. They were a little bit off the pace earlier on, but they have found something in this last 500 metres, and they go into the last 100. Let's see who can take it in these last few strokes.
Yeah, what a great race here. Glasgow taking everyone by surprise from lane number 6. It can be a great place to sneak up, and they're coming right into the mix here for the lead with Brookes, with Hartbury. We're going to have to see who crosses that line. It's going to be so close on the bow balls. I think Hartbury will just take it. It's then very close between Oxford Brookes and Glasgow. We'll wait for the confirmation on that one. It's then going to be Newcastle just ahead of Nottingham Trent University. What a finish there in that final. I think we were missing the boat from Strathclyde actually, Alex, there.
Yeah, so Strathclyde were not there, but it didn't take away from what was a fantastic finish. I think Glasgow managed to just sneak their nose in front of Brookes, but couldn't quite sneak their nose in front of Hartbury. But obviously that would have to come down to the photo finish. I'm just sort of closing one eye and trying to look down as best I can, but it was really, really close on that finish. So another really exciting race here in the minor finals of Bucs Regatta 2021. Right, so we're on to men's beginner 8s. There was supposed to be 3 in here, but it looks like we've only got 2. We've got Lincoln and Exeter from the looks of things, and Loughborough not there. So it's going to be a straight one-on-one battle here. You can see in your screens, we'll have Exeter on our left, and we have Lincoln on our right. Just look at their kit. They're very distinctive. Exeter, green and white, like diagonal halves on their spoons. Lincoln just rowing with the plain white blades. We've seen quite a few Lincoln crews here, more than I've often seen.
Yeah, do you know what, Alex? I was actually going to say, other than Newcastle, I think the Lincoln supporters here at the course have been one of the most prominent support groups that we've had for all of their athletes. I've seen every single Lincoln crew with at least a couple of people running alongside them, cheering from the banks, and that's kind of what Bucs is about, really. That's the Bucs spirit, and despite what final you are in, you are there to cheer your teammates down the course, and they're making a really good bid here because, you know, their men's beginner 2.8 here running alongside a big programme like Exeter, and actually currently leading them by about a canvas as they go through the halfway mark.
Yeah, obviously it's always a shame to just have a couple of crews in a race, but when it ends up being a race like this, you don't really mind too much. This is going to set these kind of crews up for that one-on-one racing that the majority of the regatta racing in this country is. There's nothing like side-by-side racing. They are literally a lane apart. The coxes are going to be able to hear pretty much what the other cox is going to be saying. They're going to be able to match each other's moves without having to worry about what's happening in lane 1, what's happening in lane 6. And as we went through the K, you can see the times there. They were only split by 0.2 of a second through that point. So this really is side-by-side racing at its best.
Yeah, I think Lincoln did have the advantage, but Exeter coming back into it now through this third 500 metres. And like I said, the cox is really important here, actually, especially for the beginner crews, keeping them focusing on those technical points whilst they're under pressure, which is very difficult to do. And I think both of these crews doing that extremely well when under that kind of side-by-side pressure, because it's all very well and good lining up against, you know, another 5 crews in a multi-lane final, but this really is quite intense when you've only got one other crew to focus on. And when they're right up alongside you like this, it really can sort of rattle the nerves and rattle the feelings. And for beginners to be in a situation like this that you'd expect at somewhere like Henley Royal Regatta, this is quite the treat for them as the sun starts shining here at the National Water Sports Centre.
Yeah, great conditions now, great racing as well. Looks like maybe the bow ball of Lincoln is on the bow seat of the crew from Exeter, but I think that's about as big a lead as we've had in this race. So Yeah, you can see as we pretty much get side on, the bow ball is sitting on the bow person, and maybe even they're trying to claw back.
Do you know what, Alex? This is actually reminding me a lot of the race between the Brits and the Germans at the second World Cup of the season in Lucerne. Barely centimetres to separate either of them, and both leaders at any point in the race, and that's exactly what's happening here. It's been Lincoln, it's been Exeter, it's been Lincoln, it's now Exeter again, and I think the boat speed now just moving that little bit more with the Exeter crew on the left-hand side of your screen, but they've got to keep tidy. Otherwise, I think that Lincoln, just with that little bit better, cleaner finish as they're coming out of the water. You can see the water splashing off the Exeter blades on the left-hand side. They've got to clean that up if they want to keep holding off Lincoln.
Yeah, just as you said that, I was thinking that Cox has definitely made a call for the finish, because the Exeter crew have upped the intensity, but it doesn't necessarily have equaled extra boat speed right now, because it looks like Lincoln are the ones with the momentum. But I think their Cox has also called the charge. Been a little change in rhythm in there, but this is going to be one heck of a battle down in this last 150 metres.
I think this is potentially one of the best races that I have seen today, and I am not kidding when I say that. I've watched every single race come down the track today, and this one is going to be separated by the last few strokes. They've barely had a seat to choose between them the whole way down this course, and as they come in towards the crowds, I think the crowds even know it, that this is an absolutely stunning race here in the C final of the beginner men's eights.
Yeah, what a heck of a race. It's been so close the whole way down. Lincoln was starting to walk. Exeter, though, maybe have just held on here. It's close. I think it's Exeter by half of a canvas, as you see there. But what a race. That's the kind of race that those athletes will remember being in for the rest of their rowing careers. And what great sportsmanship, to be fair. The round, like the thumbs up, the round of applause from the defeated crew across both crews. I mean, we appreciate what you just did over this last 2,000 metres.
Races like that are the most enjoyable to commentate on, and it doesn't matter who's in the race for me. It's about the race itself, and that was an absolute treat to commentate on. So thank you very much, Lincoln and Exeter. You've made two very happy commentators of myself and Alex here in the box. But we move swiftly on now to the F final, the men's intermediate Cox fours. In lane 1, Sheffield C. In lane 2, Lancaster. In lane 3, Nottingham B. In lane 4, Swansea A. In lane 5, Liverpool B. And in lane 6, St Andrews.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few of these institutions. So, you know, we have B crews in here, we have A crews in here, we even have a Sheffield C crew. They're out in force this 3-day event. So we can just see these crews now. They come off the start clean. We're just watching them pan across. Looks to me like one of these crews over that far, so possibly lane 4. Is that Swansea? We'll just wait for the update as to what's going on. So we see them cross through that marker point. Looks to me like possibly Swansea in lane 4. Whoever is out in front has got a 5-second lead, but then the next 3 crews are just separated by a little over a second, so very close for second, third and fourth. It is indeed Swansea who have gone through in first to that to the 1K, and then it's Liverpool, Lancaster and Nottingham locked in a pretty tight race for second.
I would advise not looking at the blades for the top 2 here in this race, because both of these crews distinctively have birds on their blades. Swansea, it's in the name, they've got those beautiful birds on the blades, but Liverpool with the liver bird, I have seen them put on some of their crews, not all of them, but yeah, very nice to have that little fact there for those top 2 crews. But Swansea leading the way ahead of Liverpool, very close, separating them and their northwestern rivals from Lancaster. They'll be certainly wanting to put one up on their compatriots from the northwest. It's then Nottingham that sits in 4th position, but as they roll towards us here in the town, yet another close race with overlap throughout these crews. And I think that's something that the time trial certainly does determine, Alex, is when they do a time trial to start with, it does create this really nice racing in the minor finals.
Yeah, I was slightly skeptical at first when they were talking about minor finals, but now I've seen it, I'm fully on board. Time trial into minor finals to create good competitive side-by-side racing for athletes. We don't really want the old system of only the top 24 going to quarterfinals. and the best crews getting the most racing. We want lots of crews to be able to experience this multi-lane racing to help them progress in their university rowing careers or even beyond university. Just that experience of side-by-side racing that can't be matched at small regattas where it's one-on-one, just a very different feel. But it does still seem to be those crews in the middle there, lane 4, particularly Swansea, who were leading by 5 seconds at the K. They still seem to have a pretty good lead, but the pressure on them is coming from lane 2, which is Lancaster, and then the other crews just seeming to fall back a little bit. Nottingham in the sandwich between those two crews that do seem to be the quickest. Liverpool maybe have just dropped back a little bit, but will be challenging here. So still looks like Swansea out in front. I would say Lancaster have made a move along with Nottingham through Liverpool. So Liverpool to me look to be in the 4th place, and then pretty close for 5th between those crews on the outside between Sheffield and St Andrews.
Yeah, huge surge here coming from Lancaster University. They've eaten their way through the field in the last 500 metres, and they're now pulling up alongside the green of Swansea. And I think if they can keep their calm, this boat speed really is on their side. They're in lane number 2 now as they move on the right-hand side of your picture through Nottingham's yellow blades in the lane next to them, and they're pulling up to charge with Swansea. And this is a huge sprint effort from the men in black and red, and a disaster in the Swansea crew. Alex, you just saw what happened there, and we can see it on the screen. A disaster for that crew that was leading.
Yeah, so this is why we row them out. It was the 3-man, and it took them a while to get it back, and it opened the door, and 3 crews jumped through, and it's going to be Lancaster that cross first. They jumped through the door to take the win. Nottingham were coming with them anyway and have managed to take the 2nd. 3rd place over on that far side, Liverpool, and then Swansea are going to be disappointed from the position they were in with 100 metres to go to just end up in 4th. But you got to say, it was the pressure that was coming from Lancaster and Nottingham that would have contributed to that, and so fair play to them for just going all the way to the line. So we've got a replay coming up here. Keep your eyes on the 3-man, not to highlight the disaster, but you know that's where you want to be looking. Left side of your screen. They were going hard to the line because they could see Nottingham coming. They could see Lancaster coming. And we can see them here punching hard. They were about 100 metres out, and you see there that stroke, that's where it went past. Tried to get it back, but there was too much momentum on the boat to get it back quickly. That opened the door to the other crews. You can see them coming through now. And then the first stroke they took, they were actually probably still just in 2nd, but the momentum of Nottingham and the momentum of Liverpool flung them through. And unfortunately for them, they were not able to, they didn't have enough race just to get back into their 1st place.
Yeah, and I think, Alex, it's so disappointing, but they'll learn from this. They'll learn from that pressure in the final 25 strokes, and that's what even the top crews struggle with sometimes, is just falling apart under the pressure of other crews swallowing them up in the closing stages of the race when there's a lot on the line. And keeping that technique under pressure is something that I think a lot of beginners are coached on and drilled on, and they will certainly learn from that experience. So we're now on to the next race on the course, the E-final. So the next final up of this men's intermediate Coxt 4 event. Sheffield B in 1, UCL B in 2, Southampton C in 3, Worcester in 4, Imperial B in 5, and Queen's University Belfast B in 6.
Yes, I know, being a coach at Worcester, how ecstatic these guys were to make the E-final. They were worried about being eliminated, but they managed to get into this E-final. The cheers you heard mirrored like what you hear in the boat tents at Henley when they talk through who had qualified. So this race is already past the kilometre. It's really moving quick. You can see from our shots, it's the crews on this near side. It's Sheffield and UCL. They're the 2 crews that have really taken to this race. And then we're into this 2nd half, like I say. We're looking down the course by eye. These are the 2 quickest crews, and it kind of goes in a bit of a diagonal way. But I would say the crew in probably lane 5, I think that is IC's B crew, they are starting to put the pressure here on UCL and Sheffield, so they are still walking. So Sheffield and UCL, they have to be careful not to be caught in their own little battle that allows IC to sneak up on that far side. But IC in turn have got Queens, they have Southampton, and they have Worcester trying to breathe down their necks in what is again quite a close race.
Yeah, a really close race. You can see here on the near side, the crews in lanes 1 and 2, like you say, Sheffield and UCL a little bit wrapped up, and potentially giving the opportunity there for the crew in lane at number 5 from Imperial a chance. And I'm sure the Imperial Cox, who sits in the bows of the Imperial boat, will be just geeing the crew on, just keeping them in check of where those crews are on their left, on the left-hand side of the Cox, but on the right-hand side of the crew, and they are pulling up alongside the crew from UCL now. As we move to this panning shot, you can see how close that race is on the right-hand side, but I just wonder whether Imperial have got it in them to start coming through these leading crews.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 races, so Imperial were just off the front 2, but they're charging, and we also have an excellent race going on for 4th place as well. I know the Worcester Cox, Katie Fox, is going to be calling for those boys to be putting it all in now. The training they've done is manifesting. They seem to be moving up into that 4th place, which is great, but it's still very, very tight between IC at the front with UCL, 2 London rivals there, along with the crew in lane 1 here, Sheffield. Those are the 3 that look like they're going to be competing for the first place here in this E final. But as I say, we have 2 sets of 3 going on now.
Yeah, a race of 2 halves indeed, and I think Imperial have got the guts to be able to row through this race. I think they're now leading on the left-hand side of your picture in the yellow boats. They've managed to track those crews on the right-hand side, UCL and Sheffield, all the way down and do what they needed to do just in time to be able to take the lead, to take the win in this E final of the men's intermediate Cox Fours. It's then going to be UCL that gets the best of that battle, and we did say they needed to watch out. Sheffield will go over in 3rd ahead of lane number 4 Worcester. It's then going to be Southampton, and the last crew there, Queen's Belfast, wrapping up that E final.
Yeah, some great charges from all 6 of those crews down to the line. Like we said, we had a race of 2 halves, and there were 2 excellent battles. You can see there the victorious IC crew, who won by just over a second in the end. You can also see from the shots that the sun has come out, a welcome addition here towards the end of the racing. Certainly much more pleasant than the rain we had yesterday, and it's encouraging a lot of people, we can see, to stay around and support these crews. So we move now, again, we're in the Inter 4s, we're down to the D finals. There are 2 minor finals to go. We have UCL, their A crew, we have Lancaster B, we have Durham, we have Queen's Belfast A crew, Swansea's A crew, and we have ICC. And we're already getting split, so it's Queen's in the first 500 with a slight lead over Swansea and UCL, but very close between those 3 crews, with Lancaster just behind. In fact, the timings don't seem to be quite right, because 146 is definitely quicker than 147. But anyway, all these crews you can see here, the top 5 separated by about 3 seconds, so another competitive race in these Inter 4s.
At the halfway marker now, and we can see it is absolutely that Queen's University Belfast crew who have got 3/4 of a length there over the crew from Swansea University. Swansea again contesting these finals. They've entered so many crews, and they'll be delighted to be right punching up there with the likes of Queen's Belfast, the Queen's Belfast A crew charging down this lake. But they're going to have to watch out. Lancaster again, we saw Lancaster with that great race planning, that really mature race earlier on in the F final. I wonder whether they've all been sort of briefed and coached to reserve some of that energy for that final 500.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how coaches go about asking their crews to go about races. So that Lancaster crew, just to recap, they sat to about this point and then put an almighty charge that put a lot of pressure on the crews ahead. They're sort of sitting in that same position now, so we'll see if they can do the same thing. But they're actually themselves coming under a bit of pressure from UCL, who they'll just see to their right hand side, so they need to make sure they're not distracted by that move, because they are pretty close to that crew from Swansea, I believe. So they probably they have a bow loaded boat. Their Cox is looking across and will probably feel like the bow seat of Lancaster is about midway up the crew from Swansea, and then if they can reel in Swansea, then maybe they can start going for that crew out in front for Southampton.
I think they are reeling in Swansea, Alex. Looking at the panning shot there we've got of the side on, they've definitely made some ground. They've made some headway on the crew from Swansea. That bow ball there just sitting on the two-man of the Swansea crew on the far side of the lake. But a great race here from Queens. They've broken clear water. It's going to take some doing to reel that back in. Once they snap that elastic band, they've broken that clear water. That's then very, very hard for any crew to come back into the race. But they're going to try to look to hold on to this win in the D final of the men's intermediate Cox 4s, but behind them, well, who knows? I think Swansea are ones to watch out for here, but also Lancaster with the boat speed now, and let's see if they can replicate their crew in the F final. These three crews leading out now. UCL just trailing off in fourth at the moment, just going backwards a little bit as Lancaster push on towards the top two, and then over on the far side, Imperial just sat in fifth position.
Yeah, so it does still seem to be Queens out there, and Lancaster again putting a charge in like their other crew did. Lancaster and Swansea both putting charges in actually as we head towards the line. So Queens still out in front. They did have more than length. They had a good amount of open water between themselves and the next crew, and in the sport you can obviously see your competitors, but it still looks like Lancaster are the most likely to be putting the pressure on them. Queens enter the last 100 metres, Lancaster enter the last 100 now, and then Swansea enter, so it's probably still about a length here, but the Lancaster crew have rated up. Queens are rating up to try and match them. So both of these crews striking high now. Swansea haven't been able to quite ramp it up in the same way, but it's going to be Queens that stay clean. They head to the line now. You'll see them cross. They do cross with not quite a length. They are ecstatic to have done so. Great effort from Lancaster to push back from what was a lot of open water to overlap in the end. Just rode out of it. Swansea, and we can see UCL on this near side and IC on that far side. And we just cut to the victorious Queens crew.
They look absolutely delighted with that win. They rode that extremely well, led out from start to finish. I mean, that is the technique that I think a lot of people strive for. If you can do that, get out ahead and continue to lead, it leaves little to chance. And so that's exactly what the Queens crew executed. Next up, we've got the C final, which is the top level of the minor finals, like we were already saying, that got put into this particular race from the time trial. This C final being contested by Exeter B in 1, Newcastle A in 2, Southampton in 3, Southampton B I should add, because Southampton A rides alongside them in lane number 4, Leeds in 5 and Liverpool A in 6.
Yeah, so in your shot there you can see a Southampton crew with one of the back caps on there. You have a Leeds crew looking for the bucket hat speed. On the far side, I believe we have, it looks like Liverpool would be the crew on the far side, and now you can just see those other crews coming into shot. So as this camera does pan around, looks to me like, unless this the crew on the near side swings into view, it looks like Newcastle are the crew that are in the longest and the strongest, but it is very close between the two crews at the top, separated by just over half a second. So very close between these top two crews.
I have to say, and I have to point out here, actually, he did say he was going off to race and I'd look out for him, but we have one of our new commentators racing here in this C final, the University of Leeds, Gabriel Brown, who sits in the 2 seat for Leeds, just managing to push away with that bucket hat speed. I know you called that out. Great coordination from that crew there, but we're riding now. You can see that crew on the screen that's just in the lead. That's lane 2, Newcastle A, that lead out this C final of the men's intermediate coxed fours, but just on the other side of them, Southampton A, half a length back and looking to stick in the mix alongside the Southampton B crew.
So this is the men's Inter 4 C final. There's going to be some very, very strong lads on board these crews, and I was just noticing how much work Newcastle are trying to put into the lake here. Maybe revving the engine a bit too hard, but it has manifested itself with the position they are in now, which is half a length lead over the two Southampton crews in the middle. So there's overlap between about half a length of overlap between Newcastle and the Southampton first crew, and then the Southampton second crew is just holding on. So the bow ball's holding on to the stroke seat of their Southampton compatriots, but it does look like maybe that the Southampton crew that are just trailing at the moment can make a move on their rivals. So I'm sure there's going to be some intra-competition between these Southampton fours to see who goes home the happiest.
Well, you said they were putting a lot of work into the lake, and I think it's paying off actually. Newcastle University A just now with a lengths lead over Southampton. Newcastle's Jack Kennedy, Oliver Bruce, Stanley Cannons, Tom Edmondson and Cots by Florence Stocker now just breaking clear water. Their stern, you can see they're trying to move away from the bow ball of Southampton A. Southampton A in turn with a length over their B crew, but the B crew going to have to watch out for Liverpool over there in lane number 6. If you squint, you'll be able to see the white lycras of Liverpool University over in lane number 6, now challenging for that third place from Southampton B.
Yeah, it's all squeaky bum time here for Southampton's second crew, because Liverpool are mounting a heck of a charge on that far side. Leeds also trying to bring themselves back into it. They're locked into a bit of a tussle here with the crew from Exeter, who we haven't seen very much on the screens, but I can assure you have been working hard down in lane 1. So we come towards the line. We'll turn our focus to what's happening at the front. Newcastle, they did the heavy lifting in the third 500. They managed to get a length. Doesn't quite look like a length now. Southampton have tried to fight back. They come into their last few strokes, and just watching this Newcastle crew come across in front of me. So Newcastle there, they will take the finish first. They have about a length over Southampton. I think Southampton may have just been pipped by Liverpool. It's close on that far side. You'll see just over there Leeds crossing as well with one of our new commentators, and then Exeter also crossing there, but quite close between some of these crews on the line here in the final men's 4 race of the championship.
So we're joining the start pictures now from our next race on the course, which is the F final of the women's intermediate 8s. And they're underway. And to tell you who is contesting this F final, on the furthest left-hand side of your screen, that's Leicester University in lane number 3. It's then East Anglia in 4, followed by Sheffield in 5. So the last 4 races of the day here, we've got all of the women's intermediate 8s minor finals, and that will round off not just the racing here today, but the racing for Bucs Regatta 2021 overall. What's been your favourite kind of moment from the 3 days of racing here this weekend, Alex?
So I would actually have to give a shout out to the Manchester Beginner 2-4. They were out in the rain still supporting crews yesterday. They did a bit of a dance and I gave them some uni rowing t-shirts, and then they on the line won the gold today, and they were like, it was your t-shirts. They gave us that little like spurring up when it was really miserable yesterday. So I'm totally biased, but it was a heck of a finish. It's been featured on the Bucs Sport Instagram page, but it was one of the closest finishes. They just pipped UCL by I think it was about 0.1 of a second to take that gold.
Yeah, I mean, some of these races have just been absolutely phenomenal. It's great to be back. I mean, for a lot of these students, it is going to be the first race they've done, maybe ever, but also, you know, if they've been at university and they're a third year, maybe in 18 months, if they've not been to the likes of Marlowe's, of Wallingford's, of Metz, that have all gone ahead, but under very, very sort of strapped circumstances. The Durham Regatta in the north, it's been quite sparse for racing opportunities. So for a lot of these students, it will be the first time, or the first time in a long while, that they'll have raced. But as we move now through the 500 metres in this race between these three crews in the F final of the women's intermediate eights, it's the University of East Anglia that take the lead, and they're in the middle of your picture there with the white blades on the oars, on the spoons of the blades, and you can just see how much distance they've managed to put into Sheffield, who sit on their left hand side there in the distance. And you can also see all the crews rowing up to the start for these last finals just in the back of your picture. Those will be the final crews to race today. You just can't quite see Leicester. They sit in second place at the moment. They'll be just off the right hand side of this picture, and they're really not too far off UEA actually, so I'm surprised we can't see them in this picture.
Yeah, so we've cut to the side on, similarly to before. It's a final without, so we saw in one of the men's eights we had just two crews. This has three, but we do have some exciting side-by-side racing between two of these crews. So yes, it is Leicester, it's UEA, it's Sheffield, but it's Leicester and UEA are the ones who are locked into the tight race at the moment. Not quite as tight as the other one, because this has gone to half a length, but there's still plenty of overlap. You know, it's really important in eights races to not let a crew get a length, and certainly not get open water. So they're still holding on to half a length. It didn't look like either of the crews had particular momentum over the other. So if you can just check that move at half a length, you can then usually find the ability to just push back, maybe find one seat at a time. That's all you can do. One seat at a time, move back on the opposition.
Well, just like we saw in that race earlier in the men's beginner race between Lincoln and Exeter, any amount of overlap that you've got in these finals just gives a little bit more confidence that you have the ability to move back, and that's exactly what the Cox will be saying in the crew from Leicester. Even though they're half a length down, she's saying, look, we've got overlap. I can see my bow ball moving down the crew from UEA. I can see us moving back just to give them that little bit more confidence, and they look quite clean here. They're at the near end side of your picture there, Leicester. It's UEA on the far hand side of your picture, and they're really digging deep here, Alex. You can certainly see that the effort is there. I think it's just the technique to match to carry these guys through the last 1,000 metres.
Yeah, and it's quite possible that a lot of these athletes are actually beginner 2 athletes that are competing in Inter, just due to the number of beginner 2 athletes you have. So just speculating there a bit, but there's only so long you like to sit at one half length up on an opposition crew before you start wondering whether they have actually got your number. But at the moment it looks like UEA had a 3-second advantage at the halfway mark over Leicester. Sheffield just dropping off the back a bit, but they're going to be working hard to try and get back onto terms in this race. So you can see there in the middle of your screen a pretty tight battle still between Leicester and UEA, and Sheffield just to the left of your shot. As we approach, I guess we're coming towards the 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, 500 metres to go, and this is the point really that a lot of crews will start to look at their finishing sequence. So going through the gears, 500 is quite a long way out to sprint, still a couple of minutes for these intermediate women's 8, but still they're going to start to have to think about what they're going to do if it is still this close coming into the final 30 strokes or so, because with overlap it's certainly still achievable for Leicester to come through UEA. UEA doing well though, they're composed, they're certainly being kept true by their cox Freya Elwood in the driving seat, who will just be directing them down this middle part of the course, and she'll know exactly what Leicester are trying to do. They've also got the responsibility of steering down this course, and I can see now the buoy line's just proving a little bit tricky for the University of Leicester, who just moved that little bit closer towards the UEA crew, I think getting a bit caught up in the heat of the battle, Alex.
Yeah, quite possibly. And whilst the umpire didn't put a flag out, they did actually move from a position where they were just sort of sitting in lane 2. They moved across to be between the two crews, but those crews had already sort of started to move apart. But it's quite critical, that use of the rudder here can affect the boat speed. So it still looks like a two-way race between UEA and Leicester here, but neither crew has really taken the initiative. I know Callum Bland's really probably running down the side or cycling down the side, shouting for UEA to keep pushing on. They've had some close finishes that they've been on the right side of, and they'll be looking to be on the right side of this finish as well.
Well, do you know what? I'm not sure they will be. Leicester have really mustered the guts up of this last 250 metres, and in fact, I think they've pulled into the lead here, Alex.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just catch fire at the right moment, and this could be one of those moments. Both crews trying to raise their rate of striking, and it's actually UEA striking at a much higher rate now. Leicester holding on to that length. That's their move. They're going with power. They're going with length. They're going with strength. UEA are going with the rate. They've wound it up. It's going to be such a close finish here. Cannot tell who is going to lead this. The bow balls crossing the buoy lines pretty much simultaneously. What a tight race here. Great racing here in the F final of the women's Inter 8s, and it's just opened up at the end. It was a solid finish from Leicester to just hang on from a recharging UEA. UEA still happy with their performance. The cocked his arms go up, clapping in the air, despite not being on the right side of that finish. But obviously a phenomenal race, another enjoyable one to be in. Great sportsmanship being shown here, and we've said it before and we'll say it again. The atmosphere here at Bucs is always so positive, so good.
Yeah, the largest student regatta in Europe certainly has a reputation for creating one of the best racing and spectating atmospheres in, well, I was going to say in the world, but certainly in Europe, being that largest student event in Europe. And we move now on to a full 6-boat E-final in this women's intermediate 8s. In lane number 1, Lincoln. In lane 2, Oxford D. In lane 3, Southampton. In lane 4, Oxford C. In lane 5, Lancaster, and in lane 6, Nottingham B.
Yeah, so we have 6 crews, but we'll be wanting it to be just as exciting as that last race that only had the 3 crews. That's what we'll be looking for. So we do have 2 Oxford crews in here, quite possibly college crews. We'll have to see as they get a little bit closer what the kit situation is and what the blade situation is. But yeah, Lincoln, we've mentioned them before. Good to see such Lincoln presence, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of Lincoln noise coming from the banks. They've been sporting so well this whole 3-day event. Southampton in the middle, that's who I believe we're looking at right now. They don't have the red stripes on their blades here, but they do row in with white blades, and that does certainly look like that kit, so we believe that's Southampton. But some great shots. Just a shout out to our team here for bringing us these shots throughout the 3 days. It's a long 3 days, but they've been giving us high quality stuff the whole time, and that's being matched by a high quality performance by Southampton at the front here.
Yeah, we've had a lot of close margins in the last few races, but this is certainly a very dominant margin that we've got here in this E-final of the women's intermediate 8. Clear water, look at that. They're just moving off the left-hand side of the screen there, Southampton. It's then the crew in lane number 2, Oxford D, that I think are just moving into second place. You can see Lincoln on the near-hand side there. We're just zooming in on the faces of the Lincoln crew. Great to see them there. Rosie Robinson, Amelia Monzi, Eleanor Wattham, Holly Redfern, Lavenna Contreras, Tara Thorpe, Aidan Lote, and Lucia Meredith, coxed by Sophia Marie Morelli. And as they just move away from us there, you can see that great shot of these 2 crews rowing into the sun, and beautiful conditions now here at the National Water Sports Centre.
Yeah, very atmospheric, very cinematic, these shots. We like that. But Southampton, they were out in front of Oxford. You notice again we have bucket hats. We are enjoying these bucket hats here at Bucs Regatta 2021. We cut to the slightly wider view you see here. We're at through the K though, just to give you that update. Southampton led the 2 Oxford crews who were very close together. Lincoln were chasing hard, and Lancaster were chasing them very hard as well. So only 4 seconds, 3.2 seconds separating the crews from 2nd to 5th. But Southampton had that nice buffer of 6 seconds, nearly 7 seconds at the K. So they've done a really good job in the first half and will want to consolidate that position. They're probably approaching, I reckon, 600 metres to go, and Southampton are still looking strong out there.
Yeah, Southampton are really going to be enjoying the tail breeze that we still have moving down the course. It's fairly strong, not affecting the water conditions whatsoever, just a bit of a ripple, but it is a dead straight tailwind that we've got, which means all of these crews will be getting much faster times than they're perhaps used to, carrying them down the course. You can see that dominant Southampton crew right in the middle of your screen there. It's then the fight between the two crews in dark blue, Oxford University, just on either side of lane number 3 there. You can see them sandwiching the crew from Southampton, and that's your 1, 2, 3 there fighting it out. Lincoln only a couple of seconds off the pace in 4th. You can see them there on the right hand side of your screen, and Lancaster as well still in the mix, 1 second back. Gosh, another really close fight here behind Southampton, like you were saying. Let's see who can mount the best sprint. We're now getting into the crunch stages of this race with 300 metres to go. No one is going to challenge Southampton. They've got clear water ahead of the rest of the field, but plenty of support for the other crews here. I think we've got one of the Oxford colleges on the right hand side of Southampton. We've then got the dark blue of Oxford University on the left hand side of Southampton as you look at it on the screen, and these two crews are neck and neck.
Yeah, I think it's St Edmund Hall. I've seen a lot of their crews around. It looks like them with the gold blades with the slight red motif out towards the end of it. They seem to have the better of the other Oxford crew, as the Southampton crew, who do still lead, they're approaching 100 metres now. They have open water on the real tussle here, which is between the two Oxford crews, or Oxford and St Edmund Hall. So we close in on the line here. Southampton still looking strong. It's their only entry into this event, and they are coming through to the line now, performing very, very well in this final. So Southampton will take this from lane 3. Still very close here. Can St Edmund Hall hold off the other Oxford crew? They're just approaching the line now. We're just having a look from our side on camera. I would say yes, they have just crossed ahead of their counterparts over there. And then we have on this near side Lincoln, who we've mentioned so positively, with a good positive finish for them to cross in 4th place, just ahead over on the far side of Lancaster.
Yeah, Lincoln, as we said, a top award for the supporters here, and we're based, our commentary team here, in the finish tower. Right at the top, we've got the best view of the whole course, I would argue, and I can still see the Lincoln supporters out in force. Big round of applause there. If you're supporting from Lincoln, you've got some really good fans out here on the course, and you can absolutely trust in them to be carrying the crews with their voices down this 2,000 metre track. They've been absolutely fantastic. We're now on to the next race of the day. This is the penultimate race of the day. In fact, the D final of the women's intermediate 8. In lane 1, Newcastle C. In lane 2, Swansea. In lane 3, Surrey. In lane 4, Exeter B. In lane 5, Leeds. And in lane 6, Birmingham.
So it looks to me like Surrey have made the early running, which is superb for them. Such strong performances from Surrey. This is their only Inter 8. And in fact, one of the people I coached a couple of years ago at Birmingham is now in the Surrey crew, Izzy Soriano. I know she's looking to beat the Birmingham crew she's up against. It doesn't actually feature anyone from her beginner year. But we do know that Surrey and Birmingham were the early leaders. We just cut shots, but here you go. We get the zoom in of Surrey, that crew that were out in front. Birmingham at the far side in that black Philippi. They're being pushed hard by the crew just to their right, who I believe are Leeds University, who have had a strong championship themselves.
Yeah, I must say I've been really impressed by all of the results from Surrey University. I know that Sam Tuck, who's been leading that whole programme for the last few years, has been building it up from the ground up. And I think success paying off here at this Bucs Regatta. Of course, the individual coaches of each of the Surrey crews, I'll tip my hat off to you as well. But I certainly know Sam Tuck, who I used to coach at Durham University, has been really focused on creating this programme at Surrey. And this crew now really emphatically out in front. They've got clear water behind them. The stroke of the Surrey crew is going to be able to see that. Maddie Brown, she knows how much water they've got. I don't know whether she'll give a little nod to Natasha Dunt in the Cox's seat, but I'm sure she's taken a bit of a quick look over her shoulder just to look at how much destruction they have caused in this D final of the women's intermediate eights. But a great fight still behind them. If you look at lanes 1 and 2, they're going up head to head. Also 5 and 6 on all sides of the course here. There's head-on-head races, with Surrey keeping themselves out of the sort of chaos that's going on behind them, and keeping themselves in their boat and out in front.
Yeah, I know from speaking to Izzy earlier that there weren't really many expectations on this Surrey crew. Some of them did actually win at Met in a 4 a few weekends ago, but they came down here as a bit of a scratch crew, and it's good to see that they've been able to translate that still into good speed. They're out in front of this D final here, but like you were saying, there are tussles going on across the course. Surrey are looking good there in lane 3, but yeah, lanes 1 and 2 are battling hard with each other. That is Newcastle and Swansea, and Leeds and Birmingham are still locked into a tight battle on that far side. I know in that Birmingham boat, Ella Monaghan, we've been trying to get her in a boat for about 4 years, having come across to Birmingham, and finally she's decided to do it instead of playing lacrosse. But we've got her in a battle with Leeds, so it might be her only Bucs Regatta, but hopefully she can come out with a memorable finish. So that red kit, red and blue blades of Birmingham on the far side, putting the pressure onto Leeds, but it still looks like Surrey in the middle, sitting pretty in the lead of this D final of the women's into eights.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to catch Surrey now when they've got that much of a surmountable lead that they've built throughout this course. That not letting that go very quickly, but the race around them, absolutely fantastic. I think if anything, it's now Leeds versus Newcastle. Birmingham dropping back into 4th position, and the Newcastle fans, they certainly do get the gold medal for the supporting crowd here at Bucs Regatta. Every single race, without fail, Newcastle fans have been there to cheer, whether it's a Championship A final or an Intermediate F final. Newcastle University have been here in droves, and they are cheering from the bank as they can see their crew has an opportunity now potentially at a 2nd place, but they are going to have to overhaul Leeds, who sit behind that very, very competent Surrey crew who leads out by clear water. We're moving now into the final 200 metres. No one to beat Surrey. They look absolutely unbreakable, with Leeds in 2nd ahead of Newcastle. Birmingham making a last-minute surge.
Yeah, so it's the time for heroes this last 100 metres, but no one's going to be able to overhaul this impressive performance from Surrey. Surrey have wound it up. They're working hard through the line, and they are going to finish first here in this D final. The Newcastle fans are shouting loud. Newcastle are still making a late surge, and actually I recognise that Wintec. They won it in a competition about 15 years ago, and what a boat that has been, the number of medals and finals that's competed in, but they won't be able to quite overhaul a good charge from Leeds. It was very close between Newcastle and Birmingham at the line there, and Swansea just rounding it out. So we just had the 5 in there, quite close between some of those crews in the middle, but a fantastic performance from Surrey, who you see on your screen now. So very well done to them for being first in that D final of the women's into eights. And so I suppose slightly sadly that does now bring us to the final race of the weekend. A fantastic weekend of racing. Camilla, what has been your highlight?
Well, just being back at Bucs Regatta, I think, is my highlight. I mean, there's been some absolutely storming races. It would be unfair, I think, to pick one from any other, because I really have enjoyed every single race. I've loved watching the students race. I've loved the atmosphere here. I was really worried it was going to feel a little bit sterile, you know, and, you know, some people are still quite nervous about returning to racing, returning to being in big groups with lots of people, but it has been awesome seeing the amount of support, the amount of students out there having